The cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive had never been particularly welcoming, but tonight it felt more like a tomb than a bedroom. 8-year-old Harry Potter pressed his small frame against the furthest corner, as far from the door as the cramped space would allow, listening to the thunderous footsteps above that made the wooden slats of his ceiling creak ominously. Uncle Vernon was pacing again, which meant trouble was brewing like a storm on the horizon. It had started that morning, when Dudley had awakened to discover his precious blonde hair had turned an unfortunate shade of emerald green during the night. Not just any green, mind you, but the exact shade of the spinach that Aunt Petunia had been trying, unsuccessfully, to force down Dudley's throat for the past week. The transformation had been so complete, so vivid, that even the roots showed the brilliant colour, as if nature itself had decided Dudley needed a more vegetarian appearance. Harry knew it was his fault, of course. These strange things always were. Last month, it had been Aunt Petunia's prized roses, suddenly blooming in February despite the frost. Before that, Mrs. Fig's cat had somehow ended up on the roof of the garden shed, with no apparent way of getting down. And there was the incident with Dudley's birthday cake that had mysteriously rearranged itself into the shape of a pig, complete with a curly tail made of icing. Each time something impossible happened, each time the laws of nature seemed to bend around him, Harry found himself the target of increasingly creative punishments. But this morning had been different. This morning, Uncle Vernon had looked at Dudley's green hair with something approaching murderous rage, his face cycling through various shades of purple before settling on a deep burgundy that made his small eyes nearly disappear into the folds of his face. The vein in his temple, the one that always appeared when he was truly furious, had pulsed with a rhythm that reminded Harry uncomfortably of a dying animal's heartbeat. "You did this, you freak," Vernon had whispered, his voice carrying a dangerous quiet that was somehow more terrifying than his usual shouting. "You did this with your unnaturalness, your freakishness. Well, I've had enough. Do you hear me, boy? I've had enough of your strangeness ruining this family." The beating that followed had been the worst yet. Not just because of the leather belt that Vernon had used with methodical precision, or the way Aunt Petunia had stood in the doorway, wringing her hands, but doing nothing to intervene. No, what made this beating different was the cold calculation behind it, the way Uncle Vernon had taken his time, explaining with each strike exactly what Harry was and why he deserved this treatment. "Freak," he had said with the first blow. "Unnatural," with the second. "Burden," with the third. The words had hurt worse than the physical pain, settling into Harry's chest like stones, heavy and sharp and impossible to dislodge. Now, hours later, Harry lay curled on his thin mattress, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through his small body. The welts across his back burned like fire, and he was fairly certain that something was wrong with his left shoulder, given how it screamed in protest whenever he tried to move his arm. Worst of all was the knowledge that tomorrow would bring more of the same, and the day after that, and the day after that, stretching endlessly into a future that held nothing but pain and isolation. The footsteps above had stopped, which meant Uncle Vernon had finally gone to bed. Harry waited, counting his breaths the way he had learned to do during the worst punishments, letting the silence settle around him like a fragile blanket. 100 breaths. 200. 300. Only when he was certain that the house had truly settled into sleep did he dare to move. The cupboard door had no lock on the inside, a detail that had taken Harry embarrassingly long to realize. For years, he had simply assumed that he was meant to stay in this cramped space until someone came to let him out, the way prisoners stayed in cells until the guards decided to release them. It wasn't until last winter, during a particularly long stretch of solitary confinement, that desperation had driven him to actually test the handle. It turned easily, of course. Why wouldn't it? The Dursleys had never needed to lock him in because they had trained him so thoroughly to believe that he had no choice but to stay. The realization had been both liberating and terrifying, opening up possibilities that Harry had never dared to consider. Tonight, with his back on fire and his shoulder throbbing with each heartbeat, those possibilities seemed less like distant dreams and more like necessary survival strategies. Harry eased the cupboard door open, wincing as the hinges gave a soft squeak that sounded deafening in the silent house. He paused, listening for any sign that the noise had disturbed the Dursleys, but the house remained still as a held breath. The kitchen was bathed in silver moonlight streaming through the window above the sink, transforming familiar objects into strange, ethereal shapes. Harry moved carefully across the linoleum floor, his bare feet silent against the cool surface. He knew this house better than anyone, could navigate its hallways and rooms blindfolded if necessary. Every creaky floorboard, every squeaky hinge, every surface that might betray his presence with an unwelcome sound. The bread box sat on the counter near the window, its cheerful yellow paint cheerfully incongruous with Harry's current mission. Inside, he found half a loaf of brown bread, the kind that Aunt Petunia bought because it was supposed to be healthier for Dudley, though Dudley refused to eat it, and it usually ended up moulding in the cupboard. Harry carefully extracted 2 slices, wrapping them in a dish towel with hands that shook only slightly despite his fear. He was stealing. The word sat heavy in his mind, carrying all the moral weight that the Dursleys had spent years hammering into his consciousness. Thieves were bad people, criminals who took things that didn't belong to them. But as Harry looked around the kitchen, at the abundance of food that he was rarely allowed to share, at the comfortable home that had never truly been his home, he found that he couldn't quite bring himself to feel guilty about taking 2 slices of unwanted bread. The back door key hung on its usual hook beside the refrigerator, another small detail that spoke to the Dursleys' complete confidence in their control over him. Why lock the doors when their nephew was too well trained, too beaten down, too grateful for basic survival to ever consider leaving? But tonight, with pain singing through his nervous system and desperation clouding his usual careful reasoning, Harry found himself reaching for that key with steady fingers. The back garden was a different world in the moonlight, transformed from its daytime mundanity into something approaching magical. Aunt Petunia's prize-winning roses climbed their trellises like sleeping sentinels, their blooms closed tight against the cool night air. The lawn stretched away toward the back fence, a perfect carpet of green that had never known the touch of a child's feet during play, only the careful attention of Uncle Vernon's weekend mowing routine. Harry had never been in the garden alone, had rarely been in the garden at all except to perform whatever yard work the Dursleys deemed appropriate for someone of his status. Now, standing in the cool night air with the freedom to move in any direction he chose, he felt something close to vertigo. The world suddenly seemed enormous, full of possibilities that he had never been allowed to contemplate. But with possibility came terror. Where could he go? What could he do? 8-year-old boys didn't survive on their own in the real world, especially not 8-year-old boys with no money, no friends, no family who cared whether they lived or died. The rational part of his mind, the part that had been carefully trained by years of Dursley conditioning, whispered that he should go back inside, accept his punishment, be grateful for the roof over his head and the occasional scraps of food that kept him alive. The memory of Uncle Vernon's voice, cold and methodical, as he explained exactly what Harry was and why he deserved to suffer, silenced that rational voice with brutal efficiency. Harry walked to the back gate, his bare feet silent on the cool grass. The latch lifted easily, another small betrayal by a household that had never needed to keep him contained because they had convinced him so thoroughly that there was nowhere else to go. But as Harry stepped through that gate and onto the pavement of the alley that ran behind Privet Drive, he felt something shift inside his chest, some fundamental change in the way he understood his place in the world. He was no longer Harry Potter, unwanted nephew and convenient target for the Dursley family's frustrations. He was Harry Potter, escapee, a boy who had looked at an impossible situation and chosen to walk away rather than endure another day of systematic cruelty. The transformation felt both terrifying and exhilarating, like stepping off the edge of a cliff and discovering that he could fly. Little whinging at 2 a.m. was a study in suburban tranquility. Street lamps cast pools of orange light at regular intervals, illuminating empty pavements and neat front gardens with mathematical precision. Every house looked the same, variations on a theme of middle-class respectability, their windows dark and their driveways empty, except for the occasional car sleeping under a protective cover. It was the kind of neighborhood where nothing interesting ever happened, where the most exciting event of the year might be a new family moving in, or someone painting their front door a slightly different shade of blue. Harry walked these empty streets like a ghost, his bare feet silent on pavement, still warm from the day's heat. He had no destination in mind, no plan beyond putting as much distance as possible between himself and number 4 Privet Drive. The stolen bread felt heavy in his hands, a tangible reminder of the bridges he had burned, the lines he had crossed in his desperate bid for freedom. Magnolia Crescent curved away from the main road like a gentle question mark, its houses marginally larger than those on Privet Drive, their gardens marginally more elaborate. Here lived the families who considered themselves slightly more successful than the Dursleys, though the difference was measured in inches rather than miles. Harry had been down this street before, of course, during the rare occasions when Aunt Petunia had allowed him to accompany her on shopping trips, but always as a reluctant appendage, always with stern warnings about his behavior and appearance. Now he walked freely, able to look where he wanted, stop when he wanted, exist in the world without constant supervision and criticism. It should have felt liberating, but instead it felt terrifyingly empty, like floating in an ocean with no sight of shore in any direction. The small park at the end of Magnolia Crescent was hardly worthy of the name. More of a green space with a few benches and a single oak tree that had somehow survived the suburban development that surrounded it. During the day, it might host a few mothers with young children or elderly residents seeking a quiet place to read the morning paper. But at this hour, it belonged entirely to the night, to the moon and the stars, and one small boy who had finally run out of places to run. Harry sank onto one of the benches, his legs suddenly too weak to carry him any further. The adrenaline that had powered his escape was beginning to fade, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion that had nothing to do with the lateness of the hour, and everything to do with the accumulated weight of 8 years of systematic emotional and physical abuse. His shoulder throbbed with each heartbeat, a steady rhythm of pain that reminded him of everything he was leaving behind and everything he had no idea how to face. The bread was still clutched in his hands, growing slightly stale in its dish towel wrapping. Harry forced himself to eat one slice, chewing mechanically and swallowing with effort. It tasted like sawdust and regret, but his body needed fuel even if his spirit had no appetite for anything the world might offer. The second slice he saved, some instinct telling him that he might need it later, that the luxury of eating when he was hungry might not last long in this new existence he had chosen. Above him, the oak tree rustled its leaves in a breeze too gentle to feel at ground level, creating a soft susurrus that might have been soothing under other circumstances. The moon was nearly full, casting silver light that transformed the ordinary suburban landscape into something approaching beautiful. In books, Harry had read about children who ran away and found adventure, who discovered that the world beyond their unhappy homes was full of kind strangers and miraculous solutions to impossible problems. But this was not a book, and Harry was beginning to understand that real life rarely provided the neat resolutions that stories promised. He was 8 years old, alone in the world, with nothing but the clothes on his back and half a slice of stolen bread. Tomorrow would bring new problems, new fears, new challenges that his young mind could barely begin to anticipate. The bench was hard beneath him, its wooden slats already growing uncomfortable despite his exhaustion. Harry shifted position carefully, trying to find some arrangement of his injured body that didn't send fresh waves of pain through his nervous system. His eyelids felt heavy, weighted down by the emotional toll of the evening and the physical drain of his escape. But some primitive survival instinct warned him against falling asleep in such an exposed location. What if someone found him? What if the Dursleys discovered his absence and called the police? What if there were dangerous people who prowled suburban streets looking for vulnerable children? The rational part of his mind knew that Little Whinging was probably one of the safest places in England, that violent crime was virtually non-existent in neighbourhoods like this. But rational thought had little power over the fears that had been carefully cultivated by 8 years of being told that the world outside number 4 Privet Drive was full of people who would hurt him even worse than the Dursleys did. But as exhaustion finally overwhelmed caution, as his eyelids fluttered closed despite his best efforts to remain alert, Harry found himself thinking not about the dangers that might await him, but about the simple, revolutionary fact that he had chosen this fate for himself. For the first time in his conscious memory, he had looked at an intolerable situation and decided to change it rather than endure it. The decision might prove to be a terrible mistake, might lead to consequences worse than anything Uncle Vernon could devise. But it was his mistake to make, his consequences to face. As sleep finally claimed him, curled on a park bench under the gentle light of an almost full moon, Harry Potter smiled for the first time in months. It was a small smile, tentative and fragile as morning frost. But it was genuine in a way that nothing in his life had been genuine for longer than he could remember. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own fears, its own impossible choices. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was free. The sun rose over Little Whinging with the kind of gentle persistence that characterizes English summers, painting the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold that gradually gave way to the clear blue that promised another warm day. Birds began their morning chorus from the safety of garden trees and hedgerows, their songs creating a soundtrack of ordinary suburban beauty that had never touched Harry's consciousness during his years of imprisonment at number 4 Privet Drive. He woke slowly, consciousness returning in stages as his body reminded him of the various discomforts that had accumulated during his night of rough sleeping. His back ached from the bench's unforgiving wooden slats, his left shoulder sent sharp protests through his nervous system every time he tried to move, and his mouth felt dry as cotton wool. But underneath the physical discomfort, underneath the very real fear of what this new day might bring, Harry felt something that took him several minutes to identify. Peace. For the first time in his conscious memory, he had awakened without immediately bracing himself for criticism, punishment, or casual cruelty. No one was shouting his name with the kind of aggressive impatience that implied he was already late for tasks he hadn't known needed doing. No one was standing over his cramped sleeping space with a list of chores and complaints about his very existence. He was simply a boy waking up in a park, with nothing but his own choices to guide what happened next. The morning air carried the scent of dew-dampened grass and flowering gardens, a combination that seemed almost impossibly fresh after years of breathing the stale air of his cupboard. Harry sat up carefully, testing the range of motion in his injured shoulder, and finding it painful but functional. The second slice of bread was still wrapped in its dish towel, slightly compressed from his restless sleep, but still edible. He ate it slowly, savoring each bite, not because it tasted particularly good, but because he was eating it by choice, in his own time, without permission or supervision. The park looked different in daylight, smaller and more ordinary than it had seemed in the mysterious silver of moonlight. The oak tree that had sheltered his sleep revealed itself to be ancient and gnarled, its trunk scarred by decades of weather and its branches home to several birds' nests. The benches, he could see now, were showing their age, their green paint peeling in places to reveal the weathered wood beneath. It was a perfectly ordinary small-town park, the kind of place where nothing remarkable ever happened. Except that last night, something remarkable had happened. A boy had chosen freedom over safety, had walked away from the only home he had ever known, rather than accept one more day of systematic cruelty. It wasn't the kind of remarkable that would make headlines or inspire stories, but it was remarkable nonetheless, a small act of courage that might change everything or might change nothing at all. Harry was contemplating the logistics of his new existence, trying to formulate some sort of plan that extended beyond simply staying away from Privet Drive, when he heard footsteps on the gravel path that led into the park. His body tensed automatically, primitive reflexes preparing for flight or confrontation, even though rational thought reminded him that morning joggers and dog walkers were perfectly normal features of suburban landscapes. But the person who appeared around the bend in the path was neither a jogger nor a dog walker. Instead, Harry found himself looking at a girl who appeared to be roughly his own age, with brown hair that had clearly been carefully brushed and clothes that suggested parents who took some care with her appearance. She carried a book under one arm and what looked like a small bag of breadcrumbs in the other hand, apparently on a mission to feed whatever ducks might inhabit the small pond at the far end of the park. The girl's steps slowed as she noticed Harry on the bench, her expression cycling through surprise, curiosity, and what might have been concern. For a moment, neither of them spoke, engaged in the sort of careful mutual assessment that occurs when strangers encounter each other in unexpected circumstances. Harry found himself acutely aware of his appearance, of his rumpled clothes and bare feet, and the general air of someone who had spent the night sleeping rough. "You're up very early," the girl said, finally, her voice carrying the precise enunciation that suggested either excellent education or parents who cared deeply about proper speech. "Are you all right?" The question was so simple, so direct, so completely free of the criticism or suspicion that Harry had learned to expect from adult interactions, that it took him several seconds to formulate a response. When was the last time someone had asked if he was all right and seemed genuinely interested in the answer? When was the last time anyone had looked at him with something other than irritation, disgust, or carefully cultivated indifference? "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, the response programmed by years of learning that admitting to any problem would only create more problems. "Just thought I'd watch the sunrise." It was a weak explanation, made weaker by the fact that the sun had clearly been up for some time, and Harry was obviously not equipped for an intentional early morning outing. The girl's expression suggested that she found his story as unconvincing as Harry did, but her next words surprised him with their gentle directness. "You have bruises on your arms," she observed, settling onto the far end of the bench without asking permission, "and you don't have any shoes. People don't usually come to parks barefoot unless something's wrong." Harry looked down at his arms, seeing them through a stranger's eyes for the first time. The bruises were indeed visible, purple and yellow marks that told an unmistakable story of recent violence. He had grown so accustomed to hiding these signs of abuse, to wearing long sleeves even in warm weather and making excuses for any visible injuries, that it hadn't occurred to him that sleeping in a park might expose evidence he had spent years concealing. "I fell down the stairs," he said, offering the explanation that the Dursleys had drilled into him for any situation where his injuries might attract unwanted attention. "It's nothing serious." The girl studied him with eyes that seemed far too knowing for someone who couldn't be more than 8 or 9 years old. She tilted her head slightly, a gesture that reminded Harry of the birds in the oak tree, alert and intelligent, and utterly undeceived by his obvious lie. "People don't usually sleep on park benches because they fell down the stairs," she said matter-of-factly. "And those bruises look like they came from something other than falling. I've read books about these things, you know. I know what different kinds of injuries look like." Harry stared at her, completely unprepared for such direct perception from someone his own age. In his experience, children were either like Dudley, completely absorbed in their own wants and needs, or like the handful of classmates he had encountered during his sporadic school attendance, too intimidated by Dudley's threats to pay much attention to Harry at all. This girl was clearly different, possessed of a sharp intelligence that cut through his carefully constructed defenses with surgical precision. What books? He found himself asking, genuinely curious despite his wariness. All kinds, the girl replied, a note of enthusiasm entering her voice. Medical textbooks that my parents have around the house. Psychology books, books about social work and child welfare. My parents are dentists, so we have lots of medical references, and I've always been curious about how bodies work and why people behave the way they do. She paused, seeming to consider her next words carefully. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I live just down the street on Magnolia Crescent. What's your name? Harry, he said automatically, then immediately regretted the honesty. Names could be traced. Names could be reported back to people who might be looking for runaway nephews. But something about this girl, this Hermione Granger, with her careful speech and obvious intelligence, made it difficult to maintain the walls he had built around himself. Harry, what? Hermione pressed gently. But Harry found himself unable to answer. Giving his full name would make everything real, would transform him from an anonymous runaway into Harry Potter, missing nephew, problem to be solved, and returned to his proper place in the Dursley household. Just Harry, he said finally. For now, anyway. Hermione accepted this obvious evasion with surprising grace, simply nodding as if partial names were perfectly acceptable in morning park conversations. She opened her bag of breadcrumbs and began scattering them on the ground near the bench, apparently following through on her original mission despite the unexpected encounter. The ducks appeared almost immediately, emerging from the reeds around the pond with the kind of confident expectation that suggested this was a regular occurrence. Hermione smiled as they approached, and Harry found himself studying that smile with something approaching wonder. It was completely genuine, free of the calculation or mockery that coloured most of the smiles he had encountered in his limited experience with human interaction. "Do you want some?" Hermione asked, offering him a handful of breadcrumbs. "They're just day-old bread that Mum was going to throw away, but the ducks don't mind." Harry accepted the offering, though he had never fed ducks before and wasn't entirely sure of the proper technique. He scattered the crumbs with careful movements, amazed when the birds approached without fear, apparently confident in his harmless intentions. When was the last time any living creature had approached him without wariness or aggression? When was the last time he had been trusted with something as simple as feeding hungry animals? "They come here every morning," Hermione explained, watching the ducks with obvious affection. "There's a whole family of them, parents and 6 ducklings that are getting bigger every day. I started bringing them food a few weeks ago when I noticed they were having trouble finding enough to eat on their own." She glanced at Harry sideways, her expression thoughtful. "I don't usually see anyone else here this early. Most people are still asleep or getting ready for work. Are you sure you're all right? You look like you might be hungry too." The observation was made with such gentle concern that Harry felt something crack inside his chest, some protective barrier that he had built around his emotions beginning to crumble under the weight of unexpected kindness. When was the last time someone had noticed that he might be hungry? When was the last time someone had looked at him and seen a person worthy of care rather than a burden to be endured? "I'm okay," he said again, but the words came out weaker this time, less convincing even to his own ears. Hermione studied him for a long moment, her intelligent eyes taking in details that Harry hadn't realized he was revealing. His torn shirt, his bare feet, his careful way of moving that suggested recent injury, his obvious hunger despite his denials. She seemed to be processing information with the kind of systematic thoroughness that reminded Harry of the few teachers he had encountered who actually cared about accuracy over convenience. "I think," Hermione said slowly, "that you might be in some kind of trouble. And I think you might need help, even if you don't want to admit it." Harry felt panic rising in his chest, the familiar terror of exposure that had been drummed into him by years of Dursley conditioning. If this girl suspected the truth, if she asked too many questions or involved adults in his situation, everything would unravel. He would be returned to Privet Drive, his escape would be revealed as futile, and Uncle Vernon's revenge would be swift and thorough. "I don't need help," Harry said quickly, starting to stand despite the protest from his injured shoulder. "I should go anyway. I didn't mean to bother you or anything." But Hermione's next words stopped him before he could take more than a single step away from the bench. "Where will you go?" she asked simply. "Where do you have to be that's so important you need to leave right now?" The question hung in the morning air between them, highlighting the fundamental problem that Harry had been trying not to think about since his dramatic escape the night before. He had nowhere to go. No friends, no family, no adults who would take his side against the Dursleys if it came to a confrontation. He was 8 years old with no money, no resources, no plan beyond the simple, desperate need to get away from a situation that had become unbearable. Hermione seemed to read the answer in his silence, her expression softening with something that might have been understanding or might have been pity. Harry found that he didn't mind either possibility, starved as he was for any human reaction that didn't involve anger, disgust, or indifference. "Why don't you come have breakfast with me and my parents?" Hermione suggested, her tone carefully casual, as if she were proposing nothing more significant than sharing duck-feeding duties. "Mum always makes more than we can eat, and she likes meeting new people. You could clean up a bit, and maybe we could figure out what kind of help you actually need." Harry stared at her, completely unprepared for such a direct offer of assistance. In his experience, help always came with strings attached, conditions and expectations that inevitably left him worse off than he had started. But something about Hermione's straightforward manner, her obvious intelligence, and equally obvious sincerity made it difficult to automatically reject her proposition. "I don't want to be any trouble," Harry said finally, the words emerging from some deep place of trained humility that the Dursleys had spent years cultivating. Hermione's smile in response was the first genuinely warm expression that Harry could remember seeing directed at him by another human being. "You're not trouble," she said simply. "You're just a person who needs help. And helping people isn't trouble. It's just what decent people do for each other." As they walked together down the gravel path that led out of the park, Harry found himself thinking that perhaps the world outside number 4 Privet Drive might contain possibilities that he had never dared to imagine. Perhaps kindness existed in forms other than the conditional affection that had to be earned through perfect behavior and constant gratitude. Perhaps there were people who would look at a frightened, injured boy and see someone worthy of help rather than someone deserving of punishment. Perhaps this Hermione Granger, with her careful speech and obvious intelligence and genuine concern for hungry ducks and stray children, might be the first person in Harry's life who would choose to help him simply because helping was the right thing to do. The thought was so radical, so completely counter to everything Harry had learned about human nature during his 8 years of existence, that it felt almost dangerous to entertain. But as they walked together through the quiet suburban streets of Little Whinging, the morning sun warming their faces and the promise of breakfast making Harry's empty stomach flutter with something that might have been hope, he found himself daring to believe that perhaps his desperate escape had led him to something better than anything he could have imagined. Perhaps, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was about to discover what it felt like to be genuinely welcomed by another human being. The Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry exceeded every description that Harry had read in the magical textbooks Professor McGonagall had provided during their months of preparation, surpassing even Hermione's systematic research and detailed theoretical understanding of the castle's architectural and supernatural features. The vaulted ceiling displayed a perfect recreation of the night sky above Scotland, complete with slowly moving clouds and twinkling stars that seemed close enough to touch, while hundreds of floating candles provided warm illumination that made the ancient stone walls appear to glow with welcoming light. 4 long tables stretched across the hall, each decorated in the distinctive colors that represented the houses that would determine not only where students sat for meals, but also their dormitory assignments, academic mentorships, and social identities throughout their 7 years of magical education. The Gryffindor table displayed banners of scarlet and gold, Ravenclaw showed blue and bronze, Hufflepuff featured yellow and black, while Slytherin presented green and silver in patterns that spoke to centuries of tradition and institutional pride. But it was the high table at the front of the hall that captured Harry's most intense attention, populated by the professors whose expertise and guidance would shape his formal magical education, and whose assessment of his character and abilities would influence his development throughout his school career. Professor McGonagall sat in her familiar position as deputy headmistress, her expression combining professional satisfaction at seeing her former tutoring students prepared for this milestone with obvious anticipation for their performance during the sorting ceremony. Professor Dumbledore occupied the central chair as headmaster, his blue eyes twinkling with their characteristic benevolent warmth as he observed the incoming first-year students with what appeared to be grandfatherly interest in their welfare and academic potential. But Harry found himself studying the man who had attempted to manipulate his living arrangements with more critical assessment than he might have employed before his months of learning to recognize the difference between genuine care and calculated authority. The other professors presented a fascinating array of expertise and personality that suggested the complexity and depth of magical education that awaited him at Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms instructor, appeared almost to vibrate with enthusiastic energy, while Professor Sprout, who supervised herbology, displayed the sort of practical competence that characterized people who worked with living systems requiring careful attention and consistent nurturing. More intriguing was the pale, dark-haired professor, whose expression suggested someone who found the entire proceedings tedious rather than inspiring. His attention focused on the Slytherin table with obvious favoritism that made Harry wonder about the fairness and objectivity that students could expect from all members of the Hogwarts faculty. The systematic abuse he had experienced during his early childhood had taught him to observe adult authority figures carefully, looking for signs of prejudice, favoritism, or the sort of casual cruelty that might make school life difficult for students who failed to meet particular expectations or social preferences. But his attention was drawn back to the immediate proceedings by Professor McGonagall's approach to the group of first-year students who waited nervously near the entrance to the Great Hall. She carried an ancient wizard's hat that appeared to have seen considerable use over the centuries, its pointed peak slightly askew, and its brim frayed in ways that suggested both age and the sort of magical wear that accumulated through decades of supernatural service. The sorting hat, as Professor McGonagall explained to the assembled first-year students, contained the preserved wisdom and personality traits of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School, enabling it to assess each new student's character, abilities, and potential contributions to house communities that had been carefully designed to support different types of magical learners and social personalities. The hat would examine their thoughts, motivations, and fundamental nature before announcing the house placement that would provide the best environment for their academic and personal development. Harry found himself both fascinated and somewhat apprehensive about the prospect of having his mind examined by a magical artifact that possessed centuries of experience in evaluating young wizards and determining their optimal educational placements. The systematic abuse and emotional trauma that had shaped his early development had left him with defensive mental habits and protective psychological barriers that he worried might interfere with accurate assessment of his true character and potential. But Hermione, standing beside him in the line of students awaiting their turn with the sorting hat, offered the sort of quiet reassurance that had characterized her support throughout their months of collaborative magical study and personal growth. Her presence reminded him that he was no longer facing institutional evaluation as an isolated individual with no advocates or supporters, but as part of a partnership that would continue regardless of their house placements and academic arrangements. The sorting ceremony began with an ancient song that the hat performed to explain the history and values of each house, providing new students with essential information about the communities they might join and the traditions that would shape their school experience. Gryffindor valued courage and determination. Ravenclaw prized intelligence and creativity. Hufflepuff honored loyalty and hard work, while Slytherin respected ambition and cunning in pursuing goals that might require sophisticated strategy and careful planning. As Professor McGonagall began calling students forward in alphabetical order, Harry observed the sorting process with the systematic attention that Hermione had taught him to apply to any complex system requiring analysis and understanding. Some students appeared to be evaluated quickly, with the hat announcing their house placement almost immediately upon touching their heads. Others required longer consideration, suggesting either complex personalities that didn't fit neatly into traditional categories or difficult choices between multiple houses that might provide appropriate communities for their development. When Hermione's name was called, Harry felt a moment of genuine anxiety about the possibility that they might be separated into different houses with conflicting values or competitive relationships that could complicate their friendship and collaborative magical work. The sorting hat had barely settled on her head before its voice rang out across the great hall with obvious satisfaction at having identified an appropriate placement for someone whose intellect and systematic approach to learning might have suggested Ravenclaw, but whose courage in protecting others and determination to fight injustice marked her clearly as belonging in Gryffindor House. The enthusiastic welcome that Hermione received from the Gryffindor table, combined with her obvious relief at being placed in a house known for valuing moral courage and principled action, provided Harry with considerable reassurance about his own impending evaluation and the likelihood that they would remain together throughout their school career. If the sorting hat had recognized Hermione's fundamental character accurately, then it might prove equally perceptive about his own values and potential contributions to the Hogwarts community. When Professor McGonagall called his name, the great hall fell into the sort of expectant silence that suggested everyone present understood the significance of sorting the famous Harry Potter into a house that would shape both his personal development and his public role within the magical community. Harry approached the stool with as much confidence as he could muster, reminding himself that his character and values had been formed through genuine relationships and moral choices rather than simply inherited reputation or external expectations. The sorting hat settled over his head with a weight that seemed to carry centuries of accumulated wisdom and experience, while its voice spoke directly into his consciousness with the sort of intimate communication that suggested magical telepathy rather than ordinary conversation. The hat's initial assessment focused on the courage and determination that had enabled his escape from systematic abuse, his loyalty to people who had shown him genuine care, and his commitment to using his abilities for protecting others rather than advancing personal interests. But the hat's evaluation also revealed insights into Harry's character and potential that he had not fully recognized in himself, particularly his capacity for leadership and his instinctive understanding of justice that went beyond simple rule-following to encompass genuine moral reasoning about right and wrong. The systematic trauma he had experienced during his early childhood had indeed shaped his personality, but it had created strength and empathy rather than bitterness or selfishness. The hat's deliberation seemed to last longer than Harry had expected, though he suspected that time moved differently during magical mental examination than it did in ordinary consciousness. The voice in his head considered various aspects of his character and background, weighing his intellectual curiosity against his moral courage, his natural leadership abilities against his preference for collaborative partnership, his determination to protect others against his desire for personal security and happiness. But ultimately, the hat's decision reflected what Harry hoped was accurate assessment of his fundamental nature and values. Gryffindor House, where courage and moral determination were prized above clever calculation or ambitious self-advancement. The announcement brought enthusiastic cheers from the Gryffindor table, where Hermione's welcoming smile provided immediate confirmation that their partnership would continue within a house community that valued the collaborative approach to magical learning and moral action that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. The feast that followed the sorting ceremony provided Harry with his first opportunity to meet the older Gryffindor students who would serve as mentors, study partners, and social companions throughout his school career. The conversations around the Gryffindor table revealed the sort of collaborative academic culture and mutual support that he had hoped to find at Hogwarts, with students freely sharing information about coursework expectations, professor preferences, and practical strategies for success in challenging magical education. But perhaps more importantly, the evening provided Harry with evidence that his fame and reputation, while certainly recognized and acknowledged by his fellow Gryffindors, would not define or limit his ability to form genuine friendships based on shared interests, compatible personalities, and mutual respect, rather than simply celebrity curiosity or social calculation. The older students who approached him did so with genuine interest in his thoughts and experiences, rather than attempts to gain reflected glory through association with his famous name. Ron Weasley's placement in Gryffindor had completed their trio of compatible personalities and complementary abilities, creating a foundation for friendship that combined Harry's natural leadership and moral courage, Hermione's systematic intelligence and research capabilities, and Ron's practical wisdom about wizarding culture and genuine loyalty to people who treated him with respect and consideration. Their collaborative potential was immediately recognized by older students who understood the value of study groups and mutual academic support in navigating challenging coursework. The evening's conversations also provided valuable intelligence about the various professors whose instruction would shape their magical education, particularly information about teaching styles, academic expectations, and the sort of student behavior that earned praise versus punishment in different subjects. Professor McGonagall's reputation for fairness, combined with high standards, was confirmed by multiple sources, while Professor Flitwick was universally praised for his enthusiastic instruction and patient approach to students who struggled with complex charm work. More concerning were the warnings about Professor Snape's obvious favoritism toward Slytherin students and his apparent hostility toward Gryffindors, particularly those who failed to demonstrate the sort of respectful deference that he seemed to expect from students regardless of their natural personalities or communication styles. Several older students mentioned that Potions class could be particularly challenging for students who attracted Professor Snape's negative attention, whether through family connections, house rivalry, or simple personality conflicts. But Harry's housemates also provided reassurance that academic success at Hogwarts was primarily determined by genuine effort and collaborative learning rather than professor favoritism or arbitrary social dynamics. Students who worked hard, supported their classmates, and approached their studies with serious commitment generally succeeded regardless of minor personality conflicts or house prejudices that might complicate individual classroom experiences. The dormitory arrangements that Harry discovered at the end of his first evening at Hogwarts exceeded his expectations for personal space and privacy, while also providing the sort of social environment that would facilitate friendship development and collaborative study throughout his school career. The circular room that he shared with Ron and 3 other Gryffindor boys featured comfortable beds with warm hangings, adequate storage for personal belongings, and windows that provided excellent views of the castle grounds and surrounding landscape. But perhaps most significantly, the dormitory atmosphere was characterized by genuine camaraderie rather than the sort of competitive hostility that Harry had feared might characterize institutional living arrangements among students with strong personalities and diverse backgrounds. His roommates welcomed him with friendly curiosity about his unusual educational preparation and family circumstances, while also sharing practical information about daily routines, academic expectations, and social customs that would help him navigate his new environment successfully. The conversation that developed among the first-year Gryffindor boys as they prepared for their first night at Hogwarts revealed the sort of diverse backgrounds and interesting personalities that would enrich Harry's social experience throughout his school career. Dean Thomas brought perspectives from his Muggle upbringing that complemented Hermione's systematic approach to understanding magical theory through scientific frameworks, while Seamus Finnegan's Irish magical heritage provided insights into cultural variations within the broader wizarding community. Neville Longbottom's quiet presence and obvious anxiety about academic performance struck Harry as both familiar and concerning, reminding him of his own insecurities during the early stages of his magical education, when control and confidence had seemed impossible to achieve. Harry found himself offering encouragement and practical support to Neville, with the sort of genuine concern that reflected his own experience of being underestimated and his growing understanding that collaborative success was more meaningful than individual achievement. The late-night conversations that characterized dormitory life provided Harry with opportunities to share carefully edited versions of his background and educational preparation while learning about his roommates' families, expectations, and concerns about their upcoming academic challenges. These exchanges established foundations for friendship and mutual support that would prove crucial for surviving the complex social dynamics and academic pressures that would characterize their shared educational experience. As Harry settled into his comfortable bed, surrounded by the friendly voices of his new roommates, he found himself reflecting on the remarkable transformation in his circumstances since his desperate escape from Privet Drive more than a year earlier. The systematic abuse and emotional neglect that had characterized his early childhood now seemed like distant nightmares rather than defining experiences, replaced by evidence of his capacity for friendship, academic achievement, and positive contribution to communities that valued his authentic character rather than simply managing his reputation or celebrity status. The magical education that would begin tomorrow represented not simply formal instruction in supernatural abilities, but confirmation that his differences were gifts to be developed rather than problems to be solved or hidden. The collaborative partnership with Hermione would continue within an academic environment designed to support exactly the sort of systematic learning and practical application that had characterized their most successful magical research and experimentation. But perhaps most importantly, Harry was beginning his formal magical education with the emotional security that came from knowing he was genuinely loved and supported by people who valued his welfare over any abstract considerations about his famous reputation or potential contributions to magical society. Dr. and Dr. Granger's letters, which he carefully placed in his bedside table before attempting to sleep, reminded him that he possessed a permanent family foundation that would support him regardless of his academic performance or social success at Hogwarts. The ancient stone walls of Gryffindor Tower, which had sheltered centuries of young wizards learning to understand and direct their magical abilities, seemed to welcome Harry Potter not as the famous boy who lived, but as simply another student whose genuine character and collaborative spirit would contribute to the ongoing tradition of courage, friendship, and moral action that defined the best of Gryffindor House. Tomorrow would bring his first formal magical classes, new opportunities to develop abilities that had been systematically suppressed during his years with the Dursleys, and continued collaboration with friends whose diverse strengths and perspectives would enhance his own magical and personal development. The challenging coursework, complex social dynamics, and institutional expectations that awaited him at Hogwarts no longer seemed overwhelming or threatening, but rather like natural extensions of the collaborative learning and mutual support that had characterized his educational preparation with Professor McGonagall and his family life with the Grangers. For the first time since learning about his magical heritage and his parents' tragic deaths, Harry felt genuinely excited about the possibility of following in their academic and moral footsteps, not because external expectations demanded such achievement, but because he possessed the knowledge, skills, emotional foundation, and collaborative partnerships necessary for making his own positive contributions to a magical community that finally felt like a place where he could belong and thrive. As he drifted toward sleep in his comfortable bed, surrounded by the quiet breathing of roommates who had already begun to feel like friends rather than simply dormitory assignments, Harry Potter found himself looking forward to tomorrow with the sort of genuine anticipation that had been impossible during his years of systematic abuse and isolation. He was no longer a frightened, unwanted child struggling to survive hostile circumstances, but a confident young wizard prepared to embrace the challenges and opportunities of formal magical education in an environment designed to celebrate rather than punish his extraordinary nature. The dream that claimed him as consciousness faded, featured not the nightmares of violence and rejection that had characterized his sleep during his years with the Dursleys, but peaceful images of collaborative spellwork in sunlit classrooms, successful academic achievement shared with genuine friends, and the sort of meaningful magical accomplishment that would honor both his parents' memory and his own developing sense of purpose and moral commitment. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter fell asleep at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with complete confidence in his ability to succeed, contribute positively to his new community, and build the kind of life that reflected his authentic values rather than simply surviving whatever circumstances adults might impose upon his welfare. It was perhaps the most magical transformation of all, and certainly the most meaningful foundation for everything that would follow in his educational adventure at the most extraordinary school in the wizarding world. The ancient magic that flowed through the walls of Hogwarts Castle seemed to recognize and welcome another young wizard whose character had been forged through adversity into something approaching genuine heroism, not the kind of heroism that came from inherited reputation or accidental survival, but the deeper heroism of choosing kindness over bitterness, collaboration over isolation, and moral courage over simple self-preservation. Tomorrow would begin the next chapter of Harry Potter's remarkable journey from abused child to confident young wizard, from unwanted burden to beloved family member, from isolated victim to collaborative partner in the sort of magical education and personal development that would prepare him not just for academic success, but for the kind of meaningful life that would make his parents proud and contribute positively to a magical world that desperately needed young people committed to justice, friendship, and the collaborative magic that could transform everything for the better. The first morning at Hogwarts dawned with the sort of golden autumn light that seemed designed to welcome new students to their first full day of formal magical education, streaming through the tall windows of Gryffindor Tower and gradually rousing the occupants of the first-year dormitory from the deep sleep that had followed their excitement and nervous anticipation about beginning their academic adventure at the most prestigious wizarding school in Britain. Harry woke to the unfamiliar but pleasant sensation of being surrounded by the quiet sounds of other people beginning their day, without any undercurrent of hostility or threat, a stark contrast to the hypervigilant awareness that had characterized his mornings during his years with the Dursleys, when each new day had brought fresh possibilities for punishment, criticism, or casual cruelty. The comfortable bed, the warm hangings that provided privacy within the shared dormitory space, and the friendly voices of his roommates created an atmosphere of security and belonging that he was still learning to accept as genuine rather than temporary. Ron Weasley's enthusiastic commentary about their upcoming schedule provided Harry with valuable orientation to the daily rhythms and academic expectations that would structure their school experience, while also revealing his new friend's natural optimism and excitement about finally beginning the magical education that his older brothers had described with such enthusiasm throughout his childhood. The casual familiarity with which Ron discussed professors, coursework, and house traditions demonstrated his comfort with wizarding culture in ways that complemented Hermione's systematic theoretical knowledge and Harry's practical magical preparation. Their first class was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, a prospect that filled Harry with genuine excitement rather than the anxious dread that had characterized his limited experience with formal education during his sporadic attendance at Muggle schools, where his differences had made him a target for both teacher frustration and student hostility. Professor McGonagall's individual tutoring sessions had prepared him for her teaching style and academic expectations, while also establishing a foundation of mutual respect and understanding that would serve him well in navigating the more challenging aspects of institutional learning, The Transfiguration classroom was located in one of Hogwarts' ancient towers, its tall windows providing excellent natural light for the precise observation and careful concentration that successful magical transformation required. The room was arranged with individual desks that could accommodate both written work and practical spellcasting, while the front of the classroom featured demonstration areas where Professor McGonagall could illustrate complex techniques and provide immediate feedback on student performance. But it was Professor McGonagall's approach to introducing new students to the theoretical foundations and practical requirements of Transfiguration magic that truly demonstrated her excellence as an educator and her commitment to ensuring that every student, regardless of background or previous preparation, had the opportunity to achieve success through systematic instruction and collaborative learning. Her opening lecture provided comprehensive overview of the discipline while also establishing clear expectations for student behavior, academic performance, and the sort of respectful engagement that would characterize their classroom community. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said, as she addressed the assembled first-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws who would share this class period, "I am pleased to see that your individual preparation has provided you with excellent foundations for formal Transfiguration study. However, I want all students to understand that success in this classroom will be determined by your willingness to practice systematically, support your classmates' learning, and approach challenging material with patience and persistence rather than simply relying on natural talent or previous experience. The emphasis on collaborative learning and mutual support, combined with clear acknowledgement that academic success required effort rather than simply inherited ability, created exactly the sort of educational environment that Harry had hoped to find at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's approach to instruction valued systematic preparation and genuine engagement, while also recognizing that students brought diverse strengths and learning styles that could enhance the educational experience for everyone when properly coordinated and respectfully managed. The practical lesson that followed Professor McGonagall's theoretical introduction involved the fundamental transfiguration technique of changing matchsticks into needles, a deceptively simple transformation that required precise visualization, controlled magical energy, and the sort of sustained concentration that beginning students often struggled to maintain throughout the complex spell sequence. The exercise was designed to assess individual magical ability while also providing opportunities for peer instruction and collaborative problem-solving. Harry's success with the matchstick transformation was immediate and complete, producing a perfect steel needle on his first attempt with the sort of controlled magical output that demonstrated months of systematic practice and theoretical preparation. But rather than using this early achievement to establish academic dominance or social superiority over his classmates, he immediately turned his attention to helping Ron and other students who were struggling with the precise wand movements and visualization techniques required for successful transfiguration work. "Brilliant work, Harry," Professor McGonagall said with obvious satisfaction at seeing her former tutoring student demonstrate both individual competence and collaborative instincts that would contribute positively to the classroom community. "I am awarding Gryffindor 5 points for your excellent transformation, and an additional 5 points for your immediate willingness to assist your classmates rather than simply enjoying personal success." Hermione's performance was equally impressive, though her approach to the assignment revealed the systematic, theoretical preparation that had characterized her magical education since discovering her abilities. She worked through the spell sequence with careful attention to the conceptual frameworks that governed successful transformation, explaining the underlying magical principles to classmates who were struggling with the practical application, while also achieving her own perfect needle transformation through methodical technique rather than intuitive magical control. But it was when Harry and Hermione attempted collaborative transfiguration that their combined abilities produced results that exceeded anything Professor McGonagall had anticipated from first-year students, regardless of their individual preparation or natural talent. Their synchronized spell work transformed not just individual matchsticks, but entire boxes of matches into perfectly matched sets of silver needles with decorative engravings that spoke to advanced magical craftsmanship rather than simple beginner exercises. Extraordinary, Professor McGonagall murmured with obvious amazement at the sophisticated magical work her students had achieved through partnership. That level of collaborative transfiguration represents magic that would challenge students several years older and considerably more experienced in formal magical education. She paused, her expression suggesting that their collaborative abilities had implications for their continued education that extended beyond simple academic achievement. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I believe your partnership represents exactly the sort of magical collaboration that the founders of Hogwarts hoped to encourage through house communities and shared learning experiences. You have demonstrated that individual excellence can be enhanced rather than compromised through genuine cooperation and mutual support. The Charms class that followed their successful Transfiguration lesson provided Harry and Hermione with their first opportunity to study under Professor Flitwick, the diminutive instructor whose enthusiastic approach to magical education and obvious delight in student achievement had been praised by every older Gryffindor who had offered advice about navigating their academic schedule successfully. Professor Flitwick's classroom was arranged to accommodate the practical spellcasting requirements that characterized Charms instruction, with adequate space between desks to prevent accidental magical interference and protective enchantments that would contain any spell accidents or misfired magical energy that might result from beginning students' imperfect technique or inadequate control over their developing abilities. The lesson focus was the levitation charm, a fundamental piece of practical magic that would provide the foundation for more complex charms work throughout their educational career, while also serving immediate practical purposes in their daily lives as students who would need to manage books, supplies, and personal belongings with magical assistance rather than simple physical manipulation. Wingardium Leviosa requires precise pronunciation, combined with the correct wand movement, Professor Flitwick explained, as he demonstrated the swish and flick motion that would direct magical energy into the specific pattern required for successful levitation. But more importantly, the spell requires clear intention and sustained concentration to maintain the magical effect over time, rather than simply achieving momentary success. Harry's familiarity with the levitation charm from his months of practice with Professor McGonagall meant that he could perform the spell successfully from his first attempt, producing smooth and controlled levitation that demonstrated both technical competence and the practical confidence that came from systematic preparation. But once again, his immediate response was to offer assistance to classmates who were struggling with the complex requirements rather than simply enjoying his own academic success. Ron's attempts with the levitation charm proved particularly frustrating, his wand movements technically correct, but lacking the precise timing and emotional control that successful charms work demanded. Harry's patient coaching and practical suggestions helped Ron achieve his first successful levitation after several unsuccessful attempts, creating a moment of shared triumph that strengthened their developing friendship, while also demonstrating the collaborative learning approach that characterized the best of Gryffindor House traditions. But it was Hermione's systematic analysis of the theoretical principles underlying the levitation charm that provided their entire class with enhanced understanding of why particular techniques worked while others failed to produce desired results. Her explanation of the magical mechanics involved in overcoming gravitational forces through controlled supernatural energy helped several struggling students achieve success through comprehension rather than simple repetition of prescribed movements. Excellent work, all of you, Professor Flitwick said, with obvious enthusiasm for their collaborative approach to learning and mutual support. Mr. Potter, your technical skill demonstrates excellent preparation, while Miss Granger's theoretical analysis and Mr. Weasley's persistence in overcoming initial difficulties represent exactly the sort of diverse learning approaches that produce the most successful magical education. The afternoon brought their first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson with Professor Quirrell, a class that Harry had anticipated with particular interest, given his growing understanding of the magical threats that had shaped his early life and might continue to influence his future security and welfare. The subject matter seemed directly relevant to his circumstances, as someone whose survival had already depended on magical protection and whose continued safety might require active defensive capabilities rather than simple reliance on external safeguards. Professor Quirrell's classroom was arranged with obvious attention to practical defensive training, featuring padded floors that would cushion falls during combat practice and reinforced walls that could contain magical effects that might prove more powerful or unpredictable than beginning students intended to produce. The atmosphere suggested serious preparation for genuine threats rather than simply academic study of theoretical defensive concepts. But Professor Quirrell himself proved to be a significant disappointment as an instructor, his nervous demeanor and obvious anxiety about his subject matter creating doubt about his competence to provide the sort of practical defensive training that students would need to protect themselves against real magical threats. His lectures were disorganized and difficult to follow, while his demonstrations of defensive techniques lacked the confidence and clarity that effective instruction required. More troubling was Professor Quirrell's obvious discomfort when Harry asked questions about practical applications of defensive magic or specific techniques that might prove useful against the sort of threats that had targeted his family and might continue to pose dangers throughout his education and future career. The professor's evasive responses and nervous deflections suggested either inadequate knowledge or unwillingness to provide students with genuinely useful defensive training. Harry found himself comparing Professor Quirrell's approach unfavorably to Professor McGonagall's systematic instruction in protective magic, which had provided him with both theoretical understanding and practical techniques that he could apply confidently in challenging circumstances. The contrast highlighted the importance of instructor competence and commitment in determining whether magical education would actually prepare students for the realities they might face outside the protected environment of Hogwarts. The evening study period in the Gryffindor Common Room provided Harry, Hermione, and Ron with their first opportunity to establish collaborative learning routines that would serve them throughout their school career, while also beginning to build the broader friendship networks that would enrich their social experience and academic support systems during their years at Hogwarts. The common room itself was a perfect environment for both individual study and group collaboration, with comfortable seating arrangements that could accommodate various learning styles and activities, while maintaining the warm, welcoming atmosphere that characterized Gryffindor house culture. The large fireplace provided both practical illumination and psychological comfort, while the numerous tables and study nooks allowed students to choose locations that suited their particular academic needs and social preferences. Hermione's approach to organizing their collaborative study sessions reflected the systematic methodology that had served them so well during their months of preparation with Professor McGonagall, combining individual review of course material with group discussion of challenging concepts and practical exercises that reinforced theoretical learning through hands-on application. Her detailed notes from each class provided excellent foundations for review and analysis, while her questions about theoretical implications helped all three friends achieve deeper understanding of magical principles. But it was Harry's willingness to share the advanced magical techniques and theoretical insights that his individual tutoring had provided that truly enhanced their group learning experience, offering Ron and other Gryffindor students access to knowledge and perspective that would have taken them much longer to acquire through classroom instruction alone. His collaborative approach to education reflected the values that the Granger family had instilled about sharing resources and supporting others' success, rather than hoarding advantages for personal benefit. Ron's contributions to their study group proved equally valuable, though in different ways that demonstrated the importance of diverse perspectives and experiences in creating comprehensive understanding of complex subject matter. His practical knowledge of wizarding culture, family traditions and social expectations provided context that enhanced their theoretical learning, while also helping Harry and Hermione navigate institutional dynamics and interpersonal relationships that might otherwise have proven challenging or confusing. The evening's most significant development came when their study session was joined by Neville Longbottom, whose obvious struggle with the day's coursework and general anxiety about academic performance reminded Harry powerfully of his own insecurities during the early stages of his magical education, when control and confidence had seemed impossible to achieve through any amount of effort or preparation. Neville's quiet request for assistance with the Transfiguration homework that had proven too challenging for him to complete independently provided Harry with an opportunity to offer the sort of patient encouragement and practical support that Professor McGonagall had provided during his own most difficult moments of learning and development. The collaborative approach to helping Neville understand the theoretical principles underlying successful magical transformation created exactly the sort of inclusive learning community that Harry had hoped to find at Hogwarts. But perhaps more importantly, Harry's interaction with Neville revealed the extent to which his own character had been shaped by his experiences with systematic abuse and recovery through genuine family support into someone who recognized vulnerability in others and responded with protective instincts rather than competitive dismissal or social exclusion. His natural inclination to help struggling classmates reflected both moral values and practical understanding that collaborative success was more meaningful and sustainable than individual achievement at others' expense. "You know, Neville," Harry said, as he worked through the Transfiguration principles with his obviously anxious classmate, "I think the most important thing about magic is remembering that it responds to confidence and calm focus rather than desperate effort. When I was first learning, I used to try too hard, and that made everything more difficult rather than easier." He paused, glancing at Hermione for confirmation, before continuing with observations about magical learning that reflected months of systematic instruction and theoretical study. "Professor McGonagall taught me that magic works best when you trust yourself and approach spells with steady intention rather than worried concentration. Maybe if we practice the basic wand movements without trying to do the actual transformation first, you can build up the confidence and muscle memory that will make the real spell easier." Neville's grateful acceptance of this assistance, combined with his obvious relief at being included in their collaborative study group rather than dismissed as a liability or academic burden, demonstrated the sort of inclusive house culture that Harry had hoped to find at Hogwarts. The evening study session evolved into a genuine learning community where students with diverse strengths and challenges supported each other's success while building the friendships that would sustain them through the academic and social pressures of their school career. As the evening concluded and first-year students began preparing for their second night in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry found himself reflecting on the remarkable success of his first full day of formal magical education and the confirmation that his hopes for Hogwarts as an environment that would celebrate rather than punish his differences had been largely justified by his actual experience. The academic challenges were indeed significant, requiring systematic effort and collaborative learning to master complex magical theory and practical applications. But they were the sort of meaningful challenges that promised genuine growth and development, rather than arbitrary obstacles designed to establish dominance hierarchies or eliminate students who failed to meet predetermined expectations. More importantly, the social environment was characterized by the sort of mutual support and inclusive collaboration that Harry had hoped to find, with opportunities for friendship and partnership that enhanced, rather than competed with, individual achievement and personal development. The collaborative magical work that he and Hermione had demonstrated in their classes had been recognized and celebrated, rather than viewed as problematic deviation from institutional norms or individual competition. The evening letters that arrived by owl post provided Harry with treasured communication from Dr. and Dr. Granger, whose loving support and genuine interest in his daily experiences reinforced his understanding that his family foundation remained strong and available, regardless of his physical location or institutional circumstances. Their encouragement about his academic success and social integration confirmed that his achievements at Hogwarts reflected their shared values about using abilities constructively rather than simply meeting external expectations about famous reputation or inherited potential. But perhaps most significantly, the day had provided Harry with evidence that his magical abilities, collaborative partnerships, and moral character were valued and supported within the Hogwarts community in ways that would enable him to contribute positively to the educational environment rather than simply surviving institutional pressures or managing unwanted celebrity status. The professor's recognition of his preparation and collaborative instincts, combined with his classmates' acceptance of his leadership and willingness to help others, suggested that his school experience would provide opportunities for meaningful growth and contribution. As he settled into his comfortable bed for his second night at Hogwarts, surrounded by the friendly voices and companionable presence of roommates who were rapidly becoming genuine friends rather than simply dormitory assignments, Harry Potter found himself genuinely excited about the educational adventure that lay ahead, rather than simply grateful that his circumstances had improved from the systematic abuse and isolation that had characterized his early childhood. Tomorrow would bring new classes, continued opportunities to develop magical abilities that had been suppressed for so many years, and further collaboration with friends whose diverse strengths and shared values would enhance his own learning, while contributing to the sort of inclusive community that represented the best of what magical education could achieve when properly approached and ethically managed. The defense against the dark arts homework that he completed before attempting sleep was more than simply an academic requirement. It represented practical preparation for the kinds of challenges that his famous reputation and family history might eventually create, but approached with the systematic confidence and collaborative support that would enable him to face such challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to his security and welfare. For the first time since learning about his magical heritage and the tragic circumstances that had shaped his early life, Harry felt genuinely optimistic about his ability to honor his parents' memory and contribute positively to the magical community, not through fulfilling other people's expectations about his destiny or inherited obligations, but through the authentic development of his character, abilities, and collaborative partnerships with people who shared his commitment to justice, friendship, and constructive use of extraordinary gifts. The ancient magic that flowed through the walls of Hogwarts seemed to recognize and support another young wizard whose character had been forged through adversity into genuine strength, whose magical abilities were being directed toward collaborative rather than competitive purposes, and whose presence would contribute to the ongoing tradition of moral courage and intellectual excellence that had characterized the best graduates of Gryffindor House throughout the school's long and distinguished history. The dreams that carried Harry toward his second morning at Hogwarts featured not the nightmares of violence and rejection that had characterized his sleep during his years of systematic abuse, but peaceful images of successful magical collaboration, meaningful academic achievement shared with genuine friends, and the sort of constructive magical work that could make positive differences in the lives of people who needed protection, support, and the kind of collaborative magic that could indeed transform everything for the better. Tomorrow would continue his remarkable journey from abused and isolated child to confident young wizard, from unwanted burden to beloved family member and valued friend, from suppressed magical abilities to systematic development of extraordinary gifts that could serve both his personal growth and the broader welfare of communities that desperately needed young people committed to justice, collaboration, and the transformative power of magic used with wisdom, courage, and genuine care for others' well-being. The first Christmas morning at Hogwarts dawned with the sort of pristine winter beauty that transformed the ancient castle into something approaching a fairy tale. Snow covering the grounds in pristine white, while frost created delicate patterns on the tall windows that filtered golden sunlight into the nearly empty dormitory, where Harry had chosen to remain during the holiday break, rather than returning to Little Whinging for family celebrations. The decision to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas had been made carefully, with extensive discussion between Harry, Hermione, and Dr. Granger about the various factors that might influence their holiday arrangements and family traditions during their first year away from home. The Grangers had initially planned to have both children return for Christmas celebrations that would maintain their family bonds while providing a break from the intensive academic and social pressures of their first term at magical school. But Harry's growing understanding of his place in both the magical and ordinary worlds had led him to recognize that spending Christmas at Hogwarts would provide valuable opportunities for deepening friendships with classmates who came from traditional wizarding families, experiencing magical holiday traditions that he had never encountered during his years with the Dursleys, and demonstrating his commitment to the Hogwarts community that had welcomed him so warmly throughout his first months of formal magical education. Hermione had chosen to join him in staying at school for Christmas, her decision reflecting both her desire to maintain their collaborative partnership during the holiday break and her characteristic intellectual curiosity about magical customs and traditions that could only be observed directly through participation in Hogwarts holiday celebrations. Her systematic approach to understanding wizarding culture had identified Christmas at school as an invaluable research opportunity that would enhance her long-term integration into magical society. The common room of Gryffindor Tower had been decorated with magnificent Christmas trees that sparkled with magical ornaments and floating candles, while garlands of holly and mistletoe created festive atmosphere that combined traditional holiday imagery with supernatural enhancements that spoke to centuries of magical Christmas celebrations at Hogwarts. The warm fires crackling in the fireplaces provided both practical comfort against the winter cold and psychological coziness that made the nearly empty dormitory feel welcoming rather than abandoned. But it was Christmas morning itself that provided Harry with his most emotionally overwhelming encounter with the concept of holiday gift-giving as an expression of genuine affection and thoughtful consideration rather than obligation or social expectation. The pile of wrapped presents that awaited him at the foot of his bed represented the first Christmas gifts he had ever received that were chosen specifically for him by people who knew and cared about his interests, personality, and individual preferences. Dr. Granger had sent a carefully selected collection of books that bridged magical and muggle perspectives on subjects that would enhance his educational development, while also reflecting their understanding of his intellectual curiosity and collaborative learning style. The volumes included advanced magical theory texts that would supplement his formal coursework, historical accounts of magical communities that would provide cultural context for his growing role in wizarding society, and biographical works about magical practitioners whose achievements and character might serve as positive models for his own development. But perhaps more significantly, they had included a leather-bound journal with his initials embossed on the cover, accompanied by a letter explaining that they wanted him to document his experiences at Hogwarts so that the family could share in his adventures and growth throughout his school career. The journal represented both practical tool for reflection and development and tangible evidence of their continued involvement in his life, despite the physical separation that his education required. Hermione's gift demonstrated the sort of thoughtful consideration and deep understanding of his character that had characterized their friendship from their first meeting in the park nearly 2 years earlier. She had created a comprehensive collection of their collaborative magical research, beautifully organized and annotated with insights about their partnership that documented their journey from isolated children discovering impossible abilities to confident young wizards whose collaborative spellwork had impressed professors and classmates throughout their first term at school. The research collection included detailed analysis of their magical compatibility, theoretical frameworks that explained their unusual ability to enhance each other's spellwork, and practical applications that could guide their continued collaboration throughout their educational career and beyond. But more importantly, it contained personal reflections about their friendship and mutual support that revealed the extent to which their partnership had enriched both of their lives in ways that extended far beyond simple academic achievement. Ron's gifts reflected his growing understanding of Harry's character and interests, as well as his family's generous inclusion of Harry in their Christmas traditions, despite his relatively recent addition to their circle of close friends. Mrs. Weasley had knitted Harry a beautiful green sweater with his initials, accompanied by a large box of homemade fudge and a warm letter welcoming him to their family traditions, and expressing hope that he would consider visiting the Burrow during future holiday breaks. The casual inclusion of Harry in Weasley family Christmas customs, combined with Mrs. Weasley's obvious care and attention in creating personalized gifts for someone she had never met, but whose welfare mattered to her son, provided Harry with powerful evidence that his growing network of relationships extended beyond simple school friendships to encompass the sort of extended family connections that characterized healthy magical communities. But it was the anonymous gift that awaited Harry among his Christmas presents that would prove most significant for his understanding of his magical heritage and his connection to his parents' legacy within the wizarding community. The silvery cloak that lay folded in an unmarked package carried no identification of its sender, but the accompanying note provided crucial information about its history and significance that connected Harry directly to his father's student years at Hogwarts. "Your father left this in my possession before he died." The note read in elegant handwriting that suggested someone with authority and long-standing connection to Harry's family history. "It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The invisibility cloak, as Harry quickly discovered when he experimented with its remarkable properties, was unlike any magical artifact he had encountered during his months of magical education and theoretical study. The silvery fabric rendered him completely invisible when worn, not simply hidden or camouflaged, but genuinely undetectable to normal observation, creating opportunities for exploration and investigation that went far beyond typical student privileges and permissions. But more importantly, the cloak represented tangible connection to his father's character and values that complemented the formal accounts of James Potter's academic achievements and moral courage that Professor McGonagall had shared during his educational preparation. The cloak suggested someone who had possessed adventurous spirit and willingness to bend rules when necessary for important purposes, qualities that Harry recognized in his own approach to justice and protection of others who might need assistance. Hermione's fascination with the invisibility cloak reflected both her intellectual curiosity about rare magical artifacts and her practical understanding of its potential applications for their continued collaborative research and investigation into aspects of Hogwarts and wizarding society that might not be accessible through conventional student channels. Her systematic analysis of the cloak's properties and possible uses demonstrated her characteristic thoroughness in approaching any new resource or opportunity. "Harry, this is extraordinary magical work," Hermione said, as she examined the cloak with obvious appreciation for its craftsmanship and supernatural capabilities. "True invisibility cloaks are extremely rare and valuable, and most of them lose their effectiveness over time as the magical properties deteriorate. This one appears to be in perfect condition, despite what must be decades of use." She paused, her expression reflecting the sort of analytical thinking that characterized her approach to complex magical phenomena. "More importantly, whoever sent this to you clearly intends for you to use it for purposes that go beyond simple possession of valuable magical artifacts. The timing of its return, combined with the anonymous nature of its delivery, suggests that someone believes you may need its capabilities for specific reasons related to your current circumstances." The Christmas feast that followed their morning gift exchange provided Harry and Hermione with their first opportunity to experience magical holiday celebrations in their full traditional splendor, with the Great Hall transformed into a winter wonderland that combined seasonal beauty with supernatural enhancements that created atmosphere of genuine magic and wonder. The decorations exceeded anything Harry had imagined, based on his limited experience with holiday celebrations during his years with the Dursleys, where Christmas had been primarily about Dudley's excessive material acquisitions rather than family togetherness or spiritual reflection. The small group of students who had remained at Hogwarts for Christmas created an intimate community that fostered deeper conversation and relationship building than was typically possible during the busy academic term, when social interactions were often limited to brief exchanges between classes or hurried study sessions in the crowded common room. The relaxed atmosphere and extended time for meaningful discussion provided Harry with valuable opportunities to learn about his classmates' families, backgrounds, and perspectives on magical society. Professor Dumbledore's presence at the Christmas feast provided Harry with his first extended social interaction with the headmaster since their uncomfortable meeting at 7 Magnolia Crescent, where Dumbledore's attempts to reassert control over Harry's living arrangements had been firmly rejected by both Harry and his chosen family. The Christmas setting created opportunities for more casual conversation that might reveal whether their previous conflicts had been resolved or whether underlying tensions about Harry's autonomy and family loyalties continued to complicate their relationship. But perhaps more significantly, the Christmas celebrations provided Harry with his first direct experience of the sort of magical community traditions and cultural practices that would shape his understanding of his place within wizarding society throughout his adult life. The combination of familiar holiday elements with supernatural enhancements created exactly the sort of bridge between ordinary and extraordinary experiences that characterized his growing integration into magical culture while maintaining connections to his chosen family's Muggle background. The afternoon brought the long-awaited opportunity to explore Hogwarts Castle, with the assistance of the invisibility cloak, providing Harry and Hermione with access to areas of the school that were typically off-limits to students, and enabling investigation into aspects of the castle's history and magical properties that would enhance their understanding of the institution that had become their educational home. Their exploration began with systematic investigation of the castle's architectural features and magical infrastructure, documenting the protective enchantments, transportation methods, and supernatural conveniences that characterized daily life in a magical institution designed to serve hundreds of students and faculty members with diverse needs and interests. Hermione's systematic approach to their investigation ensured that their exploration would contribute to their theoretical understanding rather than simply satisfying casual curiosity. But it was their discovery of the Mirror of Erist in a disused classroom that provided Harry with his most emotionally overwhelming encounter with his family heritage and the profound sense of loss that continued to shape his understanding of his identity, despite the love and security he had found with the Granger family. The ancient magical mirror showed not his reflection, but the deepest desires of his heart in ways that bypassed conscious defenses and revealed truths about his emotional needs that he had not fully acknowledged even to himself. The vision that appeared in the mirror showed Harry surrounded by his birth parents, James and Lily Potter, whose presence provided the sort of complete family connection that no amount of love from his chosen family could entirely replace. But more significantly, the vision included Doctor and Doctor, Granger and Hermione, suggesting that his deepest desire was not to replace his current relationships, but to have all the people he loved together in one unified family that honored both his birth heritage and his chosen connections. Hermione's presence during his encounter with the mirror provided crucial emotional support and analytical perspective that helped him process the complex feelings that the vision evoked without becoming overwhelmed by grief for relationships that were impossible to recover, or guilt about wishing for more than the considerable love and security he had already received from people who had chosen to make him part of their family. "Harry," she said, quietly, as she observed his emotional response to seeing his parents in the magical reflection, "I think it's completely natural that you would want to know your birth parents and have them be part of your life. That doesn't diminish or betray the love you have for our family now. It just means you have room in your heart for all the people who have shaped who you are." Her understanding and acceptance of his complex feelings about family loyalty and emotional connection demonstrated the sort of mature perspective and generous spirit that had characterized her friendship from their earliest interactions. Instead of feeling threatened by his continued attachment to parents she had never known, she recognized that his capacity for love and loyalty was enhanced rather than diminished by maintaining connections to multiple sources of family identity and support. The evening that followed their exploration provided Harry and Hermione with extended time for reflection and conversation about their first term at Hogwarts, their growing understanding of magical society and their place within it, and their plans for continued collaboration and development throughout their educational career and beyond. The comfortable atmosphere of the nearly empty Gryffindor common room created perfect conditions for the sort of meaningful discussion that would deepen their friendship and strengthen their partnership. Their analysis of their first term's academic achievement revealed remarkable success in adapting to formal magical education while maintaining the collaborative approach to learning that had characterized their preparation under Professor McGonagall's individual tutoring. Their professors had consistently praised not only their individual competence, but also their ability to enhance each other's performance and contribute to their classmates' learning through generous sharing of knowledge and patient assistance with challenging material. But perhaps more importantly, their social integration had proceeded smoothly, with both Harry and Hermione forming genuine friendships with classmates who appreciated their character and abilities while respecting their close partnership and shared commitment to using their gifts constructively rather than competitively. The inclusive approach to friendship and collaborative learning that they had demonstrated had helped create positive social dynamics within their house, and that would benefit everyone throughout their school career. The letters that they composed to Dr. and Dr. Granger about their Christmas experiences and first-term achievements provided opportunities for reflection about their growth and development, while maintaining the family connections that continued to provide emotional foundation and moral guidance despite the physical separation that their education required. Harry's letter included detailed accounts of his academic success, social relationships, and growing understanding of his place in magical society that would reassure his parents about his welfare while sharing his excitement about continued learning and development. But his letter also included careful exploration of his complex feelings about discovering more about his birth parents and magical heritage while remaining completely committed to the family that had chosen to love and support him when he had nowhere else to turn. The balance between honoring his past and embracing his present represented exactly the sort of emotional maturity and moral clarity that Dr. Granger had hoped to see develop through his experience of genuine family love and security. As the Christmas holidays drew to a close and students began returning to Hogwarts for the spring term, Harry found himself reflecting on the profound transformation in his circumstances and understanding since his desperate escape from Privet Drive more than 18 months earlier. The frightened, abused child who had fled from systematic cruelty with no understanding of his identity or potential had become a confident young wizard with strong family support, genuine friendships, and clear sense of purpose about using his abilities for constructive rather than destructive ends. The academic success that he had achieved during his first term at Hogwarts represented more than simple educational accomplishment. It was evidence that his intellectual curiosity and collaborative learning style could thrive in an environment that valued excellence while supporting individual development and mutual assistance rather than encouraging cutthroat competition or social hierarchy based on inherited privilege or natural talent. More importantly, the friendships he had formed with classmates from diverse backgrounds and family traditions had provided him with comprehensive understanding of magical society that would serve him well throughout his continued education and adult life within wizarding communities. His growing network of relationships extended far beyond simple social convenience to encompass genuine connections based on shared values, compatible personalities, and mutual respect for individual differences and strengths. The return of students from their family Christmas celebrations brought renewed energy and excitement to Hogwarts as friends reconnected, shared holiday experiences, and prepared for the academic challenges that would characterize the spring term. Harry's decision to remain at school during the holidays had provided him with valuable opportunities for deeper exploration and relationship building, but he was equally excited about resuming the full social and academic rhythm that characterized normal school operations. Ron's enthusiastic accounts of Christmas celebrations at the Burrow provided Harry with fascinating insights into traditional magical family customs and the sort of chaotic, loving household atmosphere that characterized large wizarding families with strong traditions and generous hospitality. The contrast between Ron's descriptions of family warmth and Harry's own memories of Christmas with the Dursleys reinforced his appreciation for the love and security he had found with the Granger family, while also highlighting the diversity of positive family structures within both magical and Muggle communities. The spring term promised new academic challenges and opportunities for continued development of magical abilities that had progressed remarkably since the beginning of their formal education. Advanced coursework would require more sophisticated theoretical understanding and more complex practical applications, while extracurricular activities and social responsibilities would provide additional channels for contributing positively to the Hogwarts community and developing leadership skills that would serve the broader magical society. But perhaps most significantly, the spring term would bring Harry closer to his first full year of formal magical education, marking the complete transformation from unwanted burden and systematic victim to confident student and valued community member, whose presence enhanced rather than complicated the lives of people around him. The measurement of time in academic terms rather than survival intervals represented fundamental change in his understanding of his place in the world and his expectations for continued growth and contribution. As he prepared for sleep in his comfortable dormitory bed, surrounded by friends who had become genuinely important to him, Harry Potter found himself looking forward to tomorrow and the continued opportunities it would bring for learning, friendship, and the sort of meaningful magical work that could honor both his parents' memory and his own developing sense of purpose and moral commitment to using extraordinary gifts for the benefit of others who might need protection, support, or simply the knowledge that they were not alone in facing whatever challenges life might present. The dreams that carried him toward his continued education at Hogwarts featured not the nightmares of violence and rejection that had characterized his sleep during his years of systematic abuse, but hopeful images of collaborative magical achievement, lasting friendships based on mutual respect and shared values, and the sort of constructive contribution to magical society that would justify the love and sacrifice that so many people had invested in his welfare and development throughout his remarkable journey from despair to genuine happiness. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter fell asleep with complete confidence that tomorrow would bring opportunities for continued growth rather than threats to his security, chances to deepen relationships that enhanced his life rather than relationships that demanded performance or gratitude in exchange for conditional acceptance, and possibilities for using his abilities in ways that reflected his authentic values rather than simply meeting other people's expectations about his famous reputation or inherited obligations. The ancient magic that flowed through the walls of Hogwarts seemed to recognize and celebrate another young wizard whose character had been forged through adversity into something approaching genuine wisdom, whose magical abilities were being directed toward collaborative rather than competitive purposes, and whose presence would contribute to the ongoing tradition of moral courage, intellectual excellence, and transformative magic that had characterized the best graduates of Gryffindor House throughout the school's long and distinguished history of preparing young wizards to serve the greater good through individual excellence, enhanced by collaborative partnership and unwavering commitment to justice, friendship, and the sort of love that could, indeed, transform everything for the better. Tomorrow would continue the remarkable journey that had begun with a desperate 8-year-old's escape from systematic cruelty and had led through genuine family love, collaborative magical education, and authentic friendship to this moment of complete belonging in a community that valued his character rather than simply managing his reputation, that celebrated his differences rather than punishing them, and that offered him the opportunity to become everything his parents had hoped he would be, not through fulfilling predetermined destiny, but through the daily choice to use extraordinary gifts with wisdom, courage, and genuine care for the welfare of everyone whose lives he had the privilege to touch. The greater good, as Harry Potter was finally learning to understand it, was not an abstract principle that justified individual sacrifice or systematic cruelty, but the practical result of people choosing to love and protect and support each other with the best of their abilities, creating communities where everyone could flourish rather than simply survive, and ensuring that extraordinary gifts were used to enhance rather than dominate the ordinary magic of friendship, family, and the kind of belonging that made all other achievements meaningful and worthwhile. The walk to 7 Magnolia Crescent took less than 10 minutes, but for Harry it felt like crossing into an entirely different universe. Each step carried him further from the familiar geography of his misery and closer to something that his limited experience had taught him not to trust. Kindness, in Harry's world, was either a mistake that would be quickly corrected or a trap that would spring closed at the worst possible moment. Yet something about Hermione's straightforward manner, her obvious intelligence, and equally obvious concern made it difficult to maintain his usual defensive skepticism. The houses on Magnolia Crescent were marginally larger than those on Privet Drive, their front gardens more elaborate, and their driveways broader, suggesting families with slightly more disposable income and considerably more interest in aesthetic presentation. But it was the house itself that stopped Harry in his tracks as they approached the front gate. Number 7 wasn't just well-maintained, it was clearly loved, from the climbing roses that framed the front door, to the window boxes overflowing with colourful flowers, to the small brass nameplate that read Granger in elegant script. It looked like the kind of house where people lived who had never had to hide bruises or explain away mysterious injuries to suspicious neighbours. It looked like the kind of house where children were fed regularly and asked about their days and tucked into bed with stories and goodnight kisses. It looked, Harry realised with a pang, of something that might have been envy or might have been hope, like a home rather than simply a place where people happened to sleep. Hermione pushed open the front gate with practiced ease, gesturing for Harry to follow her up the neat brick pathway that led to the front door. She moved with the confident stride of someone who had never had to worry about whether she would be welcome in her own house, never had to calculate the mood of the adults inside before deciding whether it was safe to enter. The casual way she produced a key from her pocket and unlocked the door spoke of trust and security that Harry could barely comprehend. "Mum, Dad, I'm back," Hermione called as they stepped into a hallway that smelled of coffee and toast and something that might have been cinnamon. "I brought someone with me who needs help." The interior of the Granger house was everything that Harry had imagined it might be based on his brief observation of Hermione's character. Bookshelves lined the walls of the front hall, their contents suggesting parents who valued learning and a daughter who had inherited their intellectual curiosity. Family photographs in mismatched frames showed various combinations of people who were clearly related and clearly fond of each other, their smiles genuine rather than posed for social expectation. But it was the immediate response to Hermione's announcement that truly revealed the character of the people who lived in this house. Instead of irritation at an unexpected early morning visitor, instead of suspicious questions about who this someone might be and what kind of help they might require, the voices that answered from what was presumably the kitchen carried nothing but warm curiosity and immediate willingness to assist. "Of course, dear," came a woman's voice, rich with affection, and completely free of the sort of calculated patience that adults usually employed when dealing with children's requests. "Bring them through. I've just put the kettle on." The kitchen, when they reached it, was exactly what Harry had expected, and nothing like any kitchen he had ever experienced. It was clearly the heart of the house, a large, sunny room where people gathered and talked and shared meals that were about more than simple nutrition. Copper pots hung from hooks above a well-used stove, Herb plants crowded the windowsill above the sink, and a large wooden table dominated the center of the room, its surface scarred by years of family life and homework sessions and late-night conversations. But it was the people in the kitchen who truly captured Harry's attention and immediately justified every positive assumption he had made about Hermione's family situation. Dr. Monica Granger stood at the stove, stirring what smelled like scrambled eggs, her brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and her face carrying the kind of calm competence that suggested someone accustomed to solving problems rather than creating them. Dr. Dan Granger sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and what appeared to be a medical journal, but he immediately set both aside when Hermione entered with her unexpected guest. The transformation in both parents' expressions when they saw Harry was immediate and telling. Warmth shifted to concern, casual morning routine giving way to focused attention on a child who was clearly in some form of distress. But there was nothing threatening in their reaction, nothing that suggested blame or suspicion, or the kind of irritated impatience that Harry had learned to expect from adults confronted with inconvenient problems. "Oh my goodness," Dr. Monica Granger said softly, her maternal instincts clearly triggered by Harry's obvious condition. "Sweetheart, what's happened to you?" Harry found himself the subject of two pairs of concerned adult eyes, both clearly trained by their medical profession to observe and assess without making premature judgments. He could feel them cataloguing the visible evidence of his situation, the bruises on his arms, his bare feet, his rumpled clothes, his general air of someone who had spent a difficult night without proper shelter or care. "This is Harry," Hermione said simply, settling into her usual chair at the kitchen table with the easy familiarity of a child who had never had to question her welcome anywhere. "I found him sleeping in the park. Someone's been hurting him." The directness of this announcement might have embarrassed or angered Harry under other circumstances, but something about the matter-of-fact way Hermione stated the obvious truth, combined with her parents' immediate shift into protective mode rather than skeptical questioning, made it feel less like exposure and more like finally being seen by people who actually cared what they were looking at. Dr. Dan Granger leaned forward slightly, his expression serious but gentle. "Harry, is it? I'm Dan Granger, and this is my wife, Monica. We're both doctors, and we'd like to help you if you'll let us." The offer was made without conditions or expectations, a simple statement of availability that reminded Harry of nothing so much as the way Hermione had offered to share her duck-feeding breadcrumbs. These were people, he realized with something approaching wonder, who seemed to operate from a default assumption that helping others was simply what civilized human beings did for each other. "I don't want to be any trouble," Harry said automatically, the phrase programmed by years of Dursley conditioning into an immediate response to any offer of assistance. "It's probably not as bad as it looks." Dr. Monica Granger moved away from the stove, crossing to the sink to wash her hands with the kind of thorough precision that spoke to her medical training. When she turned back to face Harry, her expression carried the sort of gentle authority that he imagined she used with nervous patients. "Harry, I'd like to take a look at those bruises if you don't mind. Not to pry or make you uncomfortable, but because untreated injuries can sometimes cause problems later on. Would that be all right?" The request was made with such careful respect for his autonomy, such obvious concern for his comfort and consent, that Harry found himself nodding before his usual defensive reflexes could engage. When was the last time an adult had asked his permission before doing something that affected him? When was the last time anyone had treated his comfort and wishes as factors worth considering? Dr. Monica Granger's examination was gentle and thorough, her trained hands exploring the extent of his injuries with professional competence, tempered by obvious compassion. Harry found himself answering her quiet questions about when the injuries had occurred and how much pain he was experiencing, the words emerging more easily than they ever had when Aunt Petunia had grudgingly applied adhesive bandages to cuts and scrapes that couldn't be completely ignored. "These are consistent with systematic physical abuse," Dr. Monica Granger said quietly to her husband when the examination was complete, using the kind of careful professional language that acknowledged Harry's presence while discussing the reality of his situation. Recent injuries layered over older ones, classic defensive positioning, clear evidence of prolonged maltreatment. Dr. Dan Granger's expression had grown increasingly grim during his wife's assessment, but when he spoke, his voice remained calm and reassuring. "Harry, we need you to know that none of this is your fault. Adults who hurt children are the ones with the problem, not the children they hurt." "Do you understand that?" Harry stared at him, completely unprepared for such a direct statement of something he had never dared to believe. In the Dursley household, every punishment, every beating, every moment of cruelty had been carefully framed as natural consequence for his inherent wrongness, his freakish nature, his burden on a family that had taken him in out of reluctant obligation. The idea that he might not deserve the treatment he had received was so revolutionary that it felt almost dangerous to contemplate. "We'd like you to stay here while we figure out the best way to help you," Dr. Monica Granger continued, applying antiseptic to the worst of his cuts with careful precision. "At least until we can make sure you're safe and have a proper place to go. Would that be acceptable to you?" The question hung in the morning air of the sunny kitchen, carrying implications that Harry's young mind could barely begin to process. They were offering him sanctuary, these people who had known him for less than an hour, these strangers who had no obligation to involve themselves in his problems. They were offering him safety and care and the kind of basic human decency that he had been taught to expect from no one. "I don't have anywhere else to go," Harry admitted finally, the words emerging from some deep place of honesty that he had learned to keep carefully hidden. "My aunt and uncle, they don't really want me around. Last night was particularly bad, and I thought maybe if I left for a while, things might cool down." Dr. Dan Granger exchanged a meaningful look with his wife, the kind of wordless communication that Harry had observed between couples who had learned to function as a unified team. Their expressions suggested that they found his euphemistic description of systematic abuse less than convincing, but they seemed to understand that pushing for more details might not be productive at this early stage of building trust. "Well then, Doctor," Monica Granger said with determined cheerfulness, "let's get some proper food into you, and then we can work on finding you some clothes that fit properly. Monica, would you mind starting the washing machine? I suspect Harry's clothes could use a proper cleaning." Hermione, who had been quietly observing this exchange while setting the kitchen table with practiced efficiency, looked up from her task with obvious satisfaction. She had clearly anticipated that her parents would react exactly as they had, with immediate protective instincts and practical problem-solving, rather than bureaucratic hesitation or moral lecturing. "Harry should sit here," Hermione announced, indicating the chair next to her own at the kitchen table. "It has the best view of the garden, and he can see the bird feeder from there. Did you know that we have at least 6 different species of birds that visit regularly? I've been keeping a list." The casual way she included him in the family breakfast routine, the assumption that he belonged at their table and would be interested in the domestic details of their daily life, was perhaps more overwhelming than all the adult kindness combined. This was what it felt like, Harry realized, to be welcomed without reservation, to be treated as a person whose presence added value rather than created problems. The breakfast that followed was unlike any meal Harry had ever experienced. Food appeared in abundance, offered freely, and without the sort of careful rationing that characterized eating in the Dursley household. Dr. Monica Granger seemed to take genuine pleasure in watching Harry eat, occasionally offering additional helpings or suggesting items that might appeal to someone who was clearly undernourished and overwhelmed by the sheer variety of available options. But it was the conversation that truly revealed the character of this family, and their approach to including unexpected guests in their domestic routine. Instead of the sort of pointed questioning that might have been expected under the circumstances, they simply talked, sharing observations about the day ahead and gentle inquiries about Harry's interests and experiences that felt more like genuine curiosity than interrogation. "Do you like to read?" Hermione asked at one point, buttering a slice of toast with the kind of methodical precision that Harry was beginning to recognize as characteristic of her approach to most activities. "I have lots of books if you'd like to borrow some while you're staying with us." The casual assumption that he would be staying with them, that this was not a temporary emergency measure, but an ongoing arrangement that would include normal childhood activities like reading for pleasure, was almost too much for Harry to process. In his experience, help always came with time limits and conditions, temporary measures designed to solve immediate problems without addressing underlying causes. "I don't really get to read much," Harry admitted, then immediately worried that this confession might sound like criticism of the Dursleys or ingratitude for the accommodation they had provided. "I mean, there are books at my aunt and uncle's house, but they're mostly for my cousin, and I'm usually pretty busy with chores and things." Dr. Dan Granger's expression suggested that he found this explanation as euphemistic as Harry's earlier description of his home situation, but his response focused on practical solutions rather than uncomfortable truths. "Well, that's easily remedied. Monica has quite the collection, and she's always eager to share recommendations with fellow bibliophiles." The word bibliophile was unfamiliar to Harry, but the context made its meaning clear enough. These were people who valued books and reading, and the kind of intellectual curiosity that the Dursleys had always dismissed as showing off or getting above oneself. The idea that his interest in learning might be seen as positive rather than problematic was almost as revolutionary as the idea that he might not deserve the treatment he had received. After breakfast, Dr. Monica Granger led Harry upstairs to what she described as the guest room, a small but comfortable space, with its own window overlooking the back garden and a bookshelf stocked with what appeared to be a carefully curated selection of age-appropriate literature. The bed was made up with clean sheets and multiple pillows, and there were fresh towels on the desk chair, along with what looked like some of Dr. Dan Granger's older clothes, in sizes that might approximate Harry's dimensions. "The bathroom is just down the hall, Doctor," Monica Granger explained, showing him how the shower controls worked and pointing out the various toiletries that were available for his use. "Take as long as you need to get cleaned up, and don't worry about the clothes for now. We can sort out something more permanent once we've figured out the longer-term situation." Harry found himself alone in what was apparently his room, staring around at accommodations that were more comfortable and welcoming than any space he had ever been allowed to call his own. The guest room was larger than his cupboard under the stairs, better furnished than Dudley's second bedroom that he had briefly inhabited, and filled with the kind of thoughtful touches that suggested people who actually cared about the comfort of their visitors. The shower was a revelation in itself, hot water in unlimited quantities, and soap that smelled of lavender, rather than the harsh industrial cleanser that was the only option in the Dursley household. Harry stood under the spray longer than was probably necessary, marveling at the simple luxury of washing without time limits or criticism of his water usage. His injuries stung when the soap touched them, but the overall sensation was one of cleansing that went deeper than mere physical dirt. Dr. Dan Granger's borrowed clothes were too large, of course, but they were clean and soft, and carried the faint scent of fabric softener that spoke to household routines focused on comfort rather than mere functionality. When Harry finally ventured downstairs, feeling more human than he had in months, he found Hermione curled in a chair in what appeared to be the family sitting room, a large book open on her lap, and her expression one of complete absorption. "Feel better?" she asked, looking up from her reading with the kind of immediate attention that suggested she had been listening for his return. "Mum left clean clothes on your bed for tomorrow, and she said to tell you that lunch will be ready whenever you're hungry again." The casual mention of tomorrow, the assumption that he would still be here, that there would be a continuing routine that included him, was almost overwhelming in its implications. Harry settled into the chair across from Hermione, trying to process the reality of his dramatically altered circumstances. "What are you reading?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about this girl who seemed to approach everything with such systematic thoroughness. A book about childhood development and trauma recovery, Hermione replied matter-of-factly, as if 8-year-olds routinely conducted research into complex psychological topics. I wanted to understand more about what you've been through and how to help properly. Did you know that children who experience chronic stress often have difficulty trusting new situations, even when those situations are objectively safe? Harry stared at her, amazed by her directness in addressing what most people would consider an uncomfortable topic requiring delicate handling. But somehow, coming from Hermione, this clinical approach felt less threatening than false cheerfulness or careful avoidance of obvious truths might have been. That sounds about right, Harry admitted. I keep waiting for something to go wrong, for someone to decide they've made a mistake, and I need to go back where I came from. Hermione considered this admission with the same serious attention she might give to a particularly complex mathematical problem. That makes perfect sense, given your experiences. But I think you should know that my parents don't make decisions like this lightly. When they say you can stay here, they mean it. She paused, closing her book and giving Harry her complete attention. Also, I should probably mention that sometimes strange things happen around me. Things that adults call impossible or coincidence, but that I'm starting to think might be something else entirely. Do you ever experience anything like that? The question was asked with such careful neutrality that Harry found himself studying Hermione's expression for clues about what kind of answer she might be hoping to receive. There was something in her tone, some undercurrent of shared understanding that suggested this might not be the first time she had asked such a question. Strange things like what? Harry asked cautiously, though part of him already suspected what kind of strangeness Hermione might be referencing. Hermione glanced toward the doorway, apparently checking to make sure they wouldn't be overheard, then leaned forward with the air of someone sharing a significant secret. Sometimes when I get really emotional, things happen. Books fall off shelves when I'm angry. Flowers bloom out of season when I'm happy. Yesterday, when I was frustrated with a maths problem, all the pencils in my room changed colors. Harry felt something shift inside his chest, some long-held tension beginning to ease as he recognized the familiar pattern of impossible events that had characterized his own experience of the world. He had never met another child who had experienced similar phenomena, had never heard anyone describe the same kind of inexplicable occurrences that had made him a target for Dursley hatred and fear. I made my cousin's hair turn green, Harry said quietly, testing the waters of this potential shared understanding, just by wanting it to happen while he was being particularly horrible. And sometimes when Uncle Vernon is shouting at me, light bulbs explode. Hermione's face lit up with something that might have been relief or excitement, or a combination of both. She leaned back in her chair with an expression of satisfaction that suggested a puzzle piece had finally clicked into place. I knew it, she said with quiet triumph. I knew there had to be others like me. I've been reading everything I can find about unexplained phenomena and statistical anomalies, trying to understand what makes us different from other people. The phrase others like me resonated in Harry's consciousness with the force of revelation. For the first time in his life, he was not alone in his strangeness, not the only person who experienced impossible things that adults refuse to believe or acknowledge. There was another child who understood what it felt like to be different in ways that couldn't be easily explained or safely discussed. Do your parents know? Harry asked, wondering how And Dr. Granger had reacted to their daughter's extraordinary abilities. I've tried to explain it to them, but they're scientists, Hermione said with a slight shrug. They look for rational explanations, and usually find them, or convince themselves they've found them. I don't think they're ready to accept that their daughter might be genuinely unusual in ways that can't be measured or categorized according to conventional understanding. Harry nodded, understanding completely the challenge of living with abilities that the adult world was not prepared to acknowledge or accept. But where his experience had been one of fear and punishment for his differences, Hermione seemed to have found ways to study and understand her abilities without triggering the kind of defensive hostility that had characterized the Dursley response to his strangeness. "What if we tried to figure it out together?" Hermione suggested, her expression brightening with the prospect of collaborative investigation. "What if we kept careful records of when these things happen and what triggers them, and whether there are patterns we can identify? Maybe if we approach it systematically, we can understand what we are and why we're different." The idea of systematic investigation into their shared strangeness appealed to Harry in ways he hadn't expected. Instead of hiding his differences or being punished for them, instead of feeling isolated and freakish and fundamentally wrong, he might actually be able to understand and perhaps even control whatever made him different from other children. "I'd like that," Harry said simply, and meant it with an intensity that surprised him. Hermione smiled, the expression transforming her serious face into something radiant with possibility and shared purpose. "Excellent. I'll get my notebook, and we can start documenting everything we remember about previous incidents. This is going to be fascinating." As she hurried upstairs to retrieve her research materials, Harry found himself alone in the Granger sitting room, surrounded by comfortable furniture and family photographs, and the kind of peaceful domesticity that he had only read about in books. For the first time since his desperate escape from Privet Drive, he felt something that might have been hope beginning to take root in his chest. Perhaps his differences weren't curses to be hidden and punished. Perhaps they were simply aspects of who he was that could be understood and developed with the right approach and the right companions. Perhaps this Hermione Granger, with her systematic mind and genuine acceptance of the impossible, might be exactly the partner he needed to navigate whatever lay ahead. When she returned with a thick notebook and several pencils, settling into her chair with the air of someone embarking on a significant research project, Harry felt a smile spreading across his face that was completely genuine for the second time in his conscious memory. "All right," Hermione said with brisk efficiency, opening her notebook to a fresh page. "Let's start with the basics. When did you first notice that you could make things happen just by wanting them to happen?" As Harry began to recount his earliest memories of unexplained phenomena, of flowers blooming in winter and hair changing colors and light bulbs responding to his emotional state, he realized that he was no longer telling a story of freakishness and shame. Instead, he was sharing the details of what might turn out to be extraordinary abilities with someone who understood them as natural rather than unnatural, fascinating rather than frightening. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was discussing his differences with someone who didn't see them as evidence of fundamental wrongness, but as interesting data points in a mystery that might have wonderful rather than terrible implications. The afternoon passed in a blur of detailed recollection and careful documentation, 2 8-year-old children creating the foundation for an understanding that would change both of their lives in ways they could not yet begin to imagine. But even in those early hours of collaboration and shared discovery, Harry felt something fundamental shift in his understanding of himself and his place in the world. He was no longer alone. He was no longer simply wrong or different or freakish. He was a person with unusual abilities who had found another person with similar gifts, and together they might be able to discover what those abilities meant and how they could be used for good rather than harm. As the sun began to set over the peaceful suburban landscape of Magnolia Crescent, Harry Potter found himself looking forward to tomorrow for the first time in his conscious memory, eager to continue the work of understanding himself and his capabilities with someone who saw them as assets rather than liabilities. He was safe, he was wanted, and he was no longer alone in his strangeness. After 8 years of isolation and cruelty, it felt very much like a miracle. 3 weeks had passed since Harry's desperate escape from No. 4 Privet Drive, and the rhythm of life at 7 Magnolia Crescent had settled into something that felt almost impossibly normal. Each morning, he woke in the guest room that Dr. and Dr. Granger had quietly begun referring to as his room, sunlight streaming through windows that he was free to open or close according to his preferences, rather than someone else's arbitrary rules. Each evening, he helped with dinner preparations and homework sessions, and the comfortable domestic routines of a family that had somehow expanded to include him without strain or resentment. But perhaps most remarkably, Harry had begun to sleep through the night without the terror-laden dreams that had plagued him for as long as he could remember. The constant hypervigilance that had characterized his existence at the Dursleys was gradually giving way to something approaching genuine rest, his body finally accepting that he was safe enough to let down his guard during the vulnerable hours of sleep. The transformation had not gone unnoticed by his hosts. Dr. Monica Granger, with her trained eye for signs of trauma and recovery, had mentioned to her husband that Harry's posture was becoming less defensive, his startle responses less pronounced, his general demeanor more consistent with that of a normal 8-year-old child, rather than someone perpetually braced for attack. Dr. Dan Granger had observed that Harry's appetite was steadying into healthy patterns, that he was beginning to ask for things he wanted, rather than simply accepting whatever was offered, that he was showing signs of the natural curiosity and assertiveness that should characterize a bright child in a supportive environment. But it was Hermione who had noticed the most significant change, though she approached it with her characteristic systematic observation rather than emotional commentary. Harry's magical incidents were becoming both more frequent and more controlled, less like random explosions of impossible phenomena, and more like responses that could be anticipated, documented, and perhaps eventually understood. Their shared research project had evolved into something approaching scientific methodology, with carefully maintained logs of emotional triggers, environmental factors, and the specific nature of each magical occurrence. Hermione had divided her thick notebook into sections covering different types of phenomena, cross-referenced with detailed notes about Harry's emotional state, recent food intake, weather conditions, and any other variables that might prove relevant to understanding the patterns underlying their shared abilities. This morning, like most mornings over the past 3 weeks, found them in the back garden immediately after breakfast, conducting what Hermione had begun calling their experimental sessions. The garden provided both privacy from adult observation and a controlled environment where they could practice without risking damage to valuable household items or unwanted attention from neighbors who might struggle to find rational explanations for impossible events. Today's focus was what Hermione had categorized as intentional object manipulation, the deliberate attempt to make things happen through concentrated effort rather than emotional outburst. They had discovered, through careful trial and documentation, that both of them could achieve limited success when they approached their abilities with focused intention, rather than simply hoping for random, positive results. Harry sat cross-legged on the grass near Dr. Monica Granger's prize-winning rose bushes, staring with intense concentration at a small pebble that Hermione had placed precisely 3 feet away from his position. The goal was simple in concept, if challenging in execution: to make the pebble move from its current location to a position 6 inches closer to him, using nothing but focused mental effort and whatever mysterious force seemed to respond to their intentions under the right circumstances. "Feel the connection," Hermione coached from her position nearby, where she was conducting her own experiments with a handful of flower petals that she was attempting to arrange into geometric patterns through pure willpower. "Don't try to force it. Remember what we discovered last week about emotional state and magical responsiveness. Calm confidence seems to work better than desperate effort." Harry nodded, trying to achieve the mental equilibrium that their previous experiments had suggested was most conducive to successful magical manipulation. The challenge lay in maintaining focused intention without the kind of emotional intensity that had triggered his most dramatic early incidents. Anger and fear had provided powerful fuel for accidental magic, but they were proving less useful for the controlled, deliberate effects that would eventually allow him to understand and direct his abilities rather than simply enduring their unpredictable manifestations. The pebble remained stubbornly motionless for several minutes as Harry concentrated on visualizing its movement, trying to will it into compliance through sheer force of focused attention. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, It began to shift against the grass, rolling slowly but undeniably in his direction until it came to rest exactly where he had intended it to stop. "Excellent," Hermione said with quiet satisfaction, making careful notes in her research journal. "That's the longest sustained, controlled movement you've achieved so far. How did it feel different from the attempts that didn't work?" Harry considered the question with the same seriousness that Hermione brought to all aspects of their collaborative investigation. "Less like pushing and more like asking," he said finally, almost as if I was requesting cooperation rather than demanding obedience. Hermione looked up from her note-taking with an expression of interest that suggested this observation might be significant for their theoretical understanding of magical mechanics. "That's consistent with my experience as well. When I approach the flower petals as if I'm trying to force them into position, nothing happens. But when I imagine myself gently encouraging them to arrange themselves in pleasing patterns, they seem much more responsive to suggestion." She gestured toward her own experimental setup, where rose petals had indeed arranged themselves into a perfect spiral pattern that would have been difficult to achieve through manual manipulation, much less through coincidence or natural factors. The effect was subtle enough that a casual observer might dismiss it as an interesting accident, but careful observation revealed a precision that spoke to deliberate rather than random causation. Their morning practice session was interrupted by the sound of the back gate opening, followed by footsteps on the garden path that suggested someone was approaching with purposeful intent rather than casual social visiting. Harry felt his body tense automatically, primitive reflexes prepared for confrontation or flight, even though his conscious mind reminded him that visitors to the Granger household were unlikely to represent immediate threats to his safety. But the woman who appeared around the corner of the house was unlike any visitor Harry had encountered during his 3 weeks of residence at 7 Magnolia Crescent. She was elderly, but carried herself with the kind of alert vigor that suggested someone accustomed to active engagement with the world around her. Her clothing was practical rather than fashionable, her grey hair pulled back in a neat bun, and her sharp eyes took in the scene before her with obvious intelligence and equally obvious concern. More troubling than her unexpected appearance was the fact that she seemed to be looking directly at Harry with the sort of recognition that implied prior knowledge of his identity and current circumstances. This was not, Harry realized with growing unease, a random encounter with a curious neighbor or social acquaintance of the Granger family. "Harry Potter," the woman said, her voice carrying the kind of authority that adults used when they expected immediate compliance rather than negotiation. "I believe we need to have a conversation." Harry felt his carefully rebuilt sense of security crumble with devastating speed, all the progress of the past 3 weeks dissolving in the face of what appeared to be exactly the sort of official intervention that he had feared since his escape from Privet Drive. Someone had found him. Someone knew where he was. Someone was here to return him to a situation that he would rather die than face again. But Hermione, with characteristic directness, stepped immediately into the space between Harry and the unexpected visitor, her posture protective despite her small size and obvious youth. "Who are you?" she demanded with admirable firmness. "And why are you looking for Harry? Are you from social services? Because if so, you should know that my parents are both doctors, and they've been taking excellent care of him." The woman's expression softened slightly at Hermione's protective response, though her attention remained focused primarily on Harry and his obvious distress at her appearance. "I am Professor McGonagall," she said, with careful formality. "And I am here because I have been monitoring Harry's situation for some time, though perhaps not as carefully as I should have been." The words professor and monitoring did nothing to reassure Harry about this woman's intentions or affiliations. In his limited experience, official titles usually meant official power, and official power was rarely exercised in the interests of children who had inconvenienced the systems designed to manage their lives. He found himself calculating distances to the back gate, wondering if he could reach it before this Professor McGonagall could prevent his escape, already planning alternative routes through the neighborhood that might allow him to disappear before she could involve whatever authorities she represented. But Professor McGonagall's next words stopped his flight calculations before they could advance beyond preliminary stages. "I want you to know, Harry, that I am not here to take you anywhere you do not want to go. I am here because I have observed your magical development over the past several weeks, and I believe it is time for you to understand what you truly are." Harry stared at her, trying to process the implications of her casual reference to magical development. This woman knew about the strange things that happened around him. More than that, she seemed to consider them normal rather than freakish, worthy of observation and discussion rather than punishment and denial. Hermione, meanwhile, had latched onto the professor's words with characteristic intellectual intensity. "You said magical development," she said with barely contained excitement. "Are you saying that what Harry and I have been experiencing, the things we can do that other people can't, are actually magic? Real magic?" Professor McGonagall studied Hermione with obvious interest, her sharp eyes taking in details that Harry suspected were more significant than they appeared to casual observation. "Both of you have been experiencing unusual phenomena, have you? That is interesting indeed, Miss Granger. And what is your assessment of the nature of these phenomena?" Hermione straightened with obvious pride at being asked to present her research findings to someone who seemed to take the subject seriously. "We've been conducting systematic experiments and documentation for the past 3 weeks, she said, with the confidence of someone who had approached an unusual situation with scientific rigor. "We've identified patterns in emotional triggers, environmental factors, and the specific types of effects we can achieve through focused intention." She paused, glancing at Harry for permission to share their private research with this unexpected authority figure. Harry found himself nodding despite his continued wariness, curious about how someone who claimed professional knowledge of magical phenomena might respond to Hermione's careful analysis. "We've concluded that we both possess some form of psychokinetic ability that responds to emotional state and conscious direction," Hermione continued with growing enthusiasm. "The effects are reproducible under controlled conditions, though they require practice to achieve consistency. We've documented over 40 discrete incidents across multiple categories of phenomenon." Professor McGonagall listened to this recitation with an expression that combined approval and something that might have been amusement. When Hermione finished her summary, the professor nodded with obvious satisfaction. "Miss Granger, that is remarkably thorough work for someone so young," she said with genuine admiration. "And your conclusions are quite accurate, though you may find that the reality of your abilities extends considerably beyond what you have discovered through independent experimentation." She turned her attention back to Harry, her expression becoming more serious as she addressed what were clearly the more complicated aspects of his situation. "Harry, I believe it is time for you to know that you are a wizard. Both of you are, in fact, though Miss Granger's magical heritage appears to be manifesting somewhat earlier than is typical for children born to non-magical parents." The word wizard hung in the morning air between them, carrying implications that Harry's young mind struggled to process fully. In his limited experience, wizards existed in fairy tales and children's books, fictional characters who could cast spells and transform objects and fly on broomsticks. The idea that he might actually be one of those mythical figures seemed too fantastical to accept, even given the evidence of his own impossible abilities. But Professor McGonagall was not finished with revelations that would challenge everything Harry thought he knew about himself and his place in the world. "You attend a school called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she continued with the matter-of-fact tone of someone discussing routine educational arrangements. "Both of you will receive your official letters of acceptance when you turn 11, though your circumstances are somewhat more complex than typical." She paused, her expression becoming noticeably more grave as she prepared to address aspects of Harry's situation that were clearly less pleasant than discussions of magical education and special abilities. "Harry, I must also tell you that you are rather famous in the wizarding world, though I suspect the reasons for your fame are not ones that will bring you much comfort. Harry felt his stomach clench with familiar dread, the same sensation that had accompanied every previous revelation about his past or identity. In his experience, being notable for any reason was more likely to bring trouble than advantage, more likely to result in unwanted attention than beneficial opportunities. "Your parents," Professor McGonagall said with careful gentleness, "were murdered by a very dangerous dark wizard when you were a baby. This wizard, who called himself Lord Voldemort, attempted to kill you as well, but for reasons that magical scholars still do not fully understand, his attack failed, and he was destroyed instead." The words hit Harry with physical force, confirming his worst fears about the mysterious circumstances that had led to his placement with the Dursleys. He had always known that his parents' death in a car accident, the explanation that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had provided, did not fully account for the obvious hatred and fear that characterized their treatment of him. But learning that his parents had been deliberately murdered, that he had been the intended victim of magical assassination, was somehow worse than any of the possibilities his imagination had conjured during his years of wondering about his origins. Hermione moved closer to Harry, her presence a wordless offer of support that he found more comforting than any verbal reassurance might have been. She did not attempt to minimize the significance of what he had just learned, or offer false consolation about silver linings or greater purposes. Instead, she simply stood beside him in the terrible moment of learning that his worst fears about his past had been conservative estimates of the actual truth. Professor McGonagall seemed to recognize the impact of her revelation and allowed several minutes of silence before continuing with information that would prove equally challenging to Harry's understanding of his recent history. "Harry, I must also tell you that your placement with the Dursley family was not accidental. You were deliberately placed in their care by Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School, because he believed that living with your mother's sister would provide you with magical protection derived from her sacrifice." Harry stared at her, trying to process the implications of this additional revelation. The systematic abuse that had characterized his 8 years with the Dursleys had not been an unfortunate accident or a failure of the social services system to properly monitor his welfare. Instead, it had been the predictable result of a deliberate decision by someone who apparently possessed the authority to determine his living arrangements without consulting his preferences or monitoring his actual treatment. "Someone new," Harry said slowly, his voice barely audible as he worked through the logic of Professor McGonagall's explanation. "Someone with the power to put me somewhere else knew what they were like and decided I should stay there anyway." Professor McGonagall's expression confirmed Harry's understanding with obvious reluctance and what might have been guilt or regret. Professor Dumbledore was aware that the Dursleys were not ideal guardians, she admitted with careful precision, but he believed that the magical protection provided by your mother's blood sacrifice was more important than your immediate comfort or happiness. The clinical way she discussed the deliberate decision to prioritize theoretical magical protection over his actual physical and emotional welfare struck Harry with the force of betrayal. Some adult with power over his life had known about the abuse and chosen to allow it to continue because it served what they considered a greater purpose. His suffering had been not an accident, but a calculated acceptable loss in someone else's strategic planning. "That's monstrous," Hermione said with quiet fury, her intellectual assessment of the situation cutting through emotional considerations to reach moral conclusions with characteristic directness. Adults who allow children to be abused for any reason are failing in their fundamental responsibilities. There is no greater good that justifies systematic harm to someone who cannot protect themselves. Professor McGonagall nodded with obvious agreement, her expression suggesting that Hermione's assessment aligned with her own evaluation of the ethical implications involved. "Miss Granger, you are quite correct. And I want you both to know that I have been conducting my own investigation into Harry's circumstances over the past several weeks, documenting the evidence of his mistreatment and building a case for alternative arrangements." She turned her attention back to Harry, her tone becoming more practical as she moved from explaining past failures to outlining potential solutions for current problems. Harry, I am here to offer you choices about your future that you have never been given before. You can remain with the Granger family, who have clearly provided you with excellent care and genuine affection. You can come with me to receive formal magical education and training in an environment where your abilities will be understood and developed. Or you can choose some combination of these options that serves your interests rather than someone else's theoretical calculations. The idea of having choices, real choices about his own life and future, was almost as overwhelming as learning that he was a wizard or that his parents had been murdered by magical assassins. For 8 years, Harry's existence had been entirely subject to other people's decisions and preferences, his own wants and needs considered irrelevant to any calculation about his welfare or placement. Now this Professor McGonagall was suggesting that he might actually have some control over what happened to him next. "What about Hermione?" Harry asked, his first concern being for the person who had shown him more genuine kindness and understanding than anyone else in his conscious memory. "If she's magical too, does that mean she'll have to go away for school when she turns 11? Professor McGonagall's expression softened with something that might have been approval for his immediate concern about his friend's welfare rather than his own options. "Miss Granger will indeed receive her Hogwarts letter when she reaches the appropriate age," she confirmed, "and given the accelerated development of her abilities, likely along with additional resources for advanced preparation. But that is still several years away, and there are many arrangements possible for continuing your friendship and magical education in the meantime." She paused, studying both children with obvious assessment of their characters and the nature of their bond. "In fact, I would say that your friendship has been beneficial for both of your magical development. Miss Granger's systematic approach has helped Harry achieve better control over his abilities, while Harry's more intuitive understanding has helped Miss Granger access powers that might have taken longer to manifest through purely intellectual analysis." Hermione looked pleased by this professional validation of their collaborative research methods, while Harry felt a surge of relief that his newfound friendship would not be immediately threatened by these new revelations about their magical nature and educational requirements. But there was still the question of immediate arrangements, the practical problem of where Harry would live and how his situation would be managed now that official magical authority was aware of his location and circumstances. Professor McGonagall seemed to recognize this concern, addressing it with the same directness that had characterized her approach to explaining his magical heritage. "Harry, I propose that you continue living with the Granger family for the immediate future, while I arrange for proper legal documentation of your situation and formal magical education to prepare you for Hogwarts when you reach 11. Dr. and Dr. Granger have expressed willingness to serve as your guardians if you choose to stay with them, and I believe this arrangement serves your best interests far better than any alternative currently available." The casual reference to Dr. and Dr. Granger having been consulted about their willingness to continue hosting him suggested that Professor McGonagall had been conducting a more thorough investigation than Harry had realized. But rather than feeling violated by this monitoring, Harry found himself grateful that someone with apparent authority had been observing his situation carefully enough to understand the genuine care and affection that characterized his relationship with Hermione's family. "What about the Dursleys?" Harry asked, though he was not sure why he felt compelled to raise the question of people who had shown him nothing but cruelty and rejection. "Will they try to make me come back?" Professor McGonagall's expression became noticeably grim at this question, suggesting that she had given considerable thought to the legal and practical complexities involved in permanently removing Harry from his relative's custody. "The Dursleys have made no effort to locate you or report your disappearance to any authorities," she said with obvious disapproval. "Their lack of concern for your welfare will make it considerably easier to argue that they are unfit guardians who have voluntarily relinquished their responsibilities." She paused, her tone becoming more serious as she addressed the implications of his continued separation from his official guardians. However, there are certain magical protections associated with your mother's sacrifice that may be affected by your permanent separation from your aunt's household. I will need to research these implications carefully before making final recommendations about your long-term living arrangements. Harry nodded, though the reference to magical protections that might require his return to the Dursleys filled him with cold dread. After 3 weeks of safety and kindness, the thought of being forced back to Privet Drive for theoretical magical reasons seemed like a continuation of the same logic that had placed him there originally, prioritizing abstract considerations over his actual welfare and happiness. But Hermione, with her characteristic directness, addressed the fundamental flaw in any argument that might require Harry's return to an abusive situation. If the magical protection comes from his mother's love and sacrifice, she said with logical precision, then surely it would be stronger in an environment where he is actually loved and protected, rather than one where he is systematically harmed. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione with obvious respect for her reasoning abilities and the moral clarity of her position. Miss Granger, that is an excellent point that I intend to raise with Professor Dumbledore when I report on Harry's current circumstances. Your logic may well prove more sound than the theoretical calculations that have guided previous decisions about Harry's placement. She stood to leave, apparently satisfied that she had accomplished her immediate goals of making contact with Harry, explaining his magical heritage, and assessing his current living situation. But before departing, she turned back to address both children with information that would prove crucial for their continued magical development. I will be returning next week with books and materials for your magical education, she announced with obvious satisfaction at having discovered 2 young magical children who were approaching their abilities with intelligence and systematic study rather than fear and suppression. Miss Granger, your research methods are excellent, but there are aspects of magical theory that will enhance your understanding considerably. Harry, you will benefit from formal instruction in control techniques that will help you achieve consistency in your abilities. As Professor McGonagall walked back toward the garden gate, her departure as purposeful as her arrival had been, Harry found himself standing in his adopted family's back garden with a completely transformed understanding of himself, his abilities, and his place in the world. He was not a freak, or an aberration, or a burden to be endured. He was a wizard, a member of a community where his abilities would be understood and developed rather than feared and punished. More importantly, he was a wizard who had found genuine friendship and family support, who would not have to navigate the complexities of magical education and development alone. Hermione stood beside him, her expression cycling through excitement about the formal magical education they would receive and determination to continue their collaborative research with the enhanced understanding that Professor McGonagall's books would provide. "Harry," she said with quiet intensity, "do you realize what this means? Everything we've been discovering about ourselves, all the abilities we've been documenting and trying to understand, are just the beginning of what we'll be able to learn and do." Harry nodded, though part of his attention remained focused on the professor's warning about magical protections that might require his return to the Dursleys. The idea that his newfound happiness and security might be temporary, subject to revision based on theoretical magical considerations, was almost too terrible to contemplate seriously. But for now, at least, he was safe. He was wanted. He was understood and appreciated for who he truly was, rather than punished for differences he could not control. And perhaps most importantly, he was no longer alone in navigating the complexities of being different in a world that did not readily accept difference. As they walked back toward the house to share news of Professor McGonagall's visit with Dr. and Dr. Granger, Harry allowed himself to hope that the magical protection his mother had provided might prove compatible with the genuine love and protection he had found with his chosen family. Perhaps the 2 types of protection might actually reinforce each other, creating a foundation of safety that could not be compromised by theoretical calculations or administrative convenience. Perhaps for the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter's best interests and the requirements of magical law might actually align rather than conflict. It was a fragile hope, but it was hope nonetheless, and after 8 years of systematic cruelty, hope felt very much like magic in itself. Professor McGonagall's promise to return within a week had carried the weight of certainty, but Harry found himself counting days with the kind of anxious anticipation that made time seem to crawl rather than flow. 7 days stretched into what felt like 7 months, each morning bringing the possibility of her return, and each evening bringing the disappointment of continued waiting. It was not that he doubted her word exactly, but 8 years of broken promises and casual betrayals had taught him to maintain skeptical distance from adult assurances, no matter how sincere they might appear. Hermione, with characteristic practicality, had used the interval to expand their research beyond simple documentation of magical incidents into a more comprehensive study of what she termed magical theory foundations. Her systematic mind had seized on Professor McGonagall's promise of formal educational materials as an opportunity to prepare for more advanced learning, and she had convinced Dr. Granger to make several trips to the local library in search of any materials that might relate to their unusual situation. The challenge, of course, was that libraries in Little Whinging were not well stocked with resources on practical magic or wizarding education. But Hermione had approached this obstacle with the same logical determination that she brought to all problems, expanding her search to include historical texts on folklore, anthropology studies of traditional belief systems, and even theoretical physics papers that might provide frameworks for understanding phenomena that appeared to violate conventional scientific principles. The results had been mixed but illuminating. While none of the academic sources provided direct instruction in magical techniques, they did offer Harry and Hermione a broader context for understanding themselves as part of a historical tradition rather than isolated anomalies. Hermione had been particularly fascinated by anthropological studies of shamanic practices and traditional healing methods, finding patterns that seemed to correlate with their own experiences of emotional triggers and intentional manipulation of their environment. Harry, meanwhile, had found himself drawn to historical accounts of individuals who had been persecuted for demonstrating abilities that their societies could not explain or accept. Reading about witch trials and religious persecution had provided him with a sobering perspective on why magical communities might need to maintain secrecy from the broader population, but it had also reinforced his growing understanding that his differences were not evidence of moral failing or inherent wrongness. Their morning practice sessions had evolved as well, becoming more structured and goal-oriented as they incorporated insights from Hermione's expanded research. They had begun experimenting with what Hermione called environmental magic, attempts to influence weather patterns and plant growth through focused intention rather than simple object manipulation. The results had been subtle but consistent enough to document, with several instances of encouraging rain during dry spells and promoting faster growth in Dr. Monica Granger's vegetable garden. But it was on the 7th day of waiting, during what they had planned as a routine practice session in the back garden, that their magical experimentation attracted attention of a sort that neither of them had anticipated or prepared for. Harry had been concentrating on encouraging a wilted rose bush to recover from recent transplant shock, his hands hovering over the struggling plant while he visualized healthy growth and vibrant blooms. The technique had worked before on smaller plants, and he was cautiously optimistic about scaling up to more significant horticultural challenges. The magic, when it came, was unlike anything either of them had experienced before. Instead of the gradual, controlled effects they had learned to achieve through careful practice, Harry felt something surge through him like electricity, a rush of power that transformed his gentle encouragement into something far more dramatic and impossible to ignore. The rosebush did not simply recover from its transplant shock. Instead, it exploded into growth, doubling in size within seconds and producing dozens of perfect blooms in shades of red and gold that had never appeared in Dr. Monica Granger's carefully planned colour scheme. But the magical surge did not stop with the rosebush. Every plant within a 10-foot radius of Harry's position began responding to whatever force he had accidentally unleashed, growing and blooming and flourishing with supernatural vigour. Grass grew tall enough to wave in the breeze, flower beds exploded into riotous colour, and the ancient oak tree that shaded the back garden produced a full canopy of autumn leaves, despite the midsummer date. Hermione, who had been documenting the session with her usual careful attention to detail, found herself staring at magical effects that went far beyond anything they had achieved during their previous experimentation. But more troubling than the dramatic scope of Harry's accidental magic was the fact that it showed no signs of stopping or moderating. Plants continued growing, colours continued intensifying, and the very air around them seemed to shimmer with residual magical energy that neither of them understood how to contain or redirect. "Harry," Hermione said with careful calm, though her voice carried undertones of concern that suggested she was as overwhelmed by these developments as he was. "I think you need to step away from the garden before this gets any worse." But when Harry tried to move, tried to break the connection between his intentions and the magical chaos that was transforming the Granger back garden into something that belonged more in fairy tales than suburban Surrey, he found that the power would not release its hold on him. Magic continued flowing through him like a river in flood, carrying him along rather than responding to his attempts at control or direction. It was in this moment of magical crisis, with Harry trapped at the centre of supernatural forces that he could not understand or manage, that Professor McGonagall's promised return finally materialized. But instead of the measured approach she had employed during her initial visit, the professor appeared in the back garden with the kind of sudden precision that suggested magical transportation rather than conventional arrival methods. Her response to the magical chaos surrounding Harry was immediate and professional, her wand appearing in her hand with practiced efficiency as she began casting spells that Harry could not hear clearly, but that had immediate effects on the runaway magic that had been threatening to consume the entire garden. The supernatural growth slowed, then stopped, then gradually began reversing itself until the garden returned to something approaching its original state. Harry found himself sitting on the grass, exhausted by the magical exertion, and deeply grateful for Professor McGonagall's timely intervention. His hands shook slightly as the last of the uncontrolled magic dissipated, leaving behind only the normal summer afternoon atmosphere that had existed before his attempts at botanical encouragement had spiraled beyond his ability to manage. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, with a combination of concern and professional assessment, "what exactly were you attempting to accomplish with that display of raw magical force?" "I was trying to help the rose bush recover from being transplanted," Harry explained, feeling foolish about the enormous gap between his modest intentions and the dramatic results he had achieved. It worked before with smaller plants, but this time something went wrong, and I couldn't make it stop. Professor McGonagall studied him with obvious interest, her expression suggesting that she found these developments significant for reasons that extended beyond simple concern about gardening accidents. "Mr. Potter, what you have just experienced is called magical overflow, a phenomenon that typically occurs when young wizards attempt to channel more power than their control mechanisms can safely regulate." She paused, her tone becoming more serious as she continued with implications that Harry suspected he was not going to find entirely reassuring. "The level of raw power you demonstrated is quite unusual for someone your age, particularly someone who has received no formal training in magical control techniques. This suggests that your magical potential is considerably stronger than average, which creates both opportunities and challenges for your education and development." Hermione, who had been taking careful notes throughout this exchange, looked up from her documentation with obvious curiosity about the theoretical implications of Harry's dramatic magical display. "Professor McGonagall, does this mean that Harry's magical abilities are significantly above normal levels for his age group? And if so, what does that suggest about the kind of training and education he will require? Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly at Hermione's immediate focus on practical educational considerations rather than dramatic speculation about Harry's unusual abilities. Miss Granger, your questions demonstrate exactly the sort of systematic thinking that will serve you well in formal magical education. Yes, Mr. Potter's demonstrated power levels are well above average, which means he will require specialized instruction in control techniques to prevent future incidents of magical overflow. She gestured toward the garden, where traces of the supernatural growth were still visible despite her intervention. Uncontrolled magical surges of this magnitude can be dangerous, both to the wizard experiencing them and to anyone in the immediate vicinity. It is crucial that Harry learns proper channeling techniques before his power levels increase further with age and development. Harry felt a familiar knot of anxiety forming in his stomach as he contemplated the implications of requiring specialized instruction for abilities that he had not asked for and did not fully understand. In his experience, being different in ways that required special attention usually led to more problems than solutions, more complications than conveniences. But Professor McGonagall seemed to recognize his concern, addressing it with the kind of practical reassurance that suggested she had considerable experience helping young wizards navigate the complexities of unusual magical development. Mr. Potter, I want you to understand that having strong magical abilities is not a burden or a curse. With proper training and support, your power levels will become an asset rather than a source of anxiety or dangerous accidents. She paused, her expression becoming more thoughtful as she continued with information that would prove crucial for Harry's understanding of his place in the broader magical community. In fact, your father was known for similarly strong magical abilities when he was at Hogwarts. It appears that you have inherited not only his appearance, but also his potential for advanced magical achievement. The casual reference to his father's magical abilities struck Harry with unexpected emotional force. For 8 years, the Dursleys had provided him with no information about his parents, beyond the fabricated car accident story. No details about their personalities or interests or achievements that might help him understand something about his own identity and potential. Learning that his magical abilities might represent a connection to his father, rather than simply random genetic accident, was both comforting and overwhelming. Professor McGonagall seemed to recognize the emotional impact of this information, continuing with additional details that helped fill in some of the blank spaces in Harry's understanding of his family history. Both of your parents were exceptional students at Hogwarts, she said, with obvious respect for their memory. Your mother was particularly gifted in protective magic and magical theory, while your father excelled in transfiguration and advanced charms work. They were both members of Gryffindor House, known for courage and determination in the face of adversity. She gestured toward Hermione, whose careful note-taking had continued throughout this discussion of Harry's family background and magical inheritance. Miss Granger, your own magical development has been quite remarkable as well, though in different ways from Mr. Potter's dramatic power displays. Your systematic approach to understanding and controlling your abilities suggests natural talent for magical theory and research that will serve you well in advanced studies. Hermione looked pleased by this professional assessment of her research methods, but her primary focus remained on practical considerations about their continued magical education and development. Professor McGonagall, you mentioned that you would be providing us with books and materials for magical education. Given what just happened with Harry's magical overflow, should we be modifying our practice sessions to focus more on control techniques rather than experimental work? Professor McGonagall nodded with obvious approval for Hermione's immediate identification of the most important practical implications of Harry's magical accident. Miss Granger, that is exactly the right question to ask. Yes, I believe it is time for both of you to begin formal instruction in magical control and safety techniques before proceeding with any additional experimental work. She reached into a bag that Harry had not noticed her carrying, producing several thick volumes that looked considerably more substantial than any of the library books that Hermione had been studying. "These are beginning textbooks for magical theory and control techniques," she explained, handing the books to Hermione with obvious confidence in her ability to make good use of them. "They will provide you with proper foundations for understanding your abilities and learning to channel them safely and effectively." Harry found himself staring at the books with something approaching reverence. These were not library volumes borrowed from Muggle collections that might contain relevant information by accident. These were actual magical textbooks, written specifically for young wizards learning to understand and control their abilities. They represented access to knowledge and instruction that he had never dared to hope might be available to him. But Professor McGonagall was not finished with revelations that would transform their understanding of their situation and immediate future. "I have also been investigating the circumstances of Harry's placement with the Dursley family," she continued, her tone becoming noticeably more grim as she addressed this less pleasant aspect of Harry's history. "What I have discovered is deeply troubling and will require significant intervention to address properly." She paused, her expression suggesting that the information she was about to share would be difficult for Harry to hear, but necessary for his understanding of the forces that had shaped his early life. "Professor Dumbledore's decision to place you with the Dursleys was made without proper investigation of their suitability as guardians and without adequate monitoring of your welfare during the subsequent years. The magical protections he claimed would result from this placement appear to be largely theoretical rather than practically effective." Harry felt his stomach clench with familiar dread as Professor McGonagall confirmed what he had begun to suspect during their previous conversation. His suffering at the hands of the Dursleys had not been an unfortunate accident or oversight. It had been the predictable result of decisions made by people who possessed the power to arrange better care, but had chosen not to exercise that power responsibly. More troubling still was Professor McGonagall's implication that the magical protections that had supposedly justified his placement with abusive relatives might not actually exist in any meaningful form. If the theoretical benefits were imaginary, then his 8 years of systematic mistreatment had accomplished nothing beyond satisfying someone's administrative preferences rather than serving any genuine protective purpose. Professor McGonagall seemed to recognize the impact of this information on Harry's understanding of his past and his trust in magical authority figures. "Mr. Potter, I want you to know that I am taking formal action to address these failures of supervision and protection. I have documented the evidence of your mistreatment and am presenting a formal complaint to the Board of Governors at Hogwarts regarding Professor Dumbledore's handling of your guardianship arrangements." She paused, her expression becoming more serious as she continued with information that would prove crucial for Harry's immediate security and long-term welfare. "I am also arranging for alternative magical protections that do not require your residence with relatives who have demonstrated their unfitness as guardians. There are protective charms and wards that can be applied to your current living situation that will provide genuine security rather than theoretical benefits." The casual reference to protective charms and wards that could be applied to his residence with the Granger family filled Harry with something approaching hope. If Professor McGonagall could provide real magical protection without requiring his return to the Dursleys, then perhaps his newfound happiness and security need not be temporary after all. But Hermione, with characteristic attention to detail and potential complications, raised questions about the practical implementation of such protective measures. "Professor McGonagall, would applying magical protections to our house create any problems for my parents? They're Muggles, and I wouldn't want them to be affected by magic they don't understand or experience consequences they haven't agreed to accept." Professor McGonagall's expression softened with obvious respect for Hermione's immediate concern for her parents' welfare and autonomy. "Miss Granger, that is exactly the sort of thoughtful consideration that demonstrates your maturity and good judgment. Yes, any protective magic applied to your family's residence would require proper consultation with your parents and their informed consent before implementation. She paused, her tone becoming more practical as she outlined the steps that would be necessary to ensure that magical protections could be implemented safely and appropriately. I will be speaking with Dr. and Dr. Granger this afternoon to explain the situation fully and discuss their willingness to have their home protected by magical means. Given their obvious care for Harry's welfare, I believe they will be receptive to measures that enhance his security. Harry found himself amazed once again by the consideration that magical authority was showing for the preferences and concerns of the people who had chosen to help him. In his limited experience with official power, the wants and needs of individuals were typically subordinated to administrative convenience or theoretical greater goods. The idea that Professor McGonagall would actually consult with the Grangers about magical protections rather than simply implementing whatever she deemed appropriate was almost as revolutionary as learning that he was a wizard. The afternoon that followed Professor McGonagall's arrival proved to be one of the most educational that Harry had experienced since beginning his residence with the Granger family. The magical textbooks that the professor had provided were unlike anything he had encountered in his previous limited exposure to academic materials, written with the assumption that readers possessed magical abilities and needed practical instruction rather than theoretical speculation. Hermione approached these new resources with the same systematic enthusiasm that she brought to all learning opportunities, immediately organizing a study schedule that would allow them to work through the fundamental concepts in logical progression rather than random exploration. Her ability to absorb and synthesize complex information was even more impressive when applied to subjects that directly related to their own abilities and experiences. But it was the chapter on magical safety and control techniques that proved most immediately relevant to their situation, particularly given Harry's recent experience with magical overflow. The textbook provided detailed explanations of how young wizards could learn to monitor their magical energy levels, recognize early warning signs of potential overflow situations, and implement emergency containment techniques when their power output exceeded their control capabilities. Harry found himself studying these sections with intense concentration, motivated by the very real fear of experiencing another, uncontrolled magical surge that might cause more serious damage than supernatural plant growth. The idea of accidentally hurting someone through magical overflow, particularly someone he cared about, was almost too terrible to contemplate seriously. The control techniques described in the textbook were more complex than the simple focusing exercises that he and Hermione had developed through independent experimentation, requiring careful attention to breathing patterns, mental visualization, and what the author described as internal magical awareness. But with Hermione's help in interpreting the technical language and organizing practice sessions, Harry began to understand how he might develop better oversight of his own magical responses. Their afternoon study session was interrupted by the sound of Professor McGonagall's return from her consultation with Dr. and Dr. Granger, her footsteps on the back garden path suggesting that the conversation had concluded successfully. When she appeared around the corner of the house, her expression carried the sort of satisfied determination that suggested positive developments in Harry's situation. Dr. and Dr. Granger have agreed to allow protective wards to be placed on their home, Professor McGonagall announced without preamble. They have also formally agreed to serve as Harry's legal guardians, with full documentation to be completed through both Muggle and magical legal systems to ensure that his placement here is permanent and protected from interference. Harry felt something ease in his chest that he had not realized he had been carrying, some deep tension about the temporary nature of his current happiness finally releasing its hold on his ability to fully embrace his new circumstances. The Grangers had not simply been providing him with emergency shelter, while more permanent arrangements were made. They had committed to making him a permanent member of their family, with all the legal protections and emotional security that such commitment implied. But Professor McGonagall was not finished with information that would transform Harry's understanding of his immediate future and long-term prospects. I have also spoken with several colleagues about arranging advanced magical instruction for both of you during the years before you begin formal education at Hogwarts. Your demonstrated abilities and systematic approach to learning suggest that you would benefit from more comprehensive preparation than is typically provided to young wizards. She gestured toward the magical textbooks that Harry and Hermione had been studying, with obvious satisfaction at their immediate engagement with formal magical education materials. Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms at Hogwarts, has expressed interest in providing periodic instruction in advanced control techniques. Professor Sprout, who oversees herbology, would like to work with you on understanding the intersection between magical ability and plant growth, given your recent experiences with botanical magic. The prospect of receiving instruction from actual Hogwarts professors, of learning directly from experts who understood magic as a legitimate field of study rather than a collection of impossible phenomena, was almost overwhelming in its implications. Harry had spent 8 years being punished for abilities that he could not control or explain. Now he was being offered the opportunity to study those same abilities with people who considered them worthy of academic attention and professional development. Hermione, meanwhile, had focused on the practical implications of receiving advanced instruction while continuing to live with her family and maintain her existing relationships. Professor McGonagall, would this additional instruction interfere with our ability to continue our independent research and experimentation, or would it complement the work we've already been doing? Professor McGonagall's expression suggested that she found this question both predictable and admirable, given Hermione's obvious dedication to systematic learning and collaborative investigation. Miss Granger, I believe that formal instruction will enhance, rather than replace, your independent research. You will have access to theoretical frameworks and practical techniques that will make your experimentation more focused and more safely conducted. She paused, her tone becoming more reflective as she continued with observations about their collaborative research methods and their potential for advanced magical achievement. In fact, your systematic approach to documenting and analyzing magical phenomena is quite sophisticated for students your age. I believe that combining your independent research with formal instruction will accelerate your magical development considerably. Harry found himself looking forward to the prospect of enhanced magical education with an enthusiasm that would have been impossible during his years with the Dursleys, when any display of unusual abilities had been met with punishment and suppression. The idea of having his differences celebrated rather than condemned, developed rather than suppressed, was still so revolutionary that it required conscious effort to believe fully. As the sun began to set over the peaceful suburban landscape of Magnolia Crescent, as the Granger household settled into the comfortable evening routines that had come to include Harry as a natural and permanent member of the family, Harry Potter found himself contemplating a future that contained possibilities he had never dared to imagine during his years of imprisonment at Privet Drive. He would not be returning to the Dursleys. He would not be separated from the people who had shown him genuine love and acceptance. His magical abilities would be studied and developed rather than feared and punished. He was not alone, not unwanted, not fundamentally wrong in ways that made him deserving of systematic cruelty. Perhaps most importantly, he had found in Hermione Granger not only a friend who understood his differences, but a partner whose intelligence and systematic approach to learning would help both of them achieve levels of magical understanding and control that neither could have reached alone. As they gathered their magical textbooks and headed inside for dinner with Dr. and Dr. Granger, who had welcomed Professor McGonagall's revelations about Harry's background with the same loving acceptance they had shown when their daughter had brought home a bruised and frightened boy 3 weeks earlier, Harry allowed himself to believe that perhaps his story was finally beginning rather than simply continuing a pattern of loss and disappointment. Tonight he would sleep in his own room, in a house where he was wanted and valued. Tomorrow he would continue learning to understand and control abilities that made him special rather than freakish. And in a few years he would attend a school where his differences would be celebrated rather than punished, where he would learn alongside other young people who shared his abilities and understood his experiences. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter was genuinely excited about his future, rather than simply enduring his present. It was a transformation as magical as anything he had yet achieved through conscious intention, and perhaps more meaningful than all the supernatural plant growth in the world. The ancient stone corridors of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had witnessed many heated debates over the decades, but the confrontation taking place in the headmaster's office that evening carried a weight of moral urgency that seemed to make the very walls lean in to listen. Professor McGonagall had requested this meeting with Professor Dumbledore with the kind of formal politeness that barely concealed barely contained fury, and she had come armed with documentation that would prove difficult for even the most skilled manipulator to dismiss or rationalize away. Professor Dumbledore sat behind his ornate desk with the carefully constructed serenity that had served him well throughout his long career as an educational administrator and political figure. His blue eyes twinkled with their usual benevolent warmth behind his half-moon spectacles, and his fingers were steepled in the thoughtful pose that suggested wisdom and careful consideration rather than defensive calculation. But Professor McGonagall was not fooled by this performance of grandfatherly concern, having worked alongside Albus Dumbledore long enough to recognize the difference between genuine compassion and strategic presentation of compassionate appearance. The thick folder that Professor McGonagall placed on the desk between them contained 3 weeks' worth of careful documentation, magical photographs that revealed the full extent of Harry's injuries, detailed medical reports from Dr. Granger outlining the systematic nature of his abuse, and sworn statements from neighbors who had observed but failed to report the obvious signs of child maltreatment occurring at number 4 Privet Drive. It was the kind of comprehensive evidence that would be damning in any legal proceeding, magical or muggle, and Professor McGonagall had compiled it with the meticulous thoroughness of someone who intended to ensure that responsibility could not be evaded through claims of ignorance or administrative oversight. "Albus," Professor McGonagall began, her voice carrying the crisp formality that she reserved for occasions when professional courtesy barely restrained personal outrage. "I believe it is time for you to explain exactly how Harry Potter's systematic abuse by his relatives serves what you have repeatedly described as the greater good." Professor Dumbledore's expression remained carefully neutral as he opened the folder and began examining the evidence that Professor McGonagall had assembled, but she was close enough to observe the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested the documentation was even more damaging than he had anticipated. The magical photographs were particularly damning, showing layers of bruises and healing injuries that spoke to years of regular physical violence, while the medical reports provided clinical analysis that left no room for euphemistic interpretation or dismissive explanation. "Minerva," Professor Dumbledore said, finally, his tone carrying the sort of gentle reproach that implied she was somehow failing to understand the complex considerations that had guided his decision-making. "I understand your concern for Harry's immediate welfare, but you must consider the broader implications of his placement with his mother's family. The blood protection provided by Lily's sacrifice is not simply theoretical. It is a documented magical phenomenon that has kept Harry safe from far more dangerous threats than domestic unpleasantness. The casual dismissal of systematic child abuse as domestic unpleasantness struck Professor McGonagall with such force that she found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to process the moral disconnection required to characterize years of deliberate cruelty in such minimizing terms. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a cold precision that suggested very careful control over much stronger emotions. "Domestic unpleasantness," Professor McGonagall repeated with deadly calm. "Albus, are you seriously characterizing the systematic physical and emotional abuse of a child as domestic unpleasantness? Because if so, I believe we have very different definitions of those terms." She leaned forward, her expression suggesting that she was prepared to pursue this line of questioning with relentless thoroughness, regardless of how uncomfortable it might make the headmaster. "Harry Potter has been beaten regularly, starved systematically, confined in inappropriate conditions, and subjected to emotional cruelty that would constitute torture if applied to adult prisoners. He escaped from his relative's home because he believed correctly that remaining there might result in his death. Professor Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure showed the first signs of strain, as Professor McGonagall's clinical recitation of Harry's treatment forced him to confront the reality of what his administrative decisions had enabled. But his response suggested that he remained committed to defending choices that were becoming increasingly difficult to rationalize in light of their documented consequences. "Minerva, I monitored Harry's situation carefully throughout his childhood," Professor Dumbledore insisted, though his tone carried less conviction than his words might suggest. "I was aware that the Dursleys were not ideal guardians, but the magical protection provided by his residence in his mother's blood family was more important than his temporary comfort. Voldemort's supporters remain active, and without that protection, Harry would have been vulnerable to assassination attempts that would have been far worse than anything he experienced with his relatives." Professor McGonagall stared at him with an expression that suggested she was seeing him clearly for perhaps the first time in their long professional relationship. The casual admission that he had been aware of Harry's mistreatment but had chosen to prioritize theoretical magical protection over the child's actual welfare revealed a fundamental callousness that she had never suspected, despite her growing concerns about his tendency toward manipulation and secrecy. "You monitored his situation carefully," she said, with carefully controlled outrage. "And what, exactly, did your careful monitoring reveal about Harry's actual living conditions? Did you observe him sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs? Did you witness him being denied food for days at a time as a punishment for displaying magical abilities he could not control? Did you see him being beaten with a belt for accidentally making his cousin's hair change color?" She paused, allowing the weight of these specific examples to settle between them, before continuing with implications that went to the heart of Dumbledore's fitness for positions of authority over vulnerable children. "Because if your monitoring was truly careful, then you were aware of these conditions and chose to allow them to continue. And if you were not aware of these conditions, then your monitoring was neither careful nor adequate to justify the decisions you made about Harry's welfare." Professor Dumbledore's response revealed the extent to which he had become accustomed to having his decisions accepted without serious challenge, even when those decisions resulted in demonstrable harm to people under his supposed protection. "Minerva, you are allowing emotional considerations to cloud your judgment about strategic necessities," he said, with the sort of patronizing patience that suggested he considered her moral objections to be evidence of intellectual limitation rather than legitimate ethical concerns. "The blood protection provided by Lily's sacrifice is not simply a theoretical construct. It is a documented magical phenomenon that has kept Harry safe from Death Eater attacks for 8 years. Without that protection, he would have been killed long before reaching his 11th birthday, regardless of how comfortable his childhood might have been with alternative guardians." He gestured toward the evidence folder, with the dismissive air of someone who considered practical concerns about child welfare to be less important than abstract calculations about theoretical magical benefits. Yes, the Dursleys were not ideal guardians, but they provided the minimal care necessary to keep Harry alive while maintaining the blood protection that was essential for his long-term survival. Professor McGonagall found herself staring at the man she had respected and followed for decades, struggling to reconcile this casual admission of calculated child endangerment with the public image of wisdom and moral leadership that Albus Dumbledore had cultivated throughout his career. The realization that he genuinely believed his approach to Harry's welfare had been not only acceptable but admirable was perhaps more disturbing than outright malice would have been. "Minimal care necessary to keep him alive," she repeated, with the kind of quiet intensity that suggested she was committing these words to memory for future reference. "Albus, do you hear yourself? Do you understand what you are describing? You are talking about deliberately placing a child in an environment where his survival was the maximum goal, rather than his health, happiness, or normal development." She stood up from her chair, her posture suggesting that this conversation was approaching its conclusion, regardless of whether Professor Dumbledore was prepared to accept responsibility for his decisions. Moreover, your assumption that the blood protection provided meaningful security is contradicted by the evidence. Harry was attacked by a magical creature during his first week at Privet Drive, when he was barely more than a year old. Mrs. Figg reported that her Kneazle detected magical threats in the neighborhood on multiple occasions throughout his childhood. Your precious blood protection failed repeatedly to provide the security you claimed justified Harry's suffering. This revelation struck Professor Dumbledore with obvious force, suggesting that his monitoring of Harry's situation had been even less comprehensive than Professor McGonagall had suspected. The casual mention of attacks that had occurred despite the supposed magical protection undermined the entire theoretical foundation for decisions that had shaped 8 years of a child's life. But Professor McGonagall was not finished with evidence that would force Professor Dumbledore to confront the full extent of his failures in judgment and moral reasoning. Furthermore, she continued with relentless precision. Harry's magical development has accelerated dramatically since his removal from the abusive environment you insisted was necessary for his protection. His abilities are stronger, more controlled, and more positively directed than anything we observe in children who remain in harmful situations. She pulled additional documentation from the folder, magical assessment reports that demonstrated Harry's remarkable progress during his 3 weeks with the Granger family. This suggests that whatever minimal protection the Dursleys might have provided was more than offset by the developmental damage caused by chronic stress, malnutrition, and emotional trauma. Your strategic calculation appears to have been not only morally reprehensible, but practically counterproductive. Professor Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure was beginning to show serious strain as Professor McGonagall's systematic dismantling of his rationalization exposed the extent to which his decisions had been guided by theoretical considerations rather than actual evidence or practical results. His response suggested a man who was beginning to realize that positions he had defended for years were becoming impossible to maintain in light of documented consequences. "Minerva, I acknowledge that Harry's situation was not ideal," Professor Dumbledore said, with obvious reluctance to abandon justifications that had served him well for nearly a decade. "But you must understand that the threat from Voldemort's followers required extraordinary measures to ensure Harry's survival to adulthood. The blood protection was real and significant, even if it was not perfect or comprehensive." He paused, his expression suggesting that he was struggling to find arguments that might salvage some portion of his previous position without appearing completely indifferent to evidence of systematic harm to a child under his authority. Perhaps the implementation could have been better managed, with more frequent monitoring and intervention when circumstances became particularly difficult. But the fundamental strategic decision to prioritize magical protection over immediate comfort was sound given the threats Harry faced. Professor McGonagall's expression suggested that she found this partial acknowledgement of error to be grossly inadequate given the scope of harm that had resulted from Professor Dumbledore's decisions. "More frequent monitoring and intervention," she repeated with obvious disgust. "Albus, Harry Potter was systematically abused for 8 years while you prioritized theoretical magical protection over his actual welfare. This was not a failure of implementation that could have been corrected with better oversight." She leaned forward, her voice carrying the kind of moral authority that comes from genuine outrage rather than political calculation. This was a fundamental failure of judgment and compassion that reveals disturbing priorities about the value of individual children versus abstract strategic considerations. You treated Harry Potter as an acceptable sacrifice for what you believed to be a greater good, and that calculation was both morally wrong and practically unnecessary. The silence that followed this assessment stretched between them with the weight of decades of professional relationship and personal respect that were being re-evaluated in light of revelations about Professor Dumbledore's approach to moral leadership and child protection. Professor McGonagall had worked alongside him for years, had trusted his wisdom and followed his guidance in matters both educational and political, but this conversation was forcing her to question whether that trust had been misplaced. Professor Dumbledore seemed to recognize that his traditional methods of deflection and rationalization were proving inadequate to the moral challenges that Professor McGonagall was presenting. His next words suggested a man who was beginning to understand that his reputation and authority might be permanently damaged by evidence of his systematic failure to protect a vulnerable child under his supposed care. "Minerva, what would you have me do?" he asked, with the first genuine uncertainty he had displayed during their confrontation. Harry has been removed from the Dursley home and placed with guardians who clearly care for his welfare. The protective arrangements have been modified to accommodate his new living situation. The immediate problems have been addressed through your intervention and documentation. But Professor McGonagall was not interested in allowing him to frame this as a situation that had been successfully resolved through corrective measures rather than a systematic failure that required accountability and institutional change. "Albus, I want you to acknowledge that your decisions about Harry's placement were wrong, that your monitoring was inadequate, and that your priorities reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of your responsibilities toward children under your authority." She paused, her tone becoming more formal as she moved from moral confrontation to administrative ultimatum. "More importantly, I want you to understand that I will be filing a formal complaint with the Board of Governors about your handling of Harry Potter's guardianship arrangements, and I will be recommending a comprehensive review of protocols for monitoring the welfare of students who are placed in non-standard living arrangements." This threat of formal accountability seemed to strike Professor Dumbledore with more force than any of the moral arguments that Professor McGonagall had presented during their confrontation. His expression suggested that he was beginning to calculate the potential consequences of having his decision-making processes subjected to external scrutiny by people who might not share his confidence in the wisdom of sacrificing individual welfare for abstract strategic advantages. Meanwhile, the subjects of this heated administrative debate were experiencing a very different sort of evening routine at 7 Magnolia Crescent, where the Granger family had settled into comfortable domestic patterns that included Harry as a natural and permanent member of their household. The transformation in Harry's daily experience since his escape from Privet Drive continued to amaze him with its fundamental difference from everything he had previously understood about family life and adult-child relationships. Dinner at the Granger table was a daily revelation in the possibility of meals that were about more than simple nutrition, conversations that included everyone present as valued participants, and the kind of easy affection that Harry had observed in books but never experienced in reality. Dr. and Dr. Granger had adapted seamlessly to having an additional child in their household, adjusting their routines and expectations with the sort of generous flexibility that suggested people who genuinely enjoyed the complexities and rewards of family life. But tonight's dinner conversation carried additional weight due to Professor McGonagall's afternoon visit and the formal arrangements she had made for Harry's permanent residency with the family that had already become his chosen home. The protective wards that she had placed around the house were invisible but somehow palpable, creating a sense of security that went beyond simple physical safety to encompass the kind of magical protection that would shield Harry from threats, both known and unknown. "Harry," Dr. Monica Granger said, as she passed him a second helping of the roasted chicken that had become one of his favorite meals during his residency with the family, "Professor McGonagall mentioned that you'll be receiving additional instruction in magical control techniques. Are you excited about working with actual professors from Hogwarts, or does it feel overwhelming to think about more advanced education?" The question was asked with the kind of genuine interest that Harry had learned to expect from Dr. Granger, who seemed to consider his thoughts and feelings about his own education to be relevant factors in planning his future, rather than inconvenient complications to adult decision-making. Their approach to parenting included actually listening to their children's opinions and incorporating those perspectives into family decisions, a concept that remained revolutionary in Harry's experience. "I think I'm mostly excited," Harry said, after considering the question seriously. "The control techniques sound like they'll help me avoid accidents like what happened with the rose bushes. And Hermione's been explaining some of the magical theory from the textbooks Professor McGonagall gave us, so I'm curious about learning more advanced concepts." He paused, glancing at Hermione for confirmation, before continuing with observations about their collaborative learning that had become one of the most rewarding aspects of his new life. Plus, studying magic with Hermione has been really interesting because she approaches everything so systematically. I think having formal instruction might help us understand how to combine her research methods with practical training. Hermione looked pleased by this acknowledgement of their collaborative partnership, while Dr. Dan Granger smiled with obvious satisfaction at seeing both children enthusiastic about educational opportunities that would challenge and develop their unusual abilities rather than suppressing or punishing them. "That's wonderful to hear," Dr. Dan Granger said with genuine enthusiasm. "Your mother and I have been impressed by how well you two work together, and we're excited about the possibility of watching you develop these remarkable abilities through proper instruction." Professor McGonagall seems like someone who understands how to nurture unusual talents rather than simply managing them. The casual reference to your mother struck Harry with its implications about his permanent inclusion in their family structure, a linguistic shift that suggested he was no longer a temporary guest, but an actual family member, with the same status and considerations as their biological daughter. This transformation from charity case to chosen son had happened gradually over the past 3 weeks, but moments like this reminded him of how fundamentally his identity and social position had changed since his desperate escape from Privet Drive. But it was Hermione who raised the question that had been occupying Harry's thoughts throughout the afternoon, despite his excitement about advanced magical instruction and formal acknowledgement of his permanent place with the Granger family. "Mum, Dad, Professor McGonagall mentioned that she's filing formal complaints about how Harry was treated before he came to live with us. Does that mean there might be legal problems or complications that could affect our family?" Dr. Monica Granger exchanged a meaningful look with her husband before responding with the kind of careful honesty that characterized their approach to serious family discussions. Professor McGonagall did explain that she's taking action to ensure that the people responsible for Harry's previous living arrangements are held accountable for their decisions. But she also assured us that these proceedings are focused on institutional failures rather than challenging Harry's current guardianship. She paused, her expression becoming more serious as she continued with information that was clearly important for both children's understanding of their security and future stability. "The legal documentation establishing our guardianship has been completed through both Muggle and magical systems, which means that Harry's place in our family is protected, regardless of what happens with the formal complaints about his previous treatment. No one can force him to return to an unsafe situation." This reassurance addressed Harry's deepest fear about the administrative complications that might result from Professor McGonagall's advocacy on his behalf. While he was grateful that someone was taking action to address the systematic failures that had shaped his early childhood, he was terrified that drawing official attention to his situation might somehow result in his removal from the first safe and loving home he had ever experienced. Dr. Dan Granger seemed to recognize Harry's continued anxiety about the permanence of his place in their family, addressing it with the kind of direct reassurance that had become characteristic of their approach to helping him overcome the insecurities created by 8 years of systematic rejection and emotional abuse. "Harry, I want you to understand that you are our son now, not just legally, but in every way that matters to us," Dr. Dan Granger said, with quiet intensity. "Whatever complications arise from addressing past failures, they will not affect your place in this family. We chose you, and that choice is permanent regardless of what administrative processes might unfold." The simple declaration of permanent family membership was almost overwhelming in its implications for Harry's understanding of his identity and future security. After 8 years of being told that his presence was a burden reluctantly endured by people who had no choice about accepting responsibility for him, the idea that he had been actively chosen and permanently claimed by people who wanted him as part of their family was almost too wonderful to believe fully. As they cleared the dinner table and moved into the sitting room for the evening homework session that had become a comfortable family routine, Harry found himself marveling once again at the transformation in his daily experience since his escape from number 4 Privet Drive. Instead of cowering in his cupboard while the Dursleys watched television programs that he was forbidden to enjoy, he was settling into a comfortable chair with magical textbooks that would help him understand abilities that were celebrated rather than punished. The magical theory that he and Hermione studied together each evening was unlike any academic subject he had encountered during his sporadic attendance at Muggle schools, written with the assumption that readers possessed unusual abilities and needed practical instruction for developing them safely and effectively. The concepts were complex but fascinating, providing frameworks for understanding phenomena that had previously seemed random and inexplicable. Tonight's focus was advanced protective magic, a subject that had taken on additional relevance given Professor McGonagall's afternoon implementation of defensive wards around their home. The textbook described various types of magical protection, from simple personal shields to complex environmental defenses that could safeguard entire buildings and their occupants from supernatural threats. But it was the section on family-based protective magic that proved most interesting to Harry's understanding of his own situation and the theoretical justifications that had been used to defend his placement with abusive relatives. The textbook explained that protective magic derived from family bonds was indeed powerful and long-lasting, but it emphasized that such protection required genuine love and care to maintain its effectiveness over time. "Harry," Hermione said, as she looked up from her own reading about the theoretical foundations of defensive charms, "this chapter suggests that the blood protection Professor McGonagall mentioned wouldn't actually work if your relatives didn't genuinely care about your welfare. The magic depends on real emotional bonds, not just biological connections." Harry considered this information in light of Professor McGonagall's references to the theoretical protections that had supposedly justified his years of abuse at the hands of people who had never shown him anything resembling genuine care or affection. If the textbook was correct, then the magical protection that had been used to rationalize his systematic mistreatment had probably been ineffective throughout most of his childhood. So the theoretical protection that was supposed to keep me safe probably stopped working years ago, Harry said, with something that might have been relief or might have been anger at the waste and suffering that such theoretical miscalculation had caused. Which means I suffered for nothing, essentially. Hermione nodded with obvious sympathy for his frustration about the unnecessary nature of his childhood trauma, while Dr. Granger exchanged glances that suggested they were beginning to understand more about the administrative failures that had shaped Harry's early life. The casual revelation that magical theory contradicted the justifications used to defend his abusive placement provided additional evidence for Professor McGonagall's formal complaints about institutional decision-making and oversight. As the evening study session concluded and the Granger family prepared for the comfortable bedtime routines that had come to include Harry as a natural participant, Harry found himself reflecting on the contrast between his current security and the terror that had characterized his nights at Privet Drive. Instead of lying awake in his cupboard, listening for footsteps that might signal additional punishment or cruelty, he was settling into his own room with books about subjects that fascinated rather than frightened him. The protective wards that Professor McGonagall had placed around the house were invisible but somehow comforting, creating a sense of magical security that complemented the emotional safety he had found with the family that had chosen to make him a permanent member of their household. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear about what tomorrow might bring, confident that he was wanted and protected by people who genuinely cared about his welfare. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Dumbledore sat alone with the documentation that Professor McGonagall had compiled about Harry Potter's systematic abuse and his own failures of oversight and moral reasoning. The evidence was damning in ways that made traditional deflection and rationalization impossible, forcing him to confront the reality that his decisions had caused genuine harm to a child under his supposed protection. The formal complaint that Professor McGonagall had threatened to file with the Board of Governors would trigger a comprehensive review of his decision-making processes and institutional priorities, exposing administrative choices that had prioritized abstract strategic considerations over concrete child welfare concerns. For the first time in his long career as an educational leader and political figure, Albus Dumbledore found himself facing accountability for decisions that he had made without adequate oversight or challenge. The realization that his reputation for wisdom and moral leadership might be permanently damaged by evidence of systematic child endangerment was perhaps less disturbing than the growing awareness that Professor McGonagall's criticisms were fundamentally accurate rather than politically motivated. He had indeed treated Harry Potter as an acceptable sacrifice for theoretical greater goods, and that calculation had been both morally wrong and practically unnecessary. As he contemplated the implications of this recognition for his continued effectiveness as headmaster and his legacy as a leader in the magical community, Professor Dumbledore began to understand that the comfortable certainties that had guided his decision-making for decades might require fundamental re-evaluation in light of their documented consequences for the people whose lives had been shaped by his administrative choices. The evening that had begun with Professor McGonagall's angry confrontation was ending with the prospect of institutional accountability and personal reckoning that would force him to confront the gap between his public image of benevolent wisdom and the reality of decisions that had prioritized strategic calculations over human welfare. Change, it seemed, was coming to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, driven by a professor who refused to accept administrative convenience as justification for child abuse, and a boy whose escape from systematic cruelty had exposed failures of oversight and moral reasoning that could no longer be hidden or rationalized away. The greater good, as Professor Dumbledore had understood it, was being challenged by evidence that individual welfare and institutional success might not be conflicting priorities after all. The sitting room at 7 Magnolia Crescent had been arranged with the sort of careful attention to detail that suggested Dr. and Dr. Granger understood the significance of this particular afternoon visit. The best china had been brought out, fresh flowers adorned the side table, and the family photographs had been dusted and straightened with obvious care. But despite these preparations for formal company, the atmosphere in the room carried an undercurrent of protective tension that spoke to the Grangers' awareness that this meeting might determine Harry's future in ways that went far beyond simple social courtesy. Harry sat between Dr. and Dr. Granger on the comfortable sofa that had become his favorite spot for evening reading, their proximity a wordless statement of unified family support that he found both comforting and empowering. Hermione had positioned herself in the chair closest to Harry, her research notebook open on her lap, and her expression suggesting that she was prepared to document this conversation with the same systematic thoroughness that characterized her approach to their magical studies. Professor Dumbledore's arrival had been announced by the soft chiming of the doorbell, rather than the dramatic magical transportation that Professor McGonagall favored, suggesting an attempt to present himself as a reasonable authority figure, making a routine social call rather than a powerful wizard asserting institutional control over a vulnerable child's living arrangements. But Harry had learned to distrust adults who worked too hard to appear harmless, and something about the headmaster's carefully constructed grandfatherly presentation triggered every defensive instinct that 8 years of systematic abuse had taught him to trust. Dr. Dan Granger had answered the door with polite formality, welcoming Professor Dumbledore into their home with the sort of careful courtesy that suggested people who understood they were dealing with someone whose authority could potentially threaten their family's security. The introductions had been managed with smooth efficiency, though Harry noticed that his chosen parents positioned themselves in ways that would allow them to intervene quickly if this conversation took directions they found problematic. Professor Dumbledore settled into the chair that Dr. Monica Granger indicated, with the sort of gracious acceptance that suggested someone accustomed to being accommodated wherever he chose to go. His blue eyes surveyed the comfortable domestic scene with obvious assessment, taking in details that Harry suspected were more significant than casual observation might suggest. The family photographs, the evidence of Harry's integration into household routines, the protective positioning of the adults, and Hermione's obvious preparation to document their conversation. "Harry," Professor Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the warm tones that adults often employed when they wanted to establish trust with children who had reason to be wary of authority figures. "I am delighted to see that you appear to be thriving in your current circumstances. Professor McGonagall has provided me with reports about your remarkable progress, both in terms of your general welfare and your developing magical abilities." The carefully constructed benevolence in his tone struck Harry as somehow calculated rather than genuine, a performance of grandfatherly concern that felt similar to the false kindness that Aunt Petunia occasionally displayed when neighbors might be watching. He found himself studying Professor Dumbledore's expression for signs of the manipulative intent that his limited experience with adult authority had taught him to expect from people who spoke in soothing voices while making decisions that served their own interests rather than his welfare. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied with careful politeness, though he made no effort to elaborate on his happiness or express gratitude for the intervention that had made his current security possible. "Dr. and Dr. Granger have been very kind to me." The deliberately neutral response seemed to surprise Professor Dumbledore slightly, suggesting that he had expected more enthusiasm or perhaps more obvious vulnerability that might make Harry more receptive to whatever proposition he had come to present. His next words revealed the direction this conversation was intended to take, despite the social pleasantries that had preceded it. "Harry, I believe it is important for us to discuss your long-term welfare and the arrangements that will best serve your interests as you grow older and your magical education becomes more complex," Professor Dumbledore continued, his tone suggesting someone who was prepared to be reasonable and accommodating, while ultimately maintaining authority over whatever decisions were made about Harry's future. The reference to long-term welfare and complex arrangements triggered immediate alarm in Harry's mind, sounding uncomfortably similar to the sort of administrative language that usually preceded unwanted changes in living situations. He felt Dr. and Dr. Granger shift slightly beside him, their subtle movement suggesting that they had also recognized the potentially threatening implications of the headmaster's seemingly innocent observations about his circumstances. But it was Hermione who voiced the question that Harry was thinking, but felt too anxious to ask directly. "Professor Dumbledore, are you suggesting that Harry's current living arrangements might not be permanent? Because if so, I think you should know that this family has provided him with more genuine care and security than he experienced during his previous placement." The directness of Hermione's challenge seemed to catch Professor Dumbledore off guard, suggesting that he had not anticipated having to justify his intentions to an 8-year-old girl who possessed both the intellectual capacity to understand the implications of his visit and the courage to question his authority directly. His response revealed the extent to which he was accustomed to having his wisdom accepted without serious challenge, particularly from children. "Miss Granger, I appreciate your concern for your friend's welfare," Professor Dumbledore said with the sort of patronizing patience that suggested he considered her questions to be evidence of childish misunderstanding rather than legitimate challenges to his decision-making authority. "But there are complex considerations about Harry's situation that require adult judgment and experience with magical law and politics." He turned his attention back to Harry, his expression shifting into what appeared to be a more serious mode of address. "Harry, the blood protection that has kept you safe throughout your childhood is a remarkable magical phenomenon that derives from your mother's sacrifice and your connection to her family. While I understand that your experiences with the Dursleys were difficult, that protection has prevented assassination attempts that would have resulted in your death long before you could develop the magical abilities that will eventually allow you to defend yourself. The casual acknowledgement that his experiences with the Dursleys had been difficult, combined with the implication that such difficulties were acceptable prices to pay for theoretical protection, struck Harry with familiar patterns of adult reasoning that prioritized abstract considerations over concrete suffering. But this time, instead of accepting such logic as inevitable adult authority, Harry found himself supported by people who clearly disagreed with Dumbledore's approach to child welfare. Dr. Monica Granger leaned forward slightly, her medical training evident in the clinical precision with which she addressed the headmaster's theoretical justifications for Harry's previous abuse. Professor Dumbledore, I am a medical doctor with considerable experience in child development and trauma recovery. From my professional perspective, the systematic abuse that Harry experienced created psychological and physical damage that will require years of care and therapy to address fully. She paused, her tone becoming more pointed, as she continued with observations that challenged the fundamental assumptions underlying Dumbledore's approach to Harry's welfare. Whatever theoretical protection may have been provided by his placement with abusive relatives was more than offset by the documented harm to his development, his ability to trust others, and his basic sense of security in the world. No abstract benefit could justify that level of systematic cruelty to a child. Professor Dumbledore's expression suggested that he found this medical assessment to be an unwelcome complication to his preferred narrative about Harry's childhood and the wisdom of decisions that had shaped his early experiences. His response revealed the extent to which he had become invested in defending choices that were becoming increasingly difficult to rationalize in light of their documented consequences. Dr. Granger, I understand your professional perspective, but you must consider that Harry's situation involves magical threats and protections that extend beyond conventional medical or psychological frameworks, Professor Dumbledore said, with the sort of gentle condescension that suggested he considered Muggle expertise to be inherently limited when applied to wizarding circumstances. The blood protection provided by his mother's sacrifice has been documented and verified by magical scholars far more experienced than either of us in the theoretical foundations of protective magic. While the implementation of that protection may have been imperfect, the underlying magical principles are sound and have kept Harry safe from threats that you cannot fully comprehend. But Dr. Dan Granger had apparently anticipated this line of reasoning, addressing it with the sort of logical precision that suggested someone who was not easily intimidated by claims of superior knowledge or mysterious expertise. Professor Dumbledore, with respect, your argument appears to be circular in nature. You claim that Harry needed to remain in an abusive situation because of magical protection, but that protection appears to have been largely theoretical rather than practically effective. He gestured toward Harry, whose obvious health and happiness since leaving the Dursleys contradicted claims about the necessity of his previous suffering. Moreover, Harry's magical development has accelerated remarkably since his removal from that environment, suggesting that whatever protection may have existed was being maintained at the cost of his overall development and welfare. That seems like a poor trade-off from any rational perspective. Professor Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure showed signs of strain as the Granger's systematic challenge to his reasoning exposed the fundamental weaknesses in arguments that he had apparently never been required to defend against serious intellectual opposition. His next words revealed a man who was beginning to understand that traditional authority and claims of superior wisdom might not be adequate to the moral and logical challenges being presented by people who refuse to accept administrative convenience as justification for child abuse. Dr. and Dr. Granger, I appreciate your concern for Harry's immediate welfare, but you must understand that my decisions about his placement have been guided by considerations that extend far beyond his personal comfort or happiness, Professor Dumbledore said with obvious reluctance to abandon positions that had served him well for nearly a decade. The wizarding world faces threats that require difficult choices about individual welfare versus collective security. The casual reference to Harry's welfare as a matter of personal comfort rather than fundamental rights struck everyone in the room with the moral blindness it revealed about Dumbledore's approach to child protection. But it was Harry himself who found the courage to address the implications of this reasoning directly, his voice carrying a clarity that came from months of healing and the support of people who valued his thoughts and feelings. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said with careful control over emotions that ranged from anger to profound disappointment in adult authority, "are you saying that my suffering was acceptable because other people might have been safer if I remained in a situation where I was systematically abused? Because if so, I think that's wrong, and I don't want to be part of any plan that treats children as acceptable sacrifices for adult goals." The directness of this moral challenge seemed to strike Professor Dumbledore with unexpected force, suggesting that he had not anticipated having to defend his ethical reasoning to the child whose life had been shaped by his administrative decisions. His response revealed the extent to which he had become accustomed to having his wisdom accepted without serious question, particularly from people whose welfare was supposedly the subject of his careful consideration. "Harry, you are still very young, and there are aspects of the magical world and its dangers that you cannot fully understand," Professor Dumbledore said, with the sort of patronizing patience that suggested he considered moral objections to his decision-making to be evidence of childish naivety rather than legitimate ethical concerns. "When you are older and have more experience with the complexities of leadership and responsibility, you may better appreciate the difficult choices that adults must sometimes make to protect the greater good." But Hermione, with characteristic intellectual precision, identified the fundamental flaw in this appeal to adult authority and superior understanding. "Professor Dumbledore, that argument could be used to justify almost any form of harm to children by claiming that they lack the maturity to understand why their suffering serves adult purposes. The greater good is not served by systematically abusing individual children, regardless of what theoretical benefit such abuse might provide." She paused, her voice carrying the sort of moral authority that came from genuine conviction rather than institutional position. Moreover, Harry's current situation demonstrates that protection and welfare are not necessarily conflicting goals. The magical wards that Professor McGonagall placed on this house provide genuine security without requiring anyone to suffer abuse or neglect. Your approach appears to have been unnecessarily harmful, as well as morally questionable. Professor Dumbledore's expression suggested that he found this systematic dismantling of his reasoning by an 8-year-old girl to be both surprising and deeply problematic for his continued ability to defend decisions that had shaped years of educational and political leadership. His next words revealed someone who was beginning to understand that his traditional methods of persuasion and authority were proving inadequate to the intellectual and moral challenges being presented by people who refuse to accept claims of superior wisdom without evidence. "Miss Granger, your arguments demonstrate remarkable sophistication for someone your age," Professor Dumbledore acknowledged with obvious reluctance to concede intellectual ground to a child who had identified fundamental weaknesses in his reasoning. "However, you must understand that the magical protections available to Harry at this time are temporary measures that may not prove adequate to the threats he will face as he grows older and his identity becomes more widely known in the wizarding community." He turned his attention back to Harry, his expression suggesting someone who was prepared to make final appeals to authority and institutional wisdom despite the obvious failure of such approaches during the earlier portions of their conversation. "Harry, I am prepared to offer you enhanced protection and educational opportunities that extend far beyond what can be provided in any Muggle household, regardless of how caring and competent your current guardians might be. The magical world offers resources and training that will be essential for your development and long-term survival. But Harry had learned to distrust adults who offered enhanced opportunities that required him to abandon people who had shown him genuine care and affection in favor of institutional arrangements that prioritized abstract benefits over concrete relationships. His response revealed someone who had gained enough confidence and security to trust his own judgment about what constituted genuine welfare versus theoretical improvement. "Professor Dumbledore, I appreciate that you think you're trying to help me," Harry said, with careful respect for the headmaster's position combined with firm resistance to his proposals. "But I've learned that people who really care about my welfare ask what I want rather than telling me what they think I need. Dr. and Dr. Granger have given me the first safe and loving home I've ever had, and I don't want to leave them for theoretical benefits that might not actually serve my interests." He paused, glancing at Hermione and his chosen parents for support, before continuing with declarations that would determine the course of his immediate future. "I want to stay here, where people value my thoughts and feelings and treat me like a person whose preferences matter. If there are additional protections or educational resources that can be provided without separating me from my family, I'm interested in those. But I'm not willing to sacrifice genuine love and security for abstract promises about enhanced opportunities." The firmness of this declaration seemed to surprise Professor Dumbledore, suggesting that he had not anticipated such clear resistance to proposals that he apparently considered to be obviously beneficial improvements to Harry's circumstances. His expression revealed someone who was beginning to understand that traditional authority and institutional benefits might not be compelling to a child who had learned to value genuine relationships over abstract advantages. Professor McGonagall's entrance into the sitting room at this moment carried the sort of perfect timing that suggested she had been monitoring the conversation and chosen to intervene at the point where additional support might prove crucial to maintaining Harry's autonomy against institutional pressure. Her expression suggested someone who had anticipated the direction this meeting would take and was prepared to provide whatever reinforcement might be necessary to protect Harry's right to remain with the family that had chosen to love and support him. "Professor Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall said, with crisp formality that barely concealed deeper tensions about his approach to this situation. "I trust you have had an opportunity to observe Harry's remarkable progress since his placement with the Granger family. His magical development, emotional stability, and general welfare have all improved dramatically under their care." She settled into the remaining chair with the sort of authoritative presence that suggested someone who was prepared to serve as Harry's advocate against any attempts to manipulate or coerce him into accepting arrangements that did not serve his genuine interests. "I have also completed my investigation into the theoretical blood protections that were supposed to justify his previous placement, and I believe you will find my findings quite illuminating regarding the practical effectiveness of those supposed safeguards." Professor Dumbledore's expression suggested that he found Professor McGonagall's intervention to be an unwelcome complication to what he had apparently hoped would be a successful campaign to convince Harry to accept enhanced institutional arrangements over continued family placement. His response revealed someone who was beginning to understand that his traditional methods of persuasion and authority were facing coordinated opposition from people who refused to accept his claims of superior wisdom without concrete evidence. "Minerva, I appreciate your concern for Harry's immediate circumstances," Professor Dumbledore said, with careful diplomacy that suggested someone who recognized the political challenges of maintaining his position against sustained criticism from respected colleagues. "But surely you understand that his long-term welfare requires considerations that extend beyond his current happiness or family attachments." But Professor McGonagall was apparently prepared to challenge this appeal to long-term considerations with evidence that undermined the fundamental assumptions underlying Dumbledore's approach to child protection and institutional authority. "Albus, my investigation into the blood protections revealed that they ceased to function effectively years ago due to the systematic abuse Harry experienced at the hands of people who felt no genuine affection for him. The magical theory requires love and care to maintain protective bonds, not mere biological connection. She produced a thick folder from her bag, its contents apparently providing documentation that would prove damaging to Dumbledore's continued defense of decisions that had shaped Harry's early childhood. Moreover, the enhanced magical development that Harry has demonstrated since his placement with a genuinely loving family suggests that emotional security and intellectual stimulation are far more important for young wizards than theoretical protection that fails to function as intended. The implications of this revelation struck everyone in the room with different levels of significance. But for Harry, it represented final confirmation that his suffering at the hands of the Dursleys had been not only unnecessary, but actively counterproductive to the goals that had supposedly justified his systematic mistreatment. The theoretical protections that had been used to rationalize years of abuse had apparently failed to function as promised, making his trauma both meaningless and avoidable. Dr. Monica Granger leaned forward with obvious interest in the magical theory that supported Professor McGonagall's conclusions about protective magic and family bonds. Professor McGonagall, are you saying that genuine love and care are actually more effective for magical protection than biological connections without emotional substance? Because if so, that would suggest that Harry's current placement provides superior protection to what he experienced previously. Professor McGonagall nodded with obvious satisfaction at Dr. Monica Granger's immediate understanding of the practical implications of magical theory for child welfare and family placement decisions. Dr. Granger, that is exactly what the evidence suggests. Magical protection derived from family love requires genuine emotional bonds to function effectively. Harry's current placement with people who truly care for his welfare provides far more meaningful protection than any theoretical safeguards that might have existed with relatives who demonstrated systematic hostility toward his well-being. Professor Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure finally showed signs of complete breakdown as the systematic dismantling of his theoretical justifications exposed the extent to which his decisions had been guided by abstract calculations rather than practical evidence or genuine concern for child welfare. His response suggested someone who was beginning to understand that positions he had defended for years were becoming impossible to maintain in light of documented consequences and expert analysis. Minerva, even if the blood protections were not functioning as effectively as originally calculated, Harry's placement with Muggle guardians creates complications for his magical education and development that must be considered in any long-term planning. Professor Dumbledore said with obvious reluctance to abandon arguments that had served him well throughout his career as an educational administrator and political leader. But Hermione, with characteristic attention to practical problem-solving rather than abstract complications, identified the fundamental flaw in this appeal to educational concerns. Professor Dumbledore, Harry's magical development has accelerated remarkably since he began living with my family and receiving systematic instruction in control techniques and magical theory. His current educational arrangements appear to be far more effective than whatever instruction he would have received under previous circumstances. She gestured toward her research notebook, which contained detailed documentation of Harry's progress during their collaborative studies and practical experimentation. We've been working with magical textbooks that Professor McGonagall provided, and Harry's control over his abilities has improved dramatically through regular practice and theoretical study. I don't understand how institutional arrangements could provide better results than individualized instruction combined with emotional security. Professor Dumbledore's expression suggested that he found this evidence of educational success under current arrangements to be a final obstacle to arguments that had already been systematically undermined by moral challenges and practical considerations. His response revealed someone who was beginning to understand that his traditional authority was insufficient to overcome the combined opposition of parents who valued their child's welfare over institutional convenience, and colleagues who refused to accept administrative wisdom without concrete evidence of its effectiveness. Miss Granger, your systematic approach to magical education is indeed admirable. Professor Dumbledore acknowledged with obvious reluctance to concede that current arrangements might actually be superior to the institutional alternatives he had been prepared to offer. Perhaps there are ways to enhance Harry's current educational resources without disrupting the family stability that has clearly contributed to his remarkable progress. The shift from demands for institutional placement to offers of enhanced resources within existing arrangements represented a fundamental victory for Harry's right to remain with people who had chosen to love and support him rather than simply managing his welfare according to abstract calculations. But it was Harry himself who articulated the terms under which such enhanced resources might be acceptable to him and his chosen family. Professor Dumbledore, I would be interested in additional magical instruction and resources, provided that such enhancements support rather than replace my current living arrangements and family relationships, Harry said with careful attention to establishing boundaries that would protect his security, while allowing for continued development of his unusual abilities. He glanced at Dr. and Dr. Granger for confirmation, before continuing with conditions that would ensure his autonomy was respected throughout any future educational planning. I want to make it clear that I consider the Granger family to be my real family now, and any educational arrangements must be consistent with my continued residence and emotional security, with people who have demonstrated genuine care for my welfare, rather than simply managing my circumstances according to institutional priorities. Professor Dumbledore's acceptance of these conditions represented more than simple acknowledgement of Harry's preferences. It marked a fundamental shift in the power dynamics surrounding decisions about his welfare and education. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had successfully asserted his right to remain with people who valued his happiness and security over abstract institutional benefits. As the afternoon meeting concluded with agreements that enhanced Harry's educational resources while respecting his family choices, as Professor Dumbledore departed with obvious reluctance to accept arrangements that did not provide him with direct control over Harry's daily circumstances, the sitting room at 7 Magnolia Crescent returned to its comfortable atmosphere of domestic security and mutual affection. Harry found himself surrounded by people who had fought for his right to choose his own family and educational path, people who had refused to accept institutional authority as justification for separating him from genuine love and security. The transformation from powerless victim of adult decision-making to active participant in planning his own future was perhaps the most magical development of all, representing the kind of fundamental change that no amount of theoretical protection could have achieved. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter had won a battle against adult authority that sought to control his life without consulting his preferences or respecting his relationships with people who genuinely cared about his welfare. It was a victory that felt more significant than any magical ability he had yet developed, and certainly more meaningful than any institutional benefit he might have gained through surrender to administrative convenience. Tonight he would sleep in his own room, in a house where he was wanted and valued, secure in the knowledge that his place in this family was protected not only by legal documentation and magical wards, but by people who had chosen to fight for his right to belong where he was genuinely loved rather than simply managed according to theoretical calculations about his supposed best interests. The greater good, as Harry was beginning to understand it, might actually be served by ensuring that individual children were loved and protected by people who valued their welfare over abstract institutional priorities. It was a radical concept that challenged decades of educational and political leadership, but it felt far more magical than any theoretical protection that had been purchased through systematic abuse and emotional neglect. Perhaps this was what genuine magic looked like: people choosing to love and protect each other, despite institutional pressure to accept administrative convenience over individual welfare. If so, then Harry Potter was finally learning to practice the most powerful magic of all, surrounded by people who had made him the centre of their own version of the greater good. The morning after Professor Dumbledore's unsuccessful attempt to convince Harry to abandon his chosen family dawned with the sort of golden clarity that seemed to promise new beginnings and settled conclusions. For the first time since his escape from Privet Drive, Harry woke without the nagging anxiety that his current happiness might be temporary, subject to revision by adults who possessed the authority to rearrange his life according to their preferences rather than his welfare. The formal documentation that Professor McGonagall had completed establishing the Grangers as his legal guardians represented more than bureaucratic paperwork. It was a shield against institutional interference that would protect his right to belong where he was genuinely wanted and loved. Dr. Monica Granger had mentioned over breakfast that they would be spending the morning completing the final administrative requirements that would make Harry's adoption legally binding in both Muggle and magical systems, a process that involved considerably more complexity than typical family formation, but considerably less emotional uncertainty. The various forms and official signatures were simply formal recognition of relationships that had already been established through daily care, mutual affection, and shared commitment to Harry's welfare and development. The drive to the offices where the paperwork would be completed provided Harry with an opportunity to observe the ordinary suburban landscape of Surrey with the perspective of someone who would never again be forced to return to the systematic cruelty that had characterized his first 8 years of life. The neat houses and carefully maintained gardens that had once represented the geographic boundaries of his imprisonment now looked like simple domestic architecture rather than the walls of an inescapable prison. Hermione sat beside him in the back seat of the car, her ever-present research notebook open to pages covered with detailed notes about the magical theory they had been studying since Professor McGonagall's first visit. Her systematic approach to understanding their shared abilities had evolved into something approaching academic expertise, with careful documentation of successful techniques, theoretical frameworks that explained observed phenomena, and practical applications that had proven effective in their daily practice sessions. "Harry," Hermione said, as she looked up from her notes about advanced protective magic, "I've been thinking about what Professor McGonagall mentioned regarding the accelerated development of our abilities since you've been living with my family. Do you think that emotional security actually enhances magical capacity, or are we simply more able to access abilities that were always present but suppressed by stress and trauma?" The question represented the sort of sophisticated analysis that Harry had learned to expect from Hermione's approach to understanding their unusual circumstances, but it also touched on aspects of his experience that were still difficult to examine directly. The systematic abuse he had endured at the Dursleys had certainly suppressed his ability to explore or develop his magical gifts, but he was beginning to suspect that it had also damaged his fundamental capacity to trust in his own worth and capabilities. "I think it might be both," Harry said, after considering her question with the careful attention it deserved. "When I was afraid all the time, when every day was about surviving until the next day, I didn't have any mental or emotional energy left for understanding what I could do or how I could get better at it. But now that I feel safe, now that I know people care about me, it's like I have permission to discover what I'm actually capable of." He paused, glancing out the car window at the passing scenery, before continuing with observations that revealed how profoundly his understanding of himself had changed over the past months. "Also, I think the fear made me want to hide my abilities rather than develop them. Every time something magical happened around the Dursleys, I got punished for it. So I learned to try to make the magic go away rather than learning how to make it work better." Dr. Dan Granger, who had been listening to their conversation while navigating the morning traffic, offered his perspective on the relationship between emotional environment and personal development with the sort of practical wisdom that characterized his approach to family dynamics and child psychology. "That makes perfect sense from a developmental standpoint," Dr. Dan Granger said, with obvious interest in the theoretical implications of Harry's observations. "Children who are consistently punished for natural abilities or interests will learn to suppress those capacities as a survival mechanism, even when the abilities themselves might be beneficial or important for their long-term development. He glanced at Harry in the rearview mirror with an expression that combined professional assessment with parental affection. The remarkable progress you've made since joining our family suggests that you always possessed these capabilities, but they needed a supportive environment to flourish rather than simply surviving in hostile circumstances. The casual reference to joining our family rather than being placed with them or temporarily staying with them reinforced Harry's growing confidence that his new identity as a Granger was permanent rather than provisional, based on genuine choice and mutual affection rather than administrative convenience or charitable obligation. Today's paperwork would simply formalize relationships that had already been established through daily acts of care and commitment. The offices where the adoption would be finalized were located in a modern building that suggested efficiency and professionalism rather than the intimidating institutional atmosphere that Harry had learned to associate with adult authority over children's lives. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them in the reception area, her presence ensuring that both Muggle and magical legal requirements would be properly coordinated to protect Harry's interests throughout the complex process of formal family formation. The morning that followed was unlike anything Harry had expected, based on his limited experience with official procedures and adult decision-making about his welfare. Instead of being treated as a passive subject whose preferences were irrelevant to administrative outcomes, he found himself actively consulted about his wishes and feelings throughout each stage of the process. The various officials and legal representatives took time to explain what each document meant, why specific procedures were necessary, and how the completed adoption would protect his rights and security. But perhaps most significantly, the adoption proceedings included explicit acknowledgement of Harry's magical heritage and the special considerations that would be necessary to support his continued development as a young wizard. Professor McGonagall had prepared detailed documentation about his educational needs, his unusual abilities, and the specialized resources that would be required to ensure his safe and effective preparation for formal magical schooling. "Mr. Potter," the family court judge said when the final documents had been signed and witnessed, "I want you to understand that this adoption creates legal protections that cannot be overturned by anyone who might claim authority over your welfare based on previous arrangements or theoretical considerations about your best interests. You are now legally and permanently a member of the Granger family, with all the rights and protections that such membership provides." The formal declaration of permanent family membership was almost overwhelming in its implications for Harry's understanding of his identity and future security. After 8 years of being unwanted, of being treated as a burden grudgingly accepted by people who made it clear that his presence was an inconvenience they endured rather than a relationship they valued, the idea of being actively chosen and legally claimed by people who wanted him as their son was still difficult to believe fully. Dr. Monica Granger seemed to recognize his emotional response to the finalization of their family bond, addressing it with the sort of gentle directness that had characterized her approach to helping him overcome the insecurities created by years of systematic rejection and emotional abuse. "Harry, you are our son now in every way that matters," Dr. Monica Granger said, with quiet intensity that left no room for doubt about her sincerity or commitment. "Not because we felt obligated to help you, not because someone convinced us it was the right thing to do, but because we chose you and we love you and we want you to be part of our family forever." The drive home from the adoption proceedings provided Harry with time to process the profound transformation in his legal and social status, from unwanted burden to genuinely chosen family member, from victim of adult decision-making to active participant in planning his own future. The landscape they drove through looked exactly the same as it had that morning, but Harry's relationship to everything around him had been fundamentally altered by the simple act of legal recognition for bonds that had already been established through daily care and mutual affection. But the afternoon held even more significant developments that would shape Harry's understanding of his place in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Professor McGonagall had arranged for them to visit Diagon Alley, the primary commercial district for London's magical community, where Harry would experience his first direct encounter with the wizarding world beyond the theoretical frameworks and textbook descriptions that had shaped his understanding of magical society. The entrance to Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron pub represented a threshold between the ordinary suburban existence that had become Harry's new normal and the extraordinary magical community that would eventually claim a significant portion of his identity and future development. The pub itself was unremarkable to Muggle eyes, the sort of establishment that most people would pass without noticing or enter only by accident. But Professor McGonagall's confident navigation toward the back courtyard suggested that it served purposes far beyond simple food and beverage service. The brick wall that separated the pub's courtyard from the magical shopping district appeared completely solid and impermeable, until Professor McGonagall tapped specific bricks with her wand in a precise sequence that caused the entire section to rearrange itself into an arched doorway. The casual display of practical magic was unlike anything Harry had witnessed during his months of studying magical theory and practicing controlled spells, representing the kind of everyday supernatural infrastructure that characterized the wizarding world's approach to maintaining secrecy while providing convenience for magical citizens. But it was the vista that opened beyond the magical doorway that truly captured Harry's imagination and provided him with his first genuine understanding of the scope and complexity of magical society. Diagon Alley stretched before them like something from a fairy tale, a cobblestone street lined with shops that advertised services and merchandise that defied every assumption about what was possible or practical in the ordinary world. Ollivanders sold wands, Flourish and Blots offered books that moved and spoke, and occasionally tried to bite unwary customers. Madame Malkins provided robes that adjusted their fit automatically and changed colours according to the wearer's house affiliation or personal preferences. The apothecary displayed ingredients that ranged from simply exotic to genuinely impossible, while quality Quidditch supplies featured sporting equipment designed for games played three-dimensional space high above the ground. Doctor and Doctor Granger followed Professor McGonagall and their newly adopted children through the magical shopping district, with expressions that cycled between wonder, fascination, and the sort of determined adaptability that characterized people who were committed to supporting their children, regardless of how extraordinary their circumstances might prove to be. Their medical training had provided them with frameworks for understanding complex systems and unusual conditions, but nothing in their professional education had prepared them for a world where the fundamental laws of physics were apparently optional rather than binding. Hermione approached Diagon Alley with the same systematic curiosity that she brought to all new learning opportunities, her research notebook appearing in her hand as she began documenting observations about magical commerce, social organization, and the practical applications of supernatural abilities in daily life. Her questions for Professor McGonagall were detailed and thoughtful, revealing someone who was determined to understand not just what she was observing, but how it all worked and why it had developed in particular patterns. But for Harry, the experience of walking through Diagon Alley represented something more profound than simple exposure to magical culture and commerce. This was the world where his parents had lived and worked, and formed the relationships that would shape his own identity and future development. These shops and streets had been familiar territory to James and Lily Potter, the magical community where they had been respected and valued for their abilities rather than feared and punished for their differences. The first stop on their magical shopping expedition was Gringotts Bank, the goblin-operated financial institution that served the wizarding community's banking and security needs. Professor McGonagall had explained that Harry possessed a substantial inheritance from his parents, funds that had been held in trust throughout his childhood and were now available to support his education and general welfare. The marble halls of Gringotts were unlike any financial institution that Dr. and Dr. Granger had encountered in their experience with Muggle banking, featuring architecture that combined impressive grandeur with practical security measures that included both magical protections and goblin guards who appeared distinctly unimpressed by human authority or social status. The businesslike efficiency with which they were conducted to Harry's vault suggested an organization that valued competence and precision over elaborate courtesy or unnecessary ceremony. But it was the contents of the Potter family vault that provided Harry with his most emotionally overwhelming encounter with his magical heritage and family history. The substantial piles of gold and silver coins represented more wealth than he had ever imagined possessing, but they were less significant than the personal items that his parents had left for him to discover when he came of age in the magical world. The letters from James and Lily Potter, preserved by magic and addressed to the son they would never see grow up, contained the kind of loving guidance and family history that Harry had never expected to receive from parents who had died when he was barely more than a year old. They wrote about their hopes for his future, their pride in his magical abilities, and their confidence that he would grow up to be a person of character and compassion, regardless of what challenges he might face. But perhaps most importantly, the letters contained explicit instructions about how Harry should use his inheritance and what values should guide his decisions about money and material possessions. James and Lily Potter had been clear that wealth was a tool for supporting family and friends, for contributing to causes that mattered, and for ensuring that people who demonstrated genuine care and kindness were rewarded rather than taken for granted. Harry, one of his mother's letters read in elegant handwriting that had been preserved perfectly by magical means, "We want you to understand that this money is not just yours. It belongs to anyone who has shown you real love and support when you needed it most. Use it to take care of people who have taken care of you, to support friends who have stood by you, and to make sure that kindness and generosity are rewarded rather than overlooked." The specific instruction to share his inheritance with people who had demonstrated genuine care provided Harry with immediate clarity about how he wanted to use these unexpected resources. Dr. Granger had provided him with far more than temporary shelter during a crisis. They had given him a family, an identity, and the first sense of security and belonging he had ever experienced. The idea of using his parents' money to support their continued education and family welfare felt like the perfect way to honor both his biological heritage and his chosen relationships. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they prepared to leave Gringotts with a substantial amount of wizarding currency and clear plans for how it should be used, "I want to use some of this inheritance to pay for Hermione's magical education and to support Dr. Granger in whatever ways might be helpful for our family." The immediate offer to share his newfound wealth with the people who had chosen to love and support him struck everyone present with the generosity and moral clarity it revealed about Harry's character and priorities. But it was Hermione who responded first, with the sort of systematic thinking that characterized her approach to complex situations. "Harry, that's incredibly generous, but you should think carefully about the long-term implications before making such significant financial commitments," Hermione said with obvious concern for his welfare, as well as appreciation for his intentions. "This inheritance is supposed to support your education and future security, and you shouldn't compromise those interests even to help people you care about." But Dr. Dan Granger had apparently anticipated this line of thinking, addressing it with the sort of practical wisdom that had characterized the family's approach to Harry's adoption and integration into their household routines and long-term planning. "Harry, while we appreciate your generous impulse, your education and future security are our responsibility now as your parents, Doctor," Dan Granger said with gentle firmness that left no room for argument about family obligations and mutual support. "We didn't adopt you because we expected financial contributions to our household, and we don't want you to feel that you need to pay us back for the love and care that families provide to each other naturally." But Harry had learned enough about family dynamics and mutual support during his months with the Grangers to understand that genuine affection often expressed itself through practical assistance rather than simple emotional declaration. His response revealed someone who was beginning to understand the difference between obligation and opportunity, between paying for services and contributing to shared welfare. Doctor and doctor. Granger, I understand that you didn't adopt me for financial reasons, and I know you would take care of me and Hermione regardless of what resources I might have available, Harry said, with careful attention to acknowledging their generosity while asserting his right to contribute to family welfare according to his capabilities. But I also know that magical education can be expensive, and that supporting 2 children with unusual abilities might create costs that you didn't anticipate when you decided to make me part of your family. I want to use my inheritance to make sure that our family has the resources we need for everyone to thrive, not because I feel obligated, but because I want to contribute to the people who have given me everything that matters. Professor McGonagall had been observing this family discussion with obvious approval for the mutual consideration and genuine affection that characterized their approach to practical planning and resource allocation. Her response suggested someone who understood both the emotional significance of Harry's offer and the practical benefits it could provide for his continued development and family security. Mr. Potter, your desire to contribute to your family's welfare demonstrates remarkable maturity and generosity, Professor McGonagall said with obvious respect for his character and moral reasoning. Perhaps we can arrange for your inheritance to support specific educational and family expenses in ways that enhance everyone's opportunities without compromising your future security or creating uncomfortable obligations. The remainder of their shopping expedition through Diagon Alley provided Harry and Hermione with their first experience of selecting magical supplies for their continued education, choosing wands that would facilitate their developing abilities, and purchasing books that would expand their understanding of magical theory and practical applications. But perhaps most importantly, it demonstrated the extent to which the Granger family had committed to supporting their children's extraordinary circumstances, regardless of the complications or expenses that such support might require. The wand selection process at Ollivander's proved to be particularly significant for both children, revealing aspects of their magical compatibility and individual strengths that had not been apparent during their previous experimentation with borrowed or improvised magical tools. Harry's wand, 11 inches of holly and phoenix feather, seemed to recognize him as its proper owner from the moment he first grasped it, producing a warm sensation that spread through his arm and a shower of gold sparks that suggested strong magical resonance. But it was Hermione's wand selection that provided the most interesting revelation about their magical partnership and the unusual nature of their abilities. Her wand, 10 3/4 inches of vine wood and dragon heartstring, produced similar recognition and magical resonance. But when she held it near Harry's wand, both instruments began glowing with synchronized light that suggested some form of magical harmony or compatibility. Mr. Ollivander, the ancient wand-maker who had fitted both children with their magical instruments, studied this unusual resonance with obvious fascination and what might have been concern about its implications for their continued magical development. "Very interesting indeed," Mr. Ollivander said, with the sort of professional assessment that suggested someone who had observed thousands of wand selections, but rarely encountered anything quite like the synchronized response they were witnessing. The phoenix feather in Mr. Potter's wand and the dragon heartstring in Miss Granger's wand are not typically compatible magical cores, yet they appear to be resonating in harmony rather than competing for dominance. He paused, his ancient eyes studying both children with obvious curiosity about their magical partnership and its potential implications. "This suggests that your magical abilities are somehow naturally complementary, that your combined potential may be greater than the sum of your individual capabilities. Such resonance is extremely rare, and usually indicates magical partnerships that will prove significant in ways that extend far beyond simple friendship or educational collaboration. The afternoon concluded with the family's return to 7 Magnolia Crescent, their car loaded with magical supplies, and their understanding of Harry and Hermione's unusual circumstances significantly enhanced by direct exposure to wizarding culture and commerce. The protective wards that Professor McGonagall had placed around their home welcomed them with the sort of subtle magical recognition that suggested the house now understood its role as sanctuary for people whose lives bridged both magical and muggle worlds. Dr. and Dr. Granger had adapted to the revelation of magical society with the same practical acceptance that had characterized their response to Harry's adoption and Hermione's unusual abilities, incorporating supernatural considerations into their family planning with minimal disruption to their fundamental commitment to supporting their children's development and welfare. Their medical training had provided them with frameworks for understanding complex systems and adapting to unusual circumstances, skills that proved surprisingly applicable to magical parenting and household management. But it was the evening's family discussion about their day's experiences that revealed the extent to which Harry's adoption and magical education were being approached as collaborative enterprises rather than simply adult decisions imposed upon children who were expected to accept whatever arrangements were made for them. Both Harry and Hermione were consulted about their preferences regarding continued magical instruction, their comfort with the social expectations of wizarding culture, and their goals for developing abilities that would eventually require formal education in specialized institutions. The conversation took place in the sitting room that had become the heart of their family life, surrounded by magical textbooks and research notebooks that documented their systematic approach to understanding and developing supernatural abilities. The comfortable domestic atmosphere provided a perfect context for discussing extraordinary circumstances, creating space for both wonder and practical planning, without artificial separation between magical and ordinary aspects of their shared life. Harry found himself reflecting on the profound transformation in his circumstances since his desperate escape from Privet Drive months earlier. He had begun that terrible night as a frightened, abused child with no understanding of his identity or potential, fleeing from systematic cruelty with no plan beyond avoiding immediate danger. Now he was sitting with people who loved him unconditionally, discussing educational opportunities that would help him develop remarkable abilities in an environment that celebrated rather than punished his differences. The journey from cupboard under the stairs to beloved family member, from unwanted burden to actively chosen son, from suppressed magical abilities to systematic instruction in extraordinary capabilities, represented more than simple change in living arrangements. It represented fundamental transformation in his understanding of himself, his worth, and his possibilities for contributing to a world that was far more complex and wonderful than he had ever imagined during his years of imprisonment and abuse. As the evening settled into comfortable bedtime routines that had come to include Harry as a natural and permanent member of the Granger household, as protective magical wards hummed quietly around a home that had become sanctuary for people whose lives spanned both ordinary and extraordinary worlds, Harry Potter found himself looking forward to tomorrow with genuine excitement rather than simply grateful relief that today had not brought disaster. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to develop abilities that made him special rather than freakish, new chances to contribute to the welfare of people who had chosen to love him, new possibilities for becoming the person his parents had hoped he would grow up to be. It was a future that felt genuinely magical in ways that had nothing to do with supernatural abilities and everything to do with the transformative power of being genuinely wanted and valued by people who saw his potential rather than simply managing his problems. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry Potter was not just surviving or even simply thriving, but actively participating in creating a life that reflected his values and served his genuine interests. It was perhaps the most extraordinary magic of all, and certainly the most meaningful transformation he had yet achieved. The weeks following Harry's formal adoption and his first magical shopping expedition had settled into a rhythm that felt both extraordinary and comfortably routine. a perfect blend of supernatural education and ordinary family life that neither Harry nor Hermione had imagined possible during their early discussions about their unusual abilities. The presence of genuine magical instruction in their daily schedules had transformed their understanding of what was achievable through systematic study and practice, while the continued security of family love and support had provided the emotional foundation necessary for embracing increasingly complex challenges. Professor McGonagall's weekly tutoring sessions had evolved from simple control techniques and basic magical theory into comprehensive preparation for the kind of advanced magical education that would eventually await them at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her systematic approach to instruction combined theoretical understanding with practical application, ensuring that both children developed not only the ability to perform specific spells, but also the conceptual frameworks necessary for understanding why particular techniques worked and how they might be modified or improved through careful experimentation. The transformation in Harry's magical abilities since the beginning of formal instruction had been remarkable even by Professor McGonagall's considerable standards for talented young wizards. His natural power, which had previously manifested as uncontrolled surges that frightened rather than helped him, had developed into precisely directed magical energy that responded reliably to his conscious intentions. The difference between his early accidental magic and his current controlled spellwork was like the difference between a flash flood and a carefully managed irrigation system, both powerful, but one destructive, and the other constructive. This particular Tuesday morning found Harry and Hermione in the back garden at 7 Magnolia Crescent, engaged in what had become their favorite practical exercise, collaborative spell casting that took advantage of the unusual magical resonance between their wands and their complementary approaches to magical problem-solving. Professor McGonagall had discovered that their combined magical output was not simply additive, but somehow synergistic, producing effects that were more sophisticated and more powerful than either child could achieve independently. Today's challenge involved what Professor McGonagall had described as intermediate-level transfiguration, the magical discipline that involved changing one object into something completely different rather than simply modifying its appearance or behavior. The theory behind transfiguration was complex, requiring detailed understanding of both the original object's essential properties and the desired end result's fundamental characteristics, along with precise visualization of the transformation process and the magical energy necessary to achieve permanent rather than temporary change. Harry held his holly wand with the careful grip that Professor McGonagall had taught him, feeling the warm responsiveness of the phoenix feather core as it prepared to channel his focused intention into magical reality. Beside him, Hermione maintained her characteristic posture of alert concentration, her vine wood wand steady in her grip as she visualized the theoretical frameworks that would guide their collaborative attempt to transform a collection of smooth river stones into a set of delicate crystal goblets. The spell they were attempting required not only individual magical skill, but also the kind of synchronized intention that could only be achieved through genuine partnership and mutual trust. Harry would provide the raw magical energy necessary for the transformation, while Hermione would supply the precise visualization and theoretical control that would shape that energy into the specific changes they wanted to achieve. Their success would depend on their ability to work together as seamlessly as if they shared a single magical consciousness. Remember what Professor McGonagall taught us about maintaining emotional equilibrium during complex spellwork, Hermione said quietly as they prepared to begin their attempt. Strong emotions can enhance magical power, but they can also destabilize the precision necessary for successful transfiguration. We need focused calm rather than intense excitement. Harry nodded, drawing on the breathing techniques and mental discipline that months of instruction had taught him to employ when approaching challenging magical work. The systematic abuse he had endured during his early childhood had actually provided him with some advantages in learning emotional control, since survival had required developing the ability to remain calm and focused, even under extreme stress. Those same skills, properly directed, now served him well in managing the complex internal states that advanced magical work demanded. As they began the spell sequence, Harry felt the familiar sensation of magical energy rising from somewhere deep in his core, flowing through his nervous system and into his wand, where it would be shaped by conscious intention and magical technique into specific effects upon the physical world. But this time, instead of working alone, he felt Hermione's magical presence joining with his own, their combined power creating something that was neither his magic nor hers, but genuinely collaborative spell work. The stones began to shimmer with the soft light that indicated active transfiguration, their solid surfaces becoming translucent as the magic worked to restructure their fundamental composition from simple mineral matter into complex crystalline arrangements. Harry maintained his focus on providing steady magical energy, while Hermione guided the transformation process with the precise visualization and theoretical control that her systematic study had taught her to employ. Gradually, beautifully, impossibly, the river stones elongated and refined themselves into elegant crystal goblets, their surfaces perfectly clear and their proportions balanced with the sort of aesthetic perfection that spoke to successful magical craftsmanship rather than accidental transformation. The spell had worked exactly as intended, producing results that would have challenged students several years older and considerably more experienced in formal magical education. "Excellent work, both of you," came Professor McGonagall's voice from the garden gate, where she had appeared with the sort of perfect timing that suggested she had been monitoring their practice session and chosen to reveal herself at the moment of their greatest success. That level of collaborative transfiguration represents remarkably advanced magical work for students your age. She approached their practice area with obvious satisfaction at their achievement, her professional assessment clearly indicating that their progress had exceeded even her optimistic expectations for talented children receiving individualized instruction and emotional support. The crystal goblets they had created were not simply successful magic, they were evidence of developing mastery that would serve them well throughout their continued education. "Professor McGonagall," Hermione said, as she examined their transfigured goblets with the sort of systematic curiosity that characterized her approach to understanding successful magical techniques, "how does collaborative spellwork compare to individual magical achievement in terms of preparing for formal education at Hogwarts? Will we be expected to work independently, or are there opportunities for continued partnership in our studies?" The question revealed Hermione's characteristic attention to practical implications and long-term planning, but it also touched on concerns that both children shared about maintaining their close friendship and collaborative relationship when they eventually entered a more formal educational environment with different expectations and social dynamics. "Miss Granger, collaborative magical work is indeed valued at Hogwarts, particularly in advanced courses where complex projects often require multiple students with complementary skills and abilities," Professor McGonagall replied with obvious appreciation for Hermione's forward-thinking approach to educational planning. "However, you are correct that individual competence is also essential, since examinations and many practical applications will require independent magical achievement." She gestured toward the crystal goblets with an expression that suggested their successful transfiguration had demonstrated both individual skill and effective partnership. "What you have achieved here represents the ideal balance between personal magical development and collaborative enhancement. You can each perform sophisticated magic independently, but your combined abilities produce results that exceed what either of you could accomplish alone." Harry found himself thinking about the broader implications of this assessment for his understanding of his place in both magical and ordinary communities. Throughout his childhood with the Dursleys, he had been taught that his differences made him inherently isolated, that his unusual abilities were evidence of fundamental wrongness that would prevent him from ever forming genuine relationships with normal people. But his friendship with Hermione had demonstrated exactly the opposite. His magical abilities had enabled a partnership that enhanced both of their capabilities and enriched both of their lives. The morning's transfiguration practice was followed by what had become their regular theoretical study session, where Professor McGonagall worked with both children to develop their understanding of magical principles and historical context that would inform their continued education and eventual career choices within the wizarding community. Today's focus was magical healing and protective magic, subjects that had taken on additional significance given Harry's traumatic early experiences and his continued recovery from systematic abuse and neglect. But it was during this theoretical study session that Professor McGonagall introduced information that would prove crucial for Harry's understanding of his own magical heritage and the expectations that the wizarding community might have for his future development and public role. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said with careful attention to his emotional state as she prepared to discuss topics that might prove difficult or overwhelming, "I believe it is time for you to understand more about your parents' achievements and reputation within the magical community, and how their legacy might influence expectations about your own magical education and career development." She produced a thick album of magical photographs from her bag, its contents apparently documenting James and Lily Potter's school years and early careers, in ways that would provide Harry with concrete understanding of the people whose deaths had shaped his early life, and whose reputation continued to influence his social position within wizarding society. "Your parents were not simply competent magical practitioners, but genuinely exceptional individuals who achieved recognition for both their academic excellence and their moral courage during particularly dangerous times for the magical community," Professor McGonagall continued as she opened the album to reveal moving photographs that showed Harry's parents as students, as young adults, and as the skilled magical practitioners they had become before their deaths. The photographs were unlike anything Harry had ever seen, magical images that captured not just visual appearance, but something approaching the essential character and personality of the people they depicted. His mother appeared in several pictures from her time as head girl at Hogwarts, her expression combining intellectual intensity with genuine warmth and compassion. His father was shown in various contexts that revealed his development from talented but occasionally arrogant teenager into a mature young man whose confidence had been tempered by responsibility and genuine concern for others. But it was the photographs of his parents working together, combining their complementary magical abilities to achieve results that neither could have accomplished alone, that struck Harry with the most profound emotional impact. Their partnership appeared to have been built on exactly the same foundation of mutual respect, intellectual collaboration, and magical compatibility that characterized his own relationship with Hermione. "Your mother was particularly gifted in protective magic and magical theory, while your father excelled in transfiguration and practical applications of complex magical principles," Professor McGonagall explained as she guided Harry through images that documented his parents' remarkable achievements. But their greatest accomplishments came through collaboration, combining their individual strengths to develop new approaches to magical problems that had challenged previous generations of magical practitioners. She paused at a particular photograph that showed James and Lily Potter working together on what appeared to be an extremely complex magical project, their focused concentration and obvious mutual trust creating an atmosphere of serious professional accomplishment. They were invited to join several prestigious magical research organizations immediately upon graduation, and their work on protective magic contributed significantly to the defensive strategies that helped many magical families survive during the war against Voldemort. Harry stared at the photographs with growing understanding of the legacy he had inherited and the expectations that might accompany his own magical development and eventual career choices. His parents had not simply been victims of magical terrorism, but active participants in defending the wizarding community against threats that had required considerable courage and exceptional magical skill to address effectively. But Hermione with characteristic attention to the practical implications of this historical information, raised questions about how such legacy might affect Harry's autonomy and freedom to choose his own educational and career paths, rather than being pressured to fulfill other people's expectations about how he should develop his abilities and contribute to magical society. Professor McGonagall, while it's wonderful for Harry to learn about his parents' achievements, I hope that information won't create pressure for him to follow particular educational or career paths, rather than developing his abilities according to his own interests and goals, Hermione said, with obvious concern for her friend's right to self-determination despite his unusual heritage and social position. The question demonstrated Hermione's characteristic protective instincts and systematic thinking about potential complications, but it also revealed her growing understanding of the complex social dynamics that surrounded Harry's identity as both the famous boy who lived and a young person who deserved the right to make his own choices about his future, rather than accepting other people's plans for his life. Miss Granger, that is an excellent point that demonstrates remarkable insight into the challenges that Mr. Potter will face as he grows older and his magical education becomes more public, Professor McGonagall replied with obvious respect for Hermione's analytical abilities and protective concern. You are quite correct that fame and family legacy can create unrealistic expectations and unwanted pressure to fulfill other people's goals, rather than pursuing genuine personal interests. She closed the photograph album with careful attention to Harry's emotional response to learning about his parents' achievements and reputation. However, I believe that understanding his parents' legacy will actually enhance Mr. Potter's freedom to make informed choices about his education and future, rather than limiting his options or creating pressure to meet external expectations. Knowledge about his heritage provides context for understanding his options, not obligations to fulfill predetermined roles. The afternoon brought a different kind of magical instruction, as Professor McGonagall worked with both children on practical defensive magic, teaching them spells and techniques that would help them protect themselves and others from various types of magical and physical threats. This portion of their education had taken on additional importance given Harry's history of attracting unwanted attention and the possibility that his growing reputation might eventually create security challenges that would require active magical defense rather than simple protective wards. But perhaps more significantly, defensive magic instruction provided both children with frameworks for understanding how their collaborative magical abilities could be directed toward protecting people they cared about, rather than simply achieving academic excellence or impressive displays of magical power. The protective instincts that had drawn Harry and Hermione together during their first meeting in the park had evolved into systematic preparation for assuming responsibility for each other's safety and the welfare of their chosen family. Today's defensive magic lesson focused on shield charms and protective barriers, magical techniques that could deflect or absorb various types of hostile magic directed at the spellcaster or people under their protection. The theory behind defensive magic was complex, requiring not only precise wand work and adequate magical power, but also the kind of emotional commitment and protective determination that would maintain spell effectiveness under stress and genuine danger. Mr. Potter, your natural magical strength makes you particularly well suited for defensive magic, since protective spells often require sustained magical output over extended periods, Professor McGonagall explained, as she demonstrated the wand movements and incantation for a basic shield charm. However, effective defense also requires the kind of emotional control and strategic thinking that Miss Granger's systematic approach to magical study has helped you develop. The first shield charm that Harry attempted was surprisingly successful, creating a shimmering barrier of golden light that appeared strong enough to deflect significant magical attacks while maintaining enough flexibility to respond to changing threat patterns. But it was when Hermione joined him in creating collaborative protective barriers that their defensive magic achieved truly impressive results, producing layered shields that combined Harry's natural power with Hermione's precise control to create protection that was both strong and sophisticated. "Excellent collaborative work," Professor McGonagall said, with obvious satisfaction at their rapid progress in mastering or defensive techniques. "The shield barriers you have created would provide adequate protection against most forms of hostile magic, and your ability to maintain them through collaborative casting means that you can sustain effective defense for extended periods without exhausting individual magical reserves." But the afternoon's most significant development came when Professor McGonagall introduced them to the theoretical foundations of protective magic that had special relevance to Harry's unusual heritage and the circumstances that had shaped his early life. The love-based protection that his mother had provided through her sacrifice was indeed a documented magical phenomenon, but it worked very differently from the theoretical explanations that had been used to justify his placement with abusive relatives. Miss Granger was correct during our earlier discussions about the requirements for effective, family-based protective magic, Professor McGonagall said, as she opened an advanced textbook to sections that dealt with the magical theory underlying sacrificial protection and love-based defensive magic. Protective magic derived from family bonds requires genuine love and care to maintain effectiveness over time, not simply biological connection or shared living space. She gestured toward diagrams that illustrated the complex magical interactions involved in sacrificial protection, her expression suggesting that this information would prove important for Harry's understanding of both his past and his future security needs. The protection that your mother provided was indeed powerful and significant, but it began deteriorating almost immediately after your placement with relatives who demonstrated systematic hostility rather than genuine care for your welfare. Harry felt a familiar mixture of anger and relief at this confirmation that the theoretical protections used to justify his years of abuse had been largely ineffective due to the very conditions that had supposedly been necessary to maintain them. But more importantly, Professor McGonagall's explanation suggested that the genuine love and protection he had found with the Granger family might actually provide more reliable magical security than any institutional arrangements based on abstract, theoretical calculations. However, Professor McGonagall continued with information that would prove crucial for understanding the current effectiveness of various protective measures. The love-based protection that you now experience with your chosen family has actually created new and potentially more effective magical safeguards than anything provided by your previous living arrangements. She produced additional documentation that appeared to contain magical assessments of the protective wards surrounding 7 Magnolia Crescent and their interaction with the emotional bonds that had developed between Harry and the Granger family. The combination of genuine family love, formal magical protection, and your own developing defensive abilities creates multiple layers of security that would be extremely difficult for hostile forces to penetrate or overcome. The evening concluded with what had become Harry's favorite part of their extended magical education, the quiet family study session where he and Hermione worked together on theoretical problems and practical exercises, while Dr. Granger provided the sort of supportive domestic atmosphere that made even challenging academic work feel like pleasant collaboration rather than stressful obligation. Tonight's focus was advanced magical theory related to the intersection between emotional states and magical effectiveness, a subject that had particular relevance to both children's collaborative spellwork and Harry's continued recovery from the trauma that had shaped his early development. The textbooks that Professor McGonagall had provided contained detailed analysis of how psychological well-being affected magical ability, with specific attention to the ways that love, security, and genuine acceptance could enhance magical power, while fear, abuse, and emotional neglect could suppress or distort supernatural abilities. "Harry," Hermione said, as she looked up from her reading about the relationship between emotional healing and magical development, "this chapter suggests that your magical abilities may continue improving for years as you recover from the systematic trauma you experienced during your early childhood. The research indicates that magical capacity can be significantly enhanced when children move from abusive to supportive environments. The observation was made with Hermione's characteristic attention to theoretical implications, but Harry recognized the underlying emotional support that informed her systematic approach to understanding his circumstances and continued development. She had become not just his closest friend, but his most dedicated advocate for understanding how his traumatic experiences might affect his magical education and long-term potential. That makes sense, based on what I've observed about my own abilities since living with your family, Harry replied with careful attention to the changes he had noticed in both his magical power and his emotional capacity for trusting and connecting with other people. When I was always afraid, always worried about when the next punishment would come, I didn't have any mental energy left for understanding what I could do or how I could improve. He paused, looking around the comfortable sitting room where they conducted their evening studies, surrounded by evidence of family life that included him as a natural and valued participant. Now that I feel safe, now that I know people care about me and want me to succeed, it's like I can finally use my abilities for positive purposes rather than just trying to hide them or make them go away. Dr. Monica Granger, who had been grading papers from her dental practice while listening to their theoretical discussion, looked up with the sort of professional interest that suggested their conversation had touched on subjects relevant to her medical understanding of trauma recovery and child development. Harry, what you're describing is completely consistent with what medical research tells us about how chronic stress affects cognitive function and learning capacity, Dr. Monica Granger said, with obvious satisfaction at seeing theoretical knowledge confirmed through practical experience. Children who live in constant fear develop survival-focused thinking patterns that don't leave room for exploration, creativity, or the kind of intellectual risk-taking that promotes academic and personal growth. She set aside her work to give their conversation her complete attention, her expression suggesting that she found their magical education to be as fascinating as they did. The remarkable progress you've made since joining our family demonstrates what children can achieve when they feel genuinely secure and loved rather than simply managed or controlled. Your magical abilities have flourished because you finally have the emotional foundation necessary for healthy development. Dr. Dan Granger, who had been reading a medical journal while enjoying their family study session, added his own perspective on the relationship between emotional security and personal achievement that extended beyond simply magical considerations. It's also worth noting that your collaborative relationship with Hermione has contributed significantly to both of your intellectual and magical development, Dr. Dan Granger observed with obvious pride in both children's achievements and mutual support. Partnership and friendship provide motivation and encouragement that individual study can't match, even for highly motivated students. He gestured toward their collaborative magical research, which had produced detailed documentation of techniques and theoretical insights that would have been difficult for either child to achieve independently. You've created an educational environment where you challenge each other to achieve excellence while providing emotional support when the work becomes difficult or frustrating. That's the ideal foundation for any kind of advanced study. As the evening study session concluded and the Granger family prepared for the comfortable bedtime routines that had come to include Harry as a natural and permanent participant, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary transformation in his daily experience since his escape from Privet Drive and his adoption into a family that celebrated rather than punished his differences. The systematic magical instruction that he now received would have been impossible during his years with the Dursleys, not simply because they would have refused to support such education, but because the emotional trauma they had inflicted would have prevented him from achieving the kind of focused concentration and collaborative trust that advanced magical work required. His abilities had needed not just theoretical instruction, but genuine love and security to develop into the controlled, purposeful magic that Professor McGonagall had helped him achieve. But perhaps more importantly, The collaborative partnership that he had developed with Hermione represented the kind of relationship that he had never imagined possible during his years of systematic isolation and abuse. Their friendship had enhanced both of their magical abilities, while providing the emotional foundation necessary for continued growth and development in an environment that supported, rather than suppressed, their extraordinary gifts. As he settled into his own room for another peaceful night's sleep, in a house where he was genuinely wanted and valued, surrounded by people who had chosen to make his welfare and happiness their primary concern, Harry Potter found himself grateful not just for the magical education and family love that had transformed his circumstances, but for the growing understanding that his future held possibilities for contributing to the welfare of others in ways that would honor both his parents' legacy and his own developing sense of moral purpose. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to develop abilities that were finally being directed toward constructive rather than defensive purposes, new chances to deepen relationships with people who valued his character as much as his magical potential, and new steps toward becoming the person that his parents had hoped he would grow up to be, despite the trauma and challenges that had shaped his early life. For the first time since learning about his magical heritage and his parents' tragic deaths, Harry felt genuinely excited about the possibility of following in their footsteps, not because external expectations required such achievement, but because he was developing the knowledge, skills, and moral foundation necessary for making his own positive contributions to a magical community that finally felt like a place where he might genuinely belong. The morning of September first dawned with the sort of crisp autumn clarity that seemed designed to mark significant transitions and new beginnings. King's Cross Station bustled with its usual complement of commuters and travelers, but for the Granger family making their way through the crowded terminals, this ordinary Tuesday represented the culmination of months of preparation and the beginning of an adventure that would transform Harry and Hermione's understanding of their place in both the magical and ordinary worlds. Doctor and Doctor. Granger had approached this milestone with the same thoughtful preparation that had characterized their response to every aspect of Harry's adoption and magical education. They had researched the logistics of Platform 9 3/4, with Professor McGonagall's guidance, packed trunks with careful attention to both practical necessities and sentimental treasures, and prepared themselves emotionally for the reality of sending both their children to a boarding school where parental contact would be limited to letters and holiday visits. But perhaps most significantly, they had spent considerable time over the past week helping both Harry and Hermione process the complex emotions surrounding this transition from family-centered magical education to institutional learning in an environment where their unusual partnership and collaborative abilities would be tested against new social dynamics and academic expectations. Harry walked through King's Cross Station carrying the trunk that contained not just his school supplies and personal belongings, but physical evidence of the transformation that had shaped his life since his escape from Privet Drive nearly a year earlier. The carefully folded robes, the precisely organized textbooks, the magical instruments that had been selected specifically for his individual needs and abilities, all represented the difference between being unwanted and being cherished, between having his differences punished and having them celebrated and developed. But it was the small collection of family photographs that Dr. Monica Granger had helped him select for his dormitory room that carried the most emotional significance. Pictures of family dinners and holiday celebrations, images of collaborative magical practice sessions in the back garden, snapshots of ordinary moments that documented his integration into a household where he had been welcomed not as a charitable obligation, but as a genuinely chosen and deeply loved son. Hermione, meanwhile, had organized her trunk with the systematic efficiency that characterized her approach to any complex undertaking. But Harry noticed that she had included items that spoke to her own emotional attachment to the family life they were temporarily leaving behind. Her research notebooks contained not just magical theory and spell documentation, but detailed observations about family dynamics and the collaborative learning methods that had served them so well during their months of intensive preparation. The barrier between Platform 9 and Platform 10 appeared completely solid and impermeable to anyone who lacked knowledge of its magical properties, but Harry and Hermione approached it with the confidence that came from Professor McGonagall's careful instruction in navigating the practical requirements of magical transportation. The sensation of passing through what appeared to be solid brick was briefly disorienting, but the vista that opened before them on the other side more than compensated for any momentary confusion. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the organized chaos of families, saying goodbye to children who were departing for months of magical education at the most prestigious wizarding school in Britain. Students in various stages of magical development struggled with trunks and owl cages, parents offered final advice and emotional farewell embraces, and the magnificent scarlet steam engine that would carry them to Hogwarts released periodic bursts of steam that seemed designed to heighten the drama and excitement of this annual ritual. Harry found himself studying the families around them with fascination and something approaching envy for the casual familiarity with magical customs and expectations that characterized most of their fellow travelers. These were people who had grown up understanding the rhythms and requirements of wizarding education, who possessed generations of family knowledge about house traditions and academic expectations and social dynamics that Harry was only beginning to learn. But Doctor and Doctor Granger moved through the magical transportation terminal with the same calm competence they brought to any unfamiliar situation, asking appropriate questions when necessary and adapting to supernatural logistics with minimal disruption to their fundamental concern for their children's welfare and emotional security. Their medical training had provided them with frameworks for managing complex systems and unusual circumstances, skills that proved surprisingly applicable to magical parenting and educational support. The presence of other magical families provided Harry with his first opportunity to observe how his unusual fame and reputation were perceived within the broader wizarding community. Several parents recognized him immediately, their expression cycling through various combinations of curiosity, respect, and the sort of careful assessment that suggested people who were trying to reconcile his ordinary appearance and family circumstances with the extraordinary reputation that preceded him. But it was the children's reactions that proved most interesting and potentially significant for his upcoming school experience. Some of his future classmates stared with obvious awe at meeting the famous boy who lived, while others approached with genuine friendliness that seemed unaffected by his celebrity status. A few appeared suspicious or resentful of the attention his presence attracted, suggesting that his reputation might create social complications as well as opportunities for connection and friendship. Hermione, meanwhile, had begun documenting their observations of magical family dynamics and social interactions with the systematic curiosity that characterized her approach to any new learning environment. Her notebook appeared in her hands as she recorded details about clothing styles, behavioral patterns, and the various ways that different families approached the transition between home and school that would shape the next several months of their children's lives. It was during this initial survey of their new social environment that Harry and Hermione encountered their first significant interaction with fellow students, a meeting that would prove crucial for understanding the complex social dynamics that would influence their Hogwarts experience. A red-haired boy who appeared to be roughly their age approached with obvious excitement at recognizing Harry, his expression combining genuine friendliness with the sort of awed respect that Harry had learned to find both flattering and uncomfortable. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter, aren't you?" the red-haired boy said, with enthusiasm that seemed completely genuine and refreshingly free of calculation or attempt to gain social advantage through association with fame. "I'm Ron Weasley. My brothers have told me loads about Hogwarts, but they never mentioned that Harry Potter would be starting the same year as me." Harry found himself immediately warming to Ron's straightforward approach and obvious excitement about their shared educational adventure. Unlike some of the other students who had approached him with obvious interest in his celebrity status, Ron seemed genuinely curious about him as a person, rather than simply eager to associate with his famous reputation. "Nice to meet you, Ron," Harry replied with careful attention to establishing genuine friendship rather than relationships based on his unwanted fame. "This is Hermione Granger, my best friend and sister. We've been preparing for Hogwarts together, and we're both pretty excited about finally getting to school." The casual introduction of Hermione as his sister, rather than simply his friend, reflected the depth of their bond and the legal reality of their shared family status. But it also served as a gentle signal that any friendship with him would need to include acceptance and respect for his closest relationship. Harry had learned from Dr. and Dr. Granger's example that genuine relationships were built on mutual consideration and inclusion rather than exclusive pairings that might create jealousy or competition. Ron's immediate acceptance of Hermione as an equal participant in their conversation, rather than an unwelcome addition to his interaction with the famous Harry Potter, suggested someone whose family had taught him appropriate social skills and genuine respect for others, regardless of their gender or background. His questions about their preparation for Hogwarts revealed curiosity about their educational experiences rather than attempts to impress them with his own knowledge or family connections. The conversation that followed provided all three children with valuable information about what they might expect from their upcoming school experience, while also beginning to establish the foundation for friendships that would prove crucial for navigating the complex social and academic challenges that awaited them at Hogwarts. But their initial social success was interrupted by an encounter that would provide Harry with his first direct experience of the prejudice and social hostility that his fame and family circumstances might attract within certain segments of the wizarding community. A pale, pointed-faced boy with carefully styled blonde hair approached their group with the sort of calculated confidence that suggested someone accustomed to being treated as socially superior to his peers. "So it's true, then," the newcomer said with obvious satisfaction at having located Harry among the crowd of departing students. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts, and I see you've already found the sort of company that befits someone of your unique circumstances." The deliberately insulting tone and obvious reference to some perceived social inadequacy in Harry's choice of companions triggered immediate defensive responses from both Harry and Hermione, while Ron's expression suggested that he recognized this particular student and found his behavior predictably objectionable rather than surprising. "I'm Draco Malfoy," the blonde boy continued with the sort of formal introduction that seemed designed to emphasize his own social status rather than establish genuine connection. "Perhaps you've heard of my family. We're among the most prominent pure-blood families in wizarding society, with traditions and connections that extend back for centuries." He paused, his expression making it clear that he expected this information to impress Harry and perhaps convince him to abandon his current companions in favor of more socially advantageous associations. "I could introduce you to the right sort of people, help you understand how things really work in our world. Surely someone of your fame and potential doesn't want to waste time with people whose backgrounds are less distinguished." The barely concealed contempt in his voice when referring to Hermione and Ron made his meaning unmistakably clear, while his assumption that Harry would be interested in abandoning genuine friendships for social climbing revealed a fundamental misunderstanding of Harry's character and values. Harry felt anger rising in his chest at the casual insult directed toward people who had shown him nothing but kindness and genuine friendship. But his response was informed by months of learning to control his emotional reactions and channel them into purposeful rather than simply reactive behavior. The systematic abuse he had endured during his early childhood had actually provided him with considerable experience in recognizing manipulative behavior and responding to social aggression with strategic rather than impulsive choices. "Thanks for the offer, Malfoy," Harry said, with careful politeness that barely concealed his disapproval of both the insult and the underlying assumptions about his character and priorities. "But I'm quite happy with the friends I've chosen, based on their character and kindness rather than their family backgrounds or social connections." He moved slightly closer to Hermione and Ron, his posture making it clear that he considered them valuable companions, worthy of his loyalty and protection, rather than social liabilities to be discarded in pursuit of more advantageous relationships. I've learned that the most distinguished thing about people is how they treat others, especially those who can't offer them anything in return. Draco Malfoy's expression suggested that he found this rejection both surprising and problematic for his understanding of social dynamics and status hierarchies within the wizarding community. His response revealed someone who was accustomed to having his family reputation and social position accepted as compelling reasons for others to seek his approval and association. "You're making a mistake, Potter," Malfoy said, with obvious frustration at Harry's failure to respond appropriately to his offers of social advancement and connection to powerful magical families. "You'll learn soon enough that blood status and family connections matter more in our world than sentimental attachments to people who can't help you achieve your potential." But Hermione, with characteristic intellectual precision and moral clarity, identified the fundamental flaws in Malfoy's approach to social relationships and magical community dynamics that made his worldview both practically ineffective and ethically objectionable. "Actually, Malfoy," Hermione said, with the sort of calm analysis that suggested someone who had thought carefully about these issues and reached well-reasoned conclusions, "research suggests that diverse friendships and collaborative relationships produce better academic and professional outcomes than exclusive associations based on similar backgrounds or inherited social status." She paused, her expression making it clear that she considered his prejudices to be evidence of intellectual limitation rather than sophisticated social understanding. Moreover, the assumption that people's worth is determined by their family history rather than their individual character and achievements seems both factually incorrect and morally questionable. Ron's obvious appreciation for Hermione's systematic demolition of Malfoy's social theories, combined with his growing respect for Harry's loyalty to genuine friendship over social advantage, suggested that their initial three-way connection was developing into something approaching genuine partnership based on shared values rather than simple convenience or mutual utility. The departure whistle from the Hogwarts Express provided a welcome interruption to what had been becoming an increasingly tense social encounter as families began their final farewells and students hurried to board the magnificent steam engine that would carry them to their new educational adventure. Doctor and Doctor. Granger's emotional goodbye to both Harry and Hermione was conducted with the sort of loving attention that suggested people who understood the significance of this transition while maintaining confidence in their children's ability to thrive in challenging new circumstances. The train compartment that Harry, Hermione, and Ron eventually located provided them with private space for continuing the conversations and relationship building that had begun on the platform, while also offering their first opportunity to observe the social dynamics and cultural expectations that would shape their upcoming school experience. The magical confections available from the Trolley Witch introduced them to aspects of wizarding culture that combined whimsy with practical considerations, while the animated discussions among other students provided valuable intelligence about academic expectations and house traditions. But it was during the long train journey to Hogwarts that Harry experienced his first significant demonstration of how his collaborative magical abilities with Hermione might be perceived and received within the broader student community. When Hermione's experimental spell to repair Ron's broken wand produced more dramatic results than any of them had anticipated, their combined magical output attracted attention from other students who recognized the unusual nature of their collaborative spellcasting. "Blimey, Harry, that was brilliant magic," Ron said, with obvious awe at witnessing sophisticated spell work from fellow first-year students. "How did you learn to do magic like that, before even getting to Hogwarts? Most of us aren't allowed to practice outside of school until we're much older." The question provided Harry with an opportunity to explain his unusual educational background and family circumstances without dwelling on the traumatic experiences that had preceded his adoption by the Granger family. His account of receiving individualized magical instruction from Professor McGonagall, combined with Hermione's systematic research into magical theory and their collaborative approach to practical spellwork, helped establish their credibility as serious students, while also explaining their advanced preparation for formal magical education. But perhaps more importantly, their willingness to share knowledge and assist Ron with his magical difficulties demonstrated the collaborative rather than competitive approach to learning that would characterize their friendships and academic relationships throughout their school career. Instead of using their advanced preparation to establish social dominance or academic superiority, they approached their abilities as resources that could benefit their friends and contribute to shared success rather than individual achievement at others' expense. The afternoon journey provided all three students with opportunities to learn about each other's backgrounds, family circumstances, and educational goals in ways that revealed compatibility of character and values that would prove crucial for maintaining friendship despite the competitive pressures and social complications that awaited them at Hogwarts. Ron's accounts of his large magical family provided Harry and Hermione with insights into traditional wizarding culture, while their descriptions of collaborative magical research offered Ron perspectives on systematic learning and intellectual partnership that his previous educational experience had not included. As the Hogwarts Express approached its destination and students began changing into their school robes, Harry found himself reflecting on the profound changes in his circumstances and self-understanding that had occurred during the year since his escape from Privet Drive. He was no longer the frightened, abused child who had fled from systematic cruelty with no understanding of his identity or potential. Instead, he was approaching the most prestigious magical school in Britain as a confident young wizard with strong family support, genuine friendships, and the academic preparation necessary for success in challenging educational circumstances. But perhaps most importantly, he was entering Hogwarts not as an isolated individual struggling to survive in hostile circumstances, but as part of a collaborative partnership with someone who understood and complemented his abilities while sharing his commitment to using their gifts for constructive rather than selfish purposes. The magical resonance between his wand and Hermione's, the synchronized spellcasting that had characterized their advanced preparation, and the mutual trust and respect that had developed through months of intensive study suggested that their friendship would enhance rather than complicate their school experience. The first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle across the dark lake provided Harry with his most emotionally overwhelming encounter with his magical heritage since his initial visit to Diagon Alley with the Granger family. The ancient stone towers and illuminated windows spoke to centuries of magical education and tradition, while the very atmosphere around the castle seemed charged with supernatural energy that responded to his presence and welcomed him home to a place where his abilities would be celebrated rather than punished. The traditional boat journey across the lake allowed first-year students to approach the castle from the water, providing them with the full dramatic impact of Hogwarts's architectural grandeur, while also serving as a ritualistic transition from their ordinary lives to the extraordinary educational adventure that awaited them within the ancient walls. Harry found himself sharing a boat with Hermione and Ron, their quiet conversation about expectations and hopes for their school experience creating bonds of mutual support that would prove crucial for navigating the challenges ahead. As they approached the castle dock and prepared to disembark for their first official encounter with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry Potter found himself filled with genuine excitement rather than the anxious dread that had characterized most transitions and new experiences during his years with the Dursleys. This was not another situation where his differences would make him a target for hostility and punishment, but rather the beginning of formal education in an environment designed specifically for people who shared his unusual abilities and supernatural gifts. The massive oak doors that provided entry to the castle proper stood open to welcome new students into a community where magic was normal rather than freakish, where intellectual curiosity and collaborative learning were encouraged rather than punished, and where Harry Potter could finally discover what it meant to belong somewhere that valued his authentic self, rather than demanding that he suppress or apologize for his fundamental nature. For the first time in his conscious memory, Harry was approaching a new institutional environment with genuine confidence in his ability to succeed and contribute positively to the community he was joining. He possessed the academic preparation necessary for challenging coursework, the emotional security that came from knowing he was loved and supported regardless of his performance, and most importantly, the partnership with someone who enhanced his abilities while sharing his commitment to using their gifts responsibly. As Professor McGonagall appeared to escort the first-year students into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony that would determine their house placements and begin their official Hogwarts education, Harry felt a smile spreading across his face that was completely genuine and utterly free of the defensive calculations that had characterized his interactions with adult authority throughout his early childhood. This was not another situation where powerful adults would make decisions about his welfare without consulting his preferences or considering his needs. Instead, this was the beginning of an educational adventure where his thoughts and feelings would matter, where his collaborative partnership with Hermione would be recognized and supported, and where his magical abilities would be developed and directed toward purposes that served both his personal growth and the broader welfare of the magical community. Tonight he would sleep in a dormitory, surrounded by fellow students who shared his gifts and understood his experiences. Tomorrow he would begin formal magical education under the guidance of professors who valued his potential and supported his development. And throughout his school career, he would have the opportunity to prove that the systematic abuse and emotional neglect that had shaped his early years had failed to damage his fundamental capacity for friendship, learning, and positive contribution to the world around him. The great hall that awaited beyond the massive oak doors represented not just the next phase of his magical education, but confirmation that his desperate escape from Privet Drive had led him not simply to safety, but to the possibility of genuine belonging and meaningful achievement in a community that would celebrate rather than punish his extraordinary nature. For the first time since learning about his magical heritage and his parents' tragic deaths, Harry Potter was genuinely excited about following in their footsteps, not because external expectations demanded such achievement, but because he had finally found the support, preparation, and partnership necessary for making his own positive mark on a magical world that no longer seemed foreign and threatening, but welcoming and full of possibilities for growth, friendship, and the kind of collaborative magic that could change everything for the better.